when the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. Defeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
I hear you loud and clear, 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10. Okay, you sound good.
return.
Copy, negative return.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. A singer in a smoky room, the smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. Their shadows searching in the night. Streetlights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Working hard to get my fill. Everybody wants a thrill, paying anything to roll the dice just one more time. Some will win, some will lose. Some are born to sing the blues. Oh, the movie never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. Their shadows searching in the night. Streetlights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Streetlight people. Don't stop believing. Hold on. Streetlight people. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Streetlight people.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! I can't do it today. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Screw 'em! I couldn't get it out. you got two different versions of the screw 'em today. Oh man, I ran out of breath. I was like, I can't get it out. The title for the day today is how low will volume compression need to go? That's the question. That's what we should be asking ourselves I gotta show you this. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's get this over here. We got to get this page over here. It's so much easier to show you this on something like TradingView than it is on Webull. But this is the daily chart here of AMC. On the top half you have the price. On the bottom half you have volume. And the volume has been obviously modified from the past based off of the reverse split that we had, where there was a reduction in the amount of shares by 10-1. So all your volume and price levels were adjusted to reflect some of those changes. Now I want you to see more recently, we've had volume spikes here that were, if you were to multiply by 10, because we've had a reduction by 10. If you were to multiply by 10, would be outrageously enormous in contrast to the past. Remember, this is January back here. This is June, and look at what we have right now in contrast to the past. And this is not really what I'm trying to show you. What I want to show you really is more along the lines of something a little bit closer to investigating as to some of the trends that occurred before each one of these runs here. And remember, I'm actually probably going to look at the June time frame, I think, first. I think that'll probably it might be the better one of the two to look at. And we're also actually, instead of looking at it on a daily chart, I'm going to take this down to something a little bit smaller than the daily. Probably the 4 hours, maybe. I'd like to go 1 hour if I can. Let me see if I can. I might have to go 2 hours. Let's try a 2-hour chart. Let's see if I can go back that far. Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. And the reason for this, and I have what you're seeing on the page here is the blue line is a simple moving average, and it's based off of a 20 period time. So since I'm on a 2-hour chart here, that 20 times 2 would be like a 40 hours worth of time that you're looking at, trading time. And what I want you to see here is that just before the June run-up, let me make sure I'm on the right spot here. Okay, yeah, this is June of 21. That's June 2nd right there where we hit our peak. What I want you to see is this volume profile beforehand. So volume was trading kind of high, compared to the past, like previous to January, right? Like obviously volume is trading a lot higher than it was. But it's just kind of trucking along here. Every once in a while, some spikes in volume. Nothing really major. I mean, there's a spike here, but you can see the simple moving average kind of smooths it out and says like, yeah, nice little bump, okay. And then there's this big bump in volume on May 21st. Big bump. And in fact, if I scroll down just a tad bit so you can see the total amount of volume, if we look back to the February timeframe or maybe even the January timeframe, this bump right here was as big as some of the beginning portions of the January run-up. So you're looking at this, and then volume drops. Okay, volume drops. Price starts to fall, right? As during that period of time, but it doesn't really fall too much. And remember these prices are adjusted based off of the fact that there was a reverse split. So just remember that. But in terms of how much it fell from, it was like $82 down to a bottom of around 65, right? So we're looking at like a less than a $20 drop in price there. But volume falling and falling price. And then all of a sudden, volume starts to rise back up. Well, how far did volume drop back down to? Well, it returned to a value. The simple moving average is stating that it returned back to a value that was equal to, or maybe even slightly less than, what it was doing prior to the run-up. This little run-up right here. Pretty crazy, right? What if I were to reduce the reduce the simple moving average to a much smaller time frame? Let's say we were going to want to look at like a single, I don't know, 3 trading days worth of volume. Let's do. Let me do some quick math. Let's see here. 6.5. Let's look at 3 days worth. So we'll do 10. We'll do 10. 10 points. It's 3 days worth of trading. So there, our chart's been smoothed out to a 10 period of time, or 3 days worth of trading previous, and you can definitely see that drop in volume there, down to the point to where it's about what it was previous to the run up in volume. Then price just absolutely takes off, massively ripping faces apart as it happens. And then we'll go back to January. We'll see the same thing in January as well. Same exact thing, right? Little bit of bump up in price in January, and you can go and look at GME and do the same investigation for yourself. You can see that the same exact thing happened, where there was this big jump up in price out of nowhere. Volume. Price starts running up a little bit, and then it does this little bit of a retracement. Volume falls back. The simple moving average of 3 days worth of volume starts moving back down to where it was prior to the big jump, and then price starts ripping faces apart. That's from the past. We're not talking about the past. We're talking about now. At least we should be. Simple moving average. All over the place, quite frankly. Could you draw a line in here somewhere that might kind of be like an average of the simple moving average that we have over a 10 period time? Probably somewhere. I've already got a line in here somewhere. Let's see. We could probably put it like somewhere right around there and say that that's probably about the average point right there of volume. Some of the volume higher than the line, some of the volume lower than the line. So the question is how far on our most recent run and volume do we need to see volume continue to fall for that simple moving average to join back up to where it was just prior to the big run-up that we just had? Remember, the bang phase states price likes to stay relatively the same as volume drops. Now you look at this and you go like, oh, that's not relatively the same. That's a big drop. It went from 1330 down to 499. Kinda, sorta. Not really. When we entered into this phase right here, the price closed out the day right here. So we're literally trading almost exactly the same price as where we entered into this phase where volume started rising. So yeah, the price spiked up, but it came back down and is trading relatively the same as where we closed out. We need to see that volume hit this line down here. I hope you're seeing it. Compression of volume often creates catastrophic events in the future because the market wants to trade this volume. This volume is you can't suppress the volume. When you suppress the volume, all kinds of dangerous things happen. You don't want to do that. Compressing volume, super, super dangerous. So I hope you guys are seeing what I'm throwing at you, because on a daily chart here, the warning shot that was fired is nothing.
the past is nothing compared to what was just fired. I hope you're seeing that. This little price blip is nothing compared to what we had back here. But the volume means everything. All right, numbers. Let's do numbers. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. CPR says, I hit the thumbs down. Gotcha, Casey. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Screw the algorithms, as I always say. Let me clean off my glasses. Probably should have been doing that the whole time I was talking to you guys. Roseanne says, wow, I'm glad I woke up early. Thanks, Casey. I tell everybody every day, if you want the best piece of information that I have to give to you, watch the first, I don't know, what is it, 15 minutes of the live stream, 20 minutes after the intro starts of every single day, and that's your highlight of every single day. Which I try to repeat at market open on our first look at 9 o'clock in the morning. But sometimes I do one better than the other. It's always hard to say which one's better. I don't know. Sometimes I do better on the presentation the second time. It just kind of depends. But anyways, let's do this. Let's do some numbers. I got my glasses on. It's time to go. Get these numbers done here. There's a bonus point to be awarded, but it's not to me. Apex is getting a bonus point for the day today. He had a price prediction of 447 to 547, which means that he was predicting for a 497 close for the day, and we closed at 506. He was within 10 cents of the price prediction of his price prediction versus the close price. So an extra point awarded to Apex. There's going to be one person who does not get a point today. That's going to be Twisty, who had a 401 to 501. Price prediction. Tech had 406 to 506. Holy crap. Doesn't get any closer than that. He's checking his pants for streaks right now. He was really close. Both Twisty and Tech were really, really close. Or Tech was really close to missing a point there. So 1 point for Tech. Twisty does not get any points. I get a point. And Apex gets 2 points. I'm trailing the group. Trailing. It's rough life for me. I gotta get back in this game here and really get some points. Remember, guys, 519 was the exact price that we entered into what I'm calling the bang phase of suck, squeeze, bang, blow. So price should relatively remain close to the same price as where we closed out at on that first day where we saw maximum amounts of volume. 519 is the magic number. Let's see here. Short exempt volume yesterday. So this is crazy, right? So I had a prediction in volume of 35 to 55 million shares. I left it the same as the day before. Because we did see lower quantities or we were seeing reporting of lower quantities of volume in the pre-market that were kind of suggesting that we would see lower volume than the previous day, which was 67.2 million. Well, we were pacing something underneath my 35 million share traded day And then all of a sudden, at the very end of the day, we just saw this massive quantity of volume rolling in. We were pacing under 35 million. We ended up with 62.3 million. On my last check of the day, I'm pretty sure we were outside of my range. So it would have been, most of that volume would have been coming in the last hour of the day. I'm just going to take you guys over to the other page here for just a second, just so you can see this volume that occurred here. It really kind of started around 14:19. So maybe the last 2 hours, the biggest portion of it, really the last, the biggest portion of it starting around 15:24. So maybe the last half hour or so was the biggest chunk of that volume. Some of these minutes in here were nearly, some of these minutes were over 1 million shares per minute. This is 1.1 million shares, 1.3 million shares, 1.3 million shares. That's a lot of volume. That's a lot of volume to be shoving through the marketplace all at once there. So somebody was saving some buy orders, and they pushed them all through there at the end portion of the day yesterday. So we had massive quantities of volume kicking in. It was out, so we closed volume higher than my prediction for the day, which was obviously the 35 to 55 million at 62.3 million shares. Based on what I'm seeing in volume this morning right now, I'm guessing I'm probably going to have the same exact prediction again. I think we still have a little bit more falling volume than what we've been seeing. Why? I just showed you, right? We know what's to come. We have a little bit more falling volume because we're still over the average pace volume we were putting in prior to the big push. So they're trying to get volume back down. They've got to compress that volume back down to a normal level. And that's going to cost them. It's going to cost anybody who's shorting this stock dearly. So let's take a look and see what we got going on here with the rest of the data. This is obviously going to, the short exempt volumes should be it should be a little bit less than what we had previously, the previous day, right? You would think so. We went from 67.2 million shares traded to 62.3, right? So we're looking at 5 million shares less traded. So you should see less short exempt volume. It would make sense. It would make total sense. But we didn't. No. We ended up having 1.513. More short exempt volume. Interesting. Interesting. Somebody doesn't have some shares. We were up 8.82% for the day yesterday. Not a bad increase. That's going to make it one of three. Utilization was 64.08% as of yesterday. I don't like seeing utilization this low, but it's going to happen when shares are getting returned. It's always the case. That utilization should start skyrocketing once price starts rocketing back up and more short interest is more short interest goes up because more shorts are created. And so I fully anticipate to see this number driving upwards. 64.08 was the number from yesterday. Today it is, what are we at? Come on, bring it up. Bring it up. 60.28. I know it's going to continue to drop so long as there's shares that are being returned, but somebody's trying to get out of the way of this train because they know what's coming. They know exactly what's coming here. Just as much as I do. Max Payne. I got a little bit of a confession. A lot of the numbers you're seeing on the page right now are refresh numbers. Had the computer automatically rebooted on me last night due to updates, so I had to open everything back up again this morning. So everything's been refreshed. So you're getting, I'm not guessing, that is what Max Payne is for the day today, 450. But let's take a look at what we have going on in the future. 450 for this week, ending 5/31 or next week is going to be $4. 6/7 is $4. 6/14 is $4, and 6/21 is $4. Now I want you to remember, This is the only week that ends max paying at $4.50, and everything else between now and June 21st is $4. Because when price starts rocketing upwards again, everybody who had all these institutions that were betting on $4 going up to June 21st are going to get crushed. Absolutely crushed. So just remember that. I want you to remember that it was $4 this week. $4 was max paying going into every week going forward to 6/21. Please remember that. Let's take a look at GME. GME's max paying is today at $20. Next week's ending 5/31 is $20. 6/7 is $20. 6/14, $19, and 6/21, $20. I want you to remember going forward that almost every single week going forward to 6/21 on GME has a $20 institutional bet that they're going to make the most amount of money from price staying at $20 on GME. I hope you guys are writing this stuff down. I hope you remember these things. I hope you remember. What's next? Off-exchange volume. A normal day for us on off-exchange volume would be about 64% going through that and EDGX combined. Yesterday we had 55.22% going through off-exchange. EDGX was 9.33 for a combined total 64.55% or 0.55% higher than I would expect it to be. Fairly normal. That's kind of what I would expect to see. Is that normal for the rest of the market? No. That is 64% of our volume. We had a fake article go through that was saying 61%, 61.5% was a lot of volume through off exchanges for AMC. That article went through like last week or something like that. And it was like, oh, AMC had some really high volume going through off exchanges, during this big volume spike and price spike. And it was like, no, it was actually lower, not higher. But, whatever. They're just making news, trying to make news out of something they're not even getting right. Our CHX volume for the day on yesterday was 34,691 shares. Somebody's returning shares. Over 30,000, which gets me all pumped up. I like seeing that. Exchange traded volume on CHX for GME was at 210,000 shares. Massive number. Massive. 30,000 is all it takes to get me excited. They had 210. Craziness. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow according to IBKR. As of yesterday, there were quite a few shares that were borrowed out. And like these weird small quantities, as you can see on the page. I don't even want to add it all up. I think I'm just going to go to like midnight and say like, okay, what's happened since midnight? So since midnight, we've had 5,000 shares borrowed once there at like 130. And then shares returned up to 200,000. Then they borrowed 50,000 shares at 6:30 this morning. And then nothing but returned shares. I'm just going to call it 50,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. IBKR was reporting about 500,000, maybe 600,000 yesterday. Fees for IBKR are sitting at 3.98%. Give me 1 second. Moving on. Institutional ownership this morning. 85.353 million. Let's see what that's what I refreshed it to this morning when I updated everything. And as of yesterday, the numbers were 85.353, so no change. Options, you can see they've already updated, unfortunately, the numbers on the page here. So our highest amount of call volume for AMC is at a $6 strike for calls. Yesterday it had dropped down to 5. It's back up to 6. There was 37.6 thousand contracts at 5 yesterday. At 6, there's 37.1, which means that a lot of there's been some $5 and $6 call contracts that have closed. $4 was the highest amount of volume for puts. That is still the case. There was 27.8 thousand contracts as of yesterday. There is now 25.5 thousand contracts. So there's definitely been some closing out of puts at a $4 strike. And what that means is bullish. That's anytime puts start closing, that's bullish movement. So between a $4 and $6 strike is where market is suggesting price should be closing on AMC by the end of this week. $4.50 is max pain. So the market's already starting to, in the options, already starting to predict perhaps a price slightly higher than the max pain, which is cool. For us, not for institutions. Let me move a couple screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. Oops, I moved the wrong one. There we go. Starting to act like Powell's Bells over here. Some blood pressure medication. Casey, what's wrong with your blood pressure? I don't know. Things are looking really cool for AMC. Let's see here. I think options is going to be the last page that I bring over, simply because I just want to scroll through all the open interest on both AMC and GME for this week and next week. This is kind of a common thing I'm doing right now, just because I want to kind of, next time when this happens, because there will be a next time, I want to be able to show you guys from the past where we stood on options and whose faces are getting ripped off. Ours or institutions. So there's this week's and next week's open interest on AMC. Let's take a look at GME's open interest. I already refreshed everything this morning, so it's all up to date. It's going to take a second to scroll through all these options because they didn't have this many before. This many strike prices. What is it, up to $128 now, I think? Option contracts open to $128, but max pain is $20. Okay, enough of that. Let's take a look and see what's going on Ortex as far as our data goes. What's happening with our numbers? Utilization. I can't stand it when the cloud stays on there. Hold on a second. Let me refresh one more time here. This cloud stayed up here, and I can't do it. I can't stand it. Information overload. Here we go. All right, utilization dropping some more from 64.08% to 60.28%. That usually means that the shares have been returned, but it doesn't always have to mean that. In this particular case, that is the case. We dropped from 73.3 million shares down to 64.86, so nearly a 10 million drop. I'm going to break out a calculator on this one. 73.3 down to 64.86. 8.44 million shares returned. That's obviously going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float. And it's dropping from 13.29 down to 12.46. So we're looking at, let's see here. I'm not even, I can't math this morning. Some days, like, you can just tell, like, your brain's in it to win it. And then other days, not so much. Like, it just, your brain's like, nope, not today. That's a 0.83% drop. Let me multiply that out by the 368.09 million shares that Ortex is suggesting that we have. So basically 3.05 million of that is what they're estimating in short interest that closed out of that 8.44 million that was returned. And that's so we should be seeing this on loan average age per day dropping even more if they are closing out older positions. And it is. It dropped from 43.64 days down to 40.53. I think if I had to guess, because I'm talking about volume compression, if I had to guess, I think that we have maybe 1 to 2 more days, maybe 1 to 2 more days before the volume compression gets to where we want it to be. And the reason that I say that is that I've noticed, or I feel like I've noticed more recently, that 40 days on loan average age per day is kind of the magic number that they try to get this underneath. So we'll see if that's the case. Like if this drops down to like maybe like 36, 35 average days per day and price starts ripping, then we'll know that maybe there is something to that 40% or 40 days rather number. But I don't know for sure. I'm just kind of throwing something out there that I feel like I've seen. You can see back here there was an attempt to try. We were up above 40 here, or right at 40, I guess, 38.87, and there was an attempt to drop it. It went back up to about 38.45. They dropped it. I feel like there's just been a couple different times where I've seen it hit like 40, and then they try to drop it really quick. But the on loan average age per day is at 40.53, so it is quite high. It still probably has to go down like 1 or 2 more days to get into the range where I feel like that's usually where they try to get it to. Security lending volume dropped a little bit yesterday from 23.85 million shares in security lending volume to 17.53. And you can see here the spike in security lending volume as the on loan average age per day is dropping back here. You can see it back here as well. There's periods of time. Let me just keep up just the on loan average age per day so you don't see all those other lines. You can see that there's security lending volume spiking during these periods of time here where there's some returned shares during those periods of time as well. So it's just kind of one of those, it kind of seems to be kind of a continuous thing that I've seen in the past, a repeating effect. It doesn't mean, I should probably look at GME. It doesn't mean anything specifically in regards to like, trying to predict where price is going to move to or anything like that. It just kind of tells you like, hey, look up, heads up, something's coming. Somebody's getting out of the way of a train. Utilization on GME day over day slightly dropped from 81.93% to 80.72%. On loan amount also dropping from 82.86 million shares to 81.68. Estimated short share interest of the free float rose from 20.26 to 20.54. And the on loan average age per day on GME still dropping. Went from 63.58 down to 60.37. Security lending volume dropping a little bit day over day from 18.8 million to 11.06. And there's your GME numbers. SSR trigger price for the day today on AMC is $4.55. For GME, it's at $19.01. SSR is off for GME. Let's refresh this. 228.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 79.5 thousand contracts on AMC this morning. 129.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 13.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. I'm just going to sit here and look at the screen here for just a minute as you realize how many more in the money calls we have versus in the money puts. And how many faces can get ripped off as price were to start to rise. Yeah, we need more calls. we got plenty. I'm pretty sure there's more calls here in volume than we probably have in outstanding shares. I haven't done the math, but I feel like that's probably pretty close. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. Moving on. GME's numbers, we'll look at those real fast, just for record-keeping purposes. For GME, there's currently 213.4 thousand contracts that are out of the money versus 47,000 contracts that are in the money. 112 for calls. 112.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 27.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. And it looks like, if you're wondering why these numbers are zero down here for 8/16, this week's contracts right here probably just opened up, and most everything on the call side had to be probably purchased out of the money, and puts are in the money that were more than likely that were purchased. Okay, moving on. Orders by Fidelity customers yesterday. GME made the list here with a very strong 63.58% buy to 36.42% sell ratio. AMC struggled to make this list all day long yesterday, and then finally at the very end of the day, with the huge amounts of volume that we saw rolling in, AMC made it back on the list. Now, I'm not going to show you something, or I'm going to show you something here that I don't like, is what I meant to say. I don't like seeing this. As prices ripping upwards, I don't like seeing paper hands. There may have been a little bit of paper handing going on as price was ripping up yesterday, because we have a 48.08% buy to 51.92% sell ratio. It's not a terrible ratio. I mean, I've seen way worse. It could be worse. But, and it does usually happen when price starts to rip. There is usually like a day or two sometimes before you start seeing the paper hands disappear. So it's to be expected as price is moving up, but don't, I wouldn't put too much investment into the fact that this one particular day was low on the buy side. We usually get rid of our paper hands pretty quickly on AMC. And we've been doing a really good job on holding through a lot of our spiking price moments. So I'm anticipating seeing this be more towards that, driving upwards on the buy side. I'm anticipating that. MMRI yesterday, when we ended out the day, was 288.77, and this morning is 287.54. The spread between the 2-year and the 10-year bond rates yesterday ended the day at 0.445. It's currently 0.449. We started out the week at 0.4. VIX is currently showing futures at 13.4. Yesterday it closed at 12.2. So it's a full point underneath. The closing yesterday on the VIX was a full point lower than where it should be. VIX did close up yesterday 3.63%. We should see it gap up this morning at market open, which means the market should come down in price. Overnight, however, the VIX is showing down 1.94%, which means that the market should be up in the pre-market. So you're seeing a kind of a balancing overnight where the market's trying to maybe absorb some of the momentum that's going to be seen lost in the beginning portion of the morning trades. Taking a look at the Nikkei, it is currently up 0.88, Hang Seng down 0.55, and the Nifty 50 is up 1.54. Our current quotes on the futures of the markets are showing up anywhere from 0.16 to 1.08. So we're seeing some upwards momentum. We'll have to take a look at SPY and see if we're seeing a lot of volume this morning or if we're seeing weak volume. Taking a look at the Mag 7. Pre-market, everything is green. All 7. Financial institutions. Anything plus or minus 2.5% or more will get a shout out. We're getting our pokey stick of volume in here real quick. I want to just take a look at this. I'm seeing about 132,000 shares traded so far, giving us a grand total of 285,000 shares traded so far this morning. That's actually more volume than what we had yesterday. I think it was yesterday. It was about 180 some odd thousand shares. So we're actually looking like we're going to have a much higher volume day today. Well, based on the fact that we had 60 something million shares traded yesterday off of 180, I think our pokey stick is just now. It's still gaining more volume here. It's 228,000 shares alone, which means that we had about 75,000 shares going into it. I'm going to say whenever it gets to 100 million shares, I usually give myself a 30 million spread on my volume prediction. So to get that volume prediction spread of an additional 10 million, I'm going to go 70 to 100 million. I think we're going to be just shy of maybe 100 million today. Or maybe right around 100 million. It'll be close. That's not volume compression. That certainly is not volume compression at all. All right, moving back onto Stanks here. Anything that's moved more than 2.5% plus or minus from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. In pre-market movement, let's see if we have anything showing. I don't see anything. Almost Coinbase, but not quite. Gold is currently down 0.45. Let's just take a look at a larger time scale here, what's going on with gold. I got this on a 5-minute time interval. Let me actually go to a 30-minute time interval. All right, so gold found a top just around 24.50, and then it's been trending down ever since to 23.50. So it's lost over $100 on the price. Where is it moving to right now? Well, it's currently trending up. Is it breaking the downtrend from the past? I wouldn't say so just yet. Silver is down 0.39. Current trend is up. Probably the same deal on this. It looks like it's trying to break this trend here, but not quite there yet. Let me just draw it out for you real fast so you can kind of see what's going on here. It's not quite there yet. Needs to break past this. Ethereum Classic is up 6.57% and trending up. The US dollar is down 0.21. So far this morning, it's trending down. Oil is down 0.44 in the pre-market and is what I would say it's consolidating. SPY is up 0.73, gapping up this morning and trending back up here. The 52-week high on this is 531.56. So the SPY is poised to break a 52-week high here at market open. On no volume. It's got hardly any volume here. AMC has more volume than the SPY has right now. and the SPY is up 0.72. Tesla is up 0.78. What you doing, Tesla? Gapping up overnight, and then getting a little bit of volatility here, kind of trending up, trending down, and then consolidating for the most part from the gap up. Amazon is currently up 0.74, trending up. Cinemark is down 0.06. It's traded one share so far this morning. I'd say it's right about where it left off yesterday, and it's definitely on a trend up at the end portion of the day yesterday, very much like AMC. Doge is up 0.69 and trending up, definitely breaking what appears to be a downtrend from the past. Bitcoin is up 0.74, trending up. GME is up 0.57 in the pre-market this morning, and it started trending up a little while ago, not too much longer. It was kind of consolidating for a bit and then started trending up. HYMC is up 3.56 this morning in the pre-market. 1,000 shares traded so far. It's really close to where it closed at. No, I guess it did close down a little bit at the end of the day there. I just now saw that. So it's kind of trading where it was just prior to the end of the day yesterday. Even though it is up 3.56, there was a hard push at the end of the day to close it out at 337. It's at 349 right now, so it's recovered that. NCMI is down 2.56, trading 12 shares this morning and gapping down, but not enough volume really to suggest that's where it's going to stay yet. Hood is up 1.63 this morning and is consolidating from yesterday's aftermarket push. AMC is down 1.88%. We were trending up for the most part, right up until about our 7 o'clock, a little bit before 7 o'clock a.m. pokey stick of volume, and then we started trending down. Current trend is definitely breaking the uptrend that we were just in. We might be getting some consolidation here if we find support at 496. Inflow versus outflow for the day yesterday. There was approximately $2.2 million more outflow than inflow. So far this morning, we've traded 340,000 shares on a 4-hour chart. We currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure within our side, 52.92, which is just pretty much average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure within our side, 60.47, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure within our side, 61, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 10 minutes. RSI is at 46.06, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, taking a look at the Ichimoto, and I know that's not how you say it. Lagging line is above price line. Conversion is above base. Price is above the clouds. Do note, there's always one test of the conversion line after a breakthrough above the clouds. It's usually the second test of the conversion that I see typically breaking past conversion and testing base. So I'm not too worried about this at this point. Do note that there is green cloud here, and sometimes price does like to temporarily try to drive down through that and then back up again. So we might see a little bit of a downwards pressure here is what this is kind of suggesting. If we don't see a break through this green cloud, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. We do have green cloud in the future and red cloud here. This is kind of, if you were to just look at the clouds alone and take away price, like if you could just imagine price is not on this chart here, which I don't think I can make that disappear. What's this? Replay. Oh, they got a replay feature now in here? What? They have changed some things here. This is cool. I didn't know they had a replay. If you were to just get rid of price and imagine that it was not there, and you know that price likes to move up through green clouds, up through red clouds, down through green clouds in the thinnest portions. What you would imagine is that the price was going to be moving through this. Again, I wish I could take the price away on this. I could do it on TradingView. Imagine price rising through this cloud, coming back down and going down through this cloud, or at least a drop in price, followed by another sharp increase in price because you got the red cloud here, followed by a potential drop in price through this portion of green cloud here, or maybe on the backside of a green cloud. So you're seeing volatility here. What this is kind of pointing out to you is that this is going to be a time of volatility of both upwards and downwards momentum. So high volatility. What does high volatility bring? More volume. What is today's pre-market volume saying? High volume is coming. So we're looking at some volatility going on. On a 1 hour chart, to keep this a bullish buy signal, we need to stay above the base, which is going to be at 484. So I'm going to write in 485 on my board, which is the same price I already have written down on my board from yesterday. So we're going to stay at 485 for magic price here for the day. On a 4 hour chart, lagging line needs to be above price line. Conversion needs to be above base. Conversion has already crossed base. Lagging line is right on price line. The only price point we have to break above here is this very first candle, which is going to be at a $5.44 price. So I'm going to write 545. This becomes a massive buy signal at 545. Why? Because there's lots and lots of room at 545. I'm actually going to put a mark on the page here. Let's draw a horizontal line at 545 because it's going to be a significant number. It's going to be right here. Color do we want to give this? Let's give it a gold color. That's orange. Where's gold? Maybe gold. We'll call that gold. Big fat gold line. Why specifically 545? Breaking above 545 gets that lagging line above price line. I know it's hard to see with all the numbers on the page here, but breaking past our solid thick gold line here would cause there to become a big buying signal, because this indicator states that you don't buy during times of uncertainty, which are the clouds. But you can buy anytime on the bottom side or the top side of a cloud, as long as your indicators are saying it's a good buy. Well, if our lagging line's above price line and our conversion's above base, that's a buy signal. So anywhere between 545 all the way up to our bottom side of our cloud at 722 becomes a big buy signal. If we have a lot of buying pressure that kicks in here during that period of time and a lot of orders are created and purchased, what are you going to see going up? Volume. Absolutely you will. You will see volume starting to rise. There's going to be a big fight of volatility today where more than likely institutions that want to see price at a 450 close by the end of the week are going to be trying to keep price down, as lots of volume is probably trying to enter into the market to drive price upwards. So that's where your volatility is going to come from on the 1 hour chart. We definitely got a breakout above the 480 synthetic price failure reset. That's been reset already. I've got my new value in already as 523 for our current high, which means that a synthetic price failure would occur at 421. Every time that our price goes higher than 523, that would raise that value. What do we need to see in order for this to continue to be a buy signal? Or I already told you, 545. It's a magic number. That's it. That's all I got for you guys. Let's see what the news is. Probably nothing related to AMC. Why you shouldn't buy meme stocks? That'll be what it is. Oh, no. Okay. Summer movie camp returns to AMC theaters with popular family tickets at just $3 plus tax per ticket. AMC Theaters, the largest theatrical exhibitor in the United States and the world, today announced that its AMC Summer Movie Camp program is returning to theaters for summer 2024. Guests can enjoy all featured family-friendly illumination titles for just $3 plus tax. A new title will be featured each week and offered on Mondays and Wednesdays, with the first title starting on Monday, June 2nd. AMC Summer Movie Camp, sponsored by Despicable Me 4, is available at more than 250 AMC locations throughout the United States 8 crowd-pleasing animated movies will rotate through the program this summer, including recent releases like Migration and classics like Despicable Me 2. Tickets are on sale now, and full list of titles and their release dates are available here. Week 1, June 24th through June 26th, we have Minions: The Rise of Gru. Then we have Dr. Seuss, The Lorax, Sing 2, The Secret Life of Pets, Migration, Despicable Me 2, Despicable Me 3. It does say here Spanish dub versions of the titles will also be available at 30 select AMC locations. Those specific showtimes will be on Wednesdays at 2 p.m. each week. For more information about the AMC Movie Camp and to purchase tickets to upcoming titles, guests can visit, and I will copy and link this in the back of our Big Tramp. At the top. There you have it. Let me head over to the back of the Big Tramp. Pirate and Quack Quack, good morning to you guys.
Good morning.
How you doing today?
Pretty good. Up and early. Liking this stock.
Oh, yeah. Definitely like this stock. As for me, I like this stock. Richard says, Casey, we have a 3-day weekend coming up. Do we usually see big moves before or after? After. And yes, we do. Memorial Day weekend, I believe, is coming up this next weekend. We have a 3-day weekend coming up here. So you guys will not see me the 27th.
Good morning, Admiral. I had my microphone turned off there. It happens at least once or twice a week, standard protocol for me. But good morning.
It hasn't happened in a while, so I didn't guess immediately that that was the case.
Yeah,
I usually do.
Usually you got my back on that, but
yeah,
you failed me this morning. I failed myself, and then you failed to help me. So
human.
It is what it is. Yeah. I'm on the fence this morning. I was plagued with night terrors last night.
Oh, no.
I won't go into it, but it happens to me from time to time. But I went to bed really excited about this morning's prospects, and I did stay up a little bit late last night. The family had movie night in the theater here. I finally got to see the new version of Dune, which it's kind of mandatory fun night. I got pressed into service. I wasn't too excited about seeing it since I wasn't impressed with the first Dune or the second Dune. Mm-hmm. Nonetheless, I attended, like I said, mandatory fun, and so I stayed up till 11 o'clock, that's practically all night for me. And but no, woke this morning, and I've had my coffee, so I'm looking forward to the uplifting benefits of hanging out with all the cool people here. I figure that goes a long ways towards helping my mental health.
I was never a Dune fan either, and I have seen parts of the first Dune movie, the new one, and still had a hard time trying to get through it. Like I don't know what it is about it, but I just don't. It just doesn't hit for me.
I'll be as brief as I can. I recently on Twitter X, because of the resurgence of the new movie, I saw a lot of chatter about how it was a knockoff. Star Wars was a knockoff, and I love sarcasm and all that. Someone on there was they did a real sarcastic post about how Dune was the knockoff, which I didn't know. Dune was, the books come out in like the 1960s or 50s or something, but anyhow, I was especially tuned in to see if I could identify anything that could have been plagiarized or what have you from Dune for Star Wars. And so I entertained myself with that last night, and I'm here to tell you it was jaw dropping. I mean, once I started, it was like anything else. Once you whispered in my ear, hey, watch for this particular trend, it became real easy. and I was disappointed by that because I had always assumed, being the fanatic not fanatic, but a big lover of Star Wars, that Star Wars was an original work. And I'm not going to put the tinfoil hat on saying it wasn't, or it was intentional. But if it was unintentional, the parallels are statistically odd that could happen. But there you go.
Yeah. Interesting. I'll have to. I got to give it another try. It's kind of like one of those, and everybody's gonna boo me for this, and whatever. It doesn't matter. But it's like the Big Lebowski. I've tried. I want to see the movie, and same with Dune. I want to see the movie, but there's just something about it that like I just can't make it through the movies. I don't know. Like maybe there's too much downtime between action, or maybe there's too much.
Yeah, it's
verbal.
It's really slow, even despite the modern techniques of movie making. And I know it's not spoiler alerts. I mean, this is the third remake of Dune, so it's not like I'm out on a limb here. But
right.
I'll give you 3 quick examples of the things I saw. It's a young guy who's like reminiscent of the Luke Skywalker character who comes into his own, and that in and of itself is not necessarily unique. I mean, even going all the way back to, at any rate, but he uses what quote unquote was kind of like what would be the Force. The Force be with you was a huge part of Star Wars.
The spice. Is it the spice?
No, they have the voice.
Oh, the voice.
And
okay.
It's essentially a way to control other people through mind control.
Okay.
And other than the nomenclature or the names, there were so many things. Then you had, you had like a rebel force, and you had the evil Darth Vader's character, and so I understand a lot of it could be described by just simple storytelling and the way you can interchange characters. But even making allowances for that, I could see how people would draw the conclusion. So
yeah.
It was okay. It was a way to burn a couple hours, and we didn't get to. I guess it comes in 3 parts. We only saw the first. So there you have it. You're up to date on my life as it currently stands. I'm sure you couldn't make it through the day if you didn't know all that.
So are you excited about seeing Dune 2 now or not?
Fuck no.
Okay.
Well, I'll be pressed into service once again. Like I said,
okay.
I didn't want to watch it last night.
All right. Well, that's certainly making me want to try and do Dune 1 again. Yeah, all right. All right, cool. That's
Make
good.
a game out of it. Like I said, if nothing else, watch it and see if you can identify how many things that are interchangeable.
Yeah.
And I don't mean in a loose sense. They have to be, let's just say they have to fit, pretty strict criteria, and jot down on a notepad every time you see something where you could say, yeah, Star Wars stole that. Yes, Star Wars stole that.
All right. I'll give it a go. I'm going to answer this question from Apex real quick here. He says, Casey, the formula 3-month average, and he's talking about volume, 3-month average volume divided by free float equals some number, and then times 100 equals question, what does this answer represent? I remember you saying anything over 3 was a high answer. Just don't remember what it is. So basically what you're doing with that formula is you're saying how much of our free float is being traded on an average daily basis, right? So if your 3-month average volume is X, right? Like it's some value, and then you divide that by the total amount of free float that you have, shares that are available to be traded in the marketplace, then that gives you a percentage, right? Times 100 gives you a percentage of what your volume is traded of your free float on a daily basis. That's the answer. But the number that I'm trying to get you to, like what percentage of your float is being traded, is that what you're looking for is you're looking for comparisons. How do you compare one stock to another stock? Well, a 3-month average is a long period of time. It's a very, very, very long period of time. And if your stock is trading a 3-month average that's 3 times higher than or 3% higher than the total free float, that's a big number. Now, it's not a really big number, but it is showing that somebody's shorting the stock. More than likely, because you have a lot of extra shares that are kind of floating around out there. A normal stock doesn't trade that much of their shares on a daily basis. If you're over 6%, that is massive, because that's like 2 times over that 3%. Anything over 6% is just a massive quantity. And I know where you're going with this because you're doing the math already. I can see you doing it. AMC's free float's 294.69 million shares. And so if we were to take that on AMC right now and we were to math that out real quickly, this is what we would get. We would get the 46.71 million shares, and then we're going to divide that by our free float, which is 294.69. And then times 100, which gives us a percentage, right? That's 15.8% of our float is being traded on a 3-month average basis. 15.85%. Now, if you were to do ratios, if you were to compare us to maybe a stock that you know is not being heavily shorted, there are probably some stocks out there that you could pick that are comparables to AMC. And I've had some people that have suggested to me that the one I particularly used was Amazon. And there were some people out there that suggested to me, oh, but the stock's, $3,000 a share. So of course it's only going to trade less than one. I think it's like somewhere around 0.6% of their daily volume is what's traded on. It's between 0.6 and 0.7. And I'm like, and the reason they say that, a lot of arguments that I'll get is that, well, it only trades that much because it's a $3,000 stock, and you're probably sitting here you're like in your head right now, you're going, no, it's not. It's only $183. Well, they had a split. They had a split a while back that caused the price to drop to like $300. It would have been equivalent to like $300 per share, but then it's dropped in price since then down to about $183 or whatever it is right now. $183. Guess what? The amount of volume that Amazon has traded has not changed a single percentage amount by a decimal point since that split, which means that regardless of what the price is, the same amount of shares are traded, regardless. And the reason for that is because people will buy shares regardless of the price at any quantity that they can afford. It doesn't matter. Performance of a stock is what people are looking for. They're not looking about how much money they can put into a stock to trade a single share. They're looking for performance. They want to invest their money in things that are going to return money back to them. So it does not matter what price is. You don't buy AMC shares because they're $5. You buy AMC shares because you believe in the performance of the future of the company, and you believe it's going to profit you exponentially. That's why you buy them. Why do you think people were buying GME shares when the price went from $2 a share up to $400 a share? Why were they buying shares at $400? Because they believed in the price. That's why. You don't buy quantity of volume based off of the price. It never does. It never matters. So that's why you need to look at these kind of things, because when you have huge amounts of quantities of shares that are being traded on a daily basis on a stock, it tells you that there's something going wrong there. There's some kind of manipulation in volume that's incorrect. There's an imbalance, some kind of imbalance where shares are being traded abnormally. And so that's what you're getting at with AMC right now. You're getting a 15.85% of our volume being traded on a daily basis, when a normal stock should be less than 1%. A normal stock that's not being shorted. So that's your answer. Your long answer. Texas Aggie says, hey, good morning, Casey. 2 sizable OTC derivative credit swaps taken out on AMC less than 48 hours ago. First leg of these contracts expire on April 22nd, 2026. Are marked at $5 million plus. That sounds significant.
I think you were doing some numbers, KC, but we're blessed with yet again another member of our tribe who can speak with authority on a particular career path. We have a good old-fashioned butcher among us, Dragos. Sorry if I'm butchering your name, dude. Dragos shared with us that he's hails from Chicago and is a butcher. So if we have any questions about steaks,
Meat cuts.
steak preparation, any general, yes, I'm telling you, man, we have our tentacles are vast. Our web of influence, or a web of potential answer to potential questions on any number of things is very wide here. We've yet another topic that we can have a go-to resource. Glad to have you with us, Dragos.
Yeah, welcome. Good to have you.
Well, you'll be pleased to know, Dragos, that we are big meat eaters here. We're a long ways from a vegan. I'm not saying we don't have vegans among us, but they're smart enough to be quiet about it.
They're smart.
That was a joke.
That
Don't come at me. It's too early. Too early this morning, vegans. Too early.
Shots fired.
Low hanging fruit, and I'm stream of consciousness guy. So, but, we have probably a good 1% of our chat time here is devoted towards all things smoked, grilled, barbecued, or otherwise prepared for consumption. So we're glad to have you here.
Casey had a question.
Yes. Hold on a second. Let me cough real quick. All right, go for it.
All right. I was seeing this morning, like you said, we was looking at our volume and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we had our reverse split and all that. So I'd like to, I guess you can let people know, last time we hit $20-something a share, and then we hit 77 for a high.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now you said 1300 was going to be the high from our post split.
Well, no, I don't think I've ever given any prices on how high it can go.
Well, yeah. Well, no, I just looked at the chart this morning. That's what it showed.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying that the charts are saying that it hit 1300 because of the way that they've been modified to reflect the reverse split. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Does it really say 1300? Hold on a second. I'm just curious. I guess I really haven't been paying too much attention at that. Hold on a second. Let me just check it real quick here.
That's all.
Give me a second. I know it's not that I don't trust you. It's just I don't remember it being. Yeah, no, it's only 393.
Okay.
Yeah.
But still, well, my question is, don't we always retest levels that resemble that? Like when price runs, they always want to go touch it, retest it, and all that. So, not saying we couldn't hit that.
I don't want to place any kind of limitations on what price can and cannot hit. And the reason that I don't want to do that, I'm really careful about this, because when you start to place expectations on certain price numbers, the problem is that people get into a mindset of this is it, or it can't go any further, or it, or maybe they even think the other direction. It can only go further up, and I don't want to do that. I want people to be under the impression that you hold something incredibly valuable that somebody else wants. The more of it that you give up, the less of a chance you're going to get more. And I want that to be the overlying thought process through this entire thing. What you have, they want. If you want more price, you need to hold what you have. That should be the underlying message, not this is what price needs to retest. This is a floor. This is a ceiling. Those kind of thought processes are old ways of thinking in the marketplace, where it's, I want to just get mine before everybody else. This is something we're doing something entirely different here. And so you have to have a different methodology of thinking, and the thought process should be, I have the key to success. Do I give up that key to success for a certain price, or do I just wait until I see how high it can possibly go and let that be the determining factor? You see what I'm saying? And you got to have like a different kind of mindset.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say that that's what's going to, hit or what. I'm just saying, that's kind of like our 77 is what I'm saying. So, we could possibly touch it, come back down, like you said, big swings and everything. That's kind of what I'm.
I want you to think of price right now as being separated from the past. Price now does not equal the past at all. Potential for the future should not be based off of past numbers. The past is the past. This is now. Try not to focus on what happened in the past, because that's going to limit what it is that what you can get for the future.
Sounds good.
Cool.
All right, appreciate it. I'm going into work, so that's all I had a question on. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Kenny G wants me to look at Apple to see how much of it trades on and off exchange as an example. If I can, absolutely I can. Just for reference sake, let me put it up on the screen here. I'll just change GMEs because I already got it up here. It's not APLE. What is it? It's I always get Apple screwed up. I'll just put Apple in here. AP, that's not it either. Why do I always get Apple's messed up? Apple is AAPL. It always screws me up because of the AA part. AAPL. We'll go to exchange traded volume. Their off exchange traded volume, just as an example, yesterday using the same exact values that we normally look at, which is our off exchange and EDGX volume. They traded 43.75% going through off exchange, and EDGX was sitting at 3.51. Their total volume yesterday through off exchanges was 47.26%. Now, I don't know if that's normal, for them, or if it was a high amount or a low amount. But for AMC, I kind of expect to see like 64 on average every single day. Like that's just kind of an average number that I always put out there. Seeing 40, I would love if AMC could trade 47% of its volume through off exchanges. I think we would see price improvement every single day. Every single day. As a percent over here on the left-hand column, you can see off exchange on Apple over here, and it does look like they usually do run maybe like in the 44% range, maybe right around there for off exchange. EDGX usually averages somewhere between looks like it's right around like maybe 3.5, maybe 3.6, somewhere right around there. And then there's AMC. Oops, wrong page. $54% is what I expect to see at the end of a day, and that's pretty close to the average on what we've been seeing on off exchange. EDGX I expect to be somewhere between 10 and 11%, and that's actually been low for us lately. That's been much lower than that 10 to 11% value. But on a lot of days, off exchange on has been higher than that 54%, so it's been making up for the difference. There you have it. You guys are just trying to... Yukon and Food Hog are just trying to mess with me right now. I know it. You guys.
No, they would never do that. That's...
Oh, man. They're a little little spicy this morning. Yep, I'm going to take my break right now, Billy. Thanks for reminding me. Jay probably said something earlier, too. All right, let me put my message up on the screen here. I think Break Nation Sports was asking what scheduled appointments I had for the day today. I think he wants me to make one. I have none, believe it or not. But I'll try and find out if I can make one. But let's see here. So I will be back at 8:15, and we will go over price predictions for the day today. We got a tie between two guys right now on leaders on price predictions. So and that's Tech and Apex.
Excuse me.
So I will see you guys back here in a little bit.
If you don't mind, Admiral, leave our microphone turned on so we can chat between
Actually,
each other.
The morning period of time, I want to keep that off. I want to do.
Very well. Very well.
Yeah, I want to
Very,
keep,
very
because
well.
it gives me a chance to at least play that intro song at least once a day to get into
I forgot
predictions.
about that. No,
Yeah.
we can chat amongst ourselves back here. It's just frequently people will say we can't hear. Yeah, I
Yeah.
forgot about this song. No worries, man.
Yep.
No worries. You're the captain of the ship as we serve at your pleasure.
Well, thank you. It's just, I just want to make sure that, because going into market open, I got to do the price prediction, and so I want to have like a clear mind.
If we're all being honest here. Lately, I've been sleeping in like for the first 40 minutes of the show, so I'd like to hear the song myself. So
yeah,
it works better for me. Overall, it works better for me. So
all right, cool. I'll see you in a bit.
done deal. Enjoy your break.
Thank you. Let me put up the music on here, and I will see you guys in a bit.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Walls roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the grit and grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stop shots and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride along its stride. Our ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Bedded bed, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
All right, I'm back, and I'm looking at what I'm going to try and predict for price predictions for the day today. And one of the things that keeps sticking in my mind is that if truly we are indeed the bang phase of a suck, squeeze, bang, blow, day-over-day volume falling should be what we see happening, with price remaining relatively the same. I know it's a very broad word to be using relatively, but 519 was the magic number that we hit for the closing of the first day where we saw volume spiking. Basically, what I'm seeing here on a 5-minute, I guess a 30-minute time interval is a lot of specific points in here, and I'm sure that if I pulled up a lot of my different lines, a lot of different specific points in here where price movement is finding support and resistance based off of this time frame that I kind of took here as an example, and it does seem to be finding support and resistance off of these points. So if I get rid of that, where would be the next point that I kind of see where we find support and resistance at? And it kind of goes back to the 15th is what I'm kind of seeing here. The closing price on the 15th for that particular day was 548, I think. But let me just go back and verify. 15th closing price was 548. So 548 was the closing price. So the question becomes, do I think that we can see potentially price rising back up to that 548 range? Now notice I've got my gold number in here at 545. That's the magic number that we got to beat to start seeing price movement really starting to pick back up again. I do think volume is going to be larger today just based off of pre-market volume that we saw. I don't know if we'll close above 548. Or at 548. I feel like it's going to be a little bit less. Like the Fibonacci retracement that I've got in here says, there's a level of support and resistance at 538. I'm more inclined to kind of like pick that as maybe like a number to kind of base my prediction off of. So, all right, let's do it. 488 to 588. That's what I'm going to go with for price prediction for the day today. 488 to 588, and then let's see what the other guys have here. Twisty has got 445 to 545. Tech has 470. Well, he's going 476 for today. So let's see here. 520 or 426 to 526. And then we're just waiting on Apex. Let me see if he put something in here. Let me scroll up just a tad bit here. There's Apex. He's going 465 to 565. All right. That's what I got for price predictions for the day today. Bottom end of the stick is Tech with 426 to 526. Up from that is Twisty with 445 to 545. Apex is up from that at 465 to 565, and I've got 488 to 588. Let's see. We're looking at 50, 60. Is it 62 cents spread between us? It looks like it might be 62 cents. What did Apex put in? Yep, he put in 62 cents. That's the answer. All right. Should be an interesting day. And it is just about time. So I will see you guys on the other side of Market Open. Looks like Twisty is changing his number, 515. Wait, 515 for a close? I'm assuming he's... Okay, so he's changing it. It looks like he's changing to 465 to 565. All right, got you down. See you guys on the other side of Market Open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GT. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. Defeo. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. A singer in a smoky room, a smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. Their shadows searching in the night. Streetlights, people living just to find emotion. High
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is How Low Will Volume Compression Need to Go? That is the question. Let me show you something that's going on here. I think this is kind of important to see. I know you want to see the price movement of AMC here, but we'll come back to that here in just a minute. Let me drag another screen across to show you something, not this one. Let me bring over this one. Let's take a look here real quick at something. What you're seeing on this page here is price movement on a daily chart of AMC since going back to, I don't know, 2018. So it's a long time, right? A long chart showing up here. The history of AMC's price movement, what's been happening. But what I really want you to look at here is down on the bottom of the screen. What you're seeing is volume movement. Now, I want you to remember that there's been a reverse split right here where this S is. There's been a reverse split of 10-1 in shares. And so both the volume and price numbers have been modified to reflect that reduction of shares. So what does that mean? We've had more explosive volume now within the last couple weeks here than we've had ever before in the past. In comparison, true comparison. That's a big number. I know you can see it. It's on this page here, and it is signaling for something just absolutely massive. But that's not the important thing that I think that we need to be seeing here. It's something way, way more important than that. We're getting volume compression. And I've changed my simple moving average, which is the blue line. It's really hard to see right now, but we'll see a little bit better as I zoom in on this. I've changed my simple moving average to a 10 period time. And we're going to reduce this down to a 2-hour chart instead of a daily chart, because there's something really, really important to see on this 2-hour chart. We are going to go back in time to January and June or May-ish of 2021. And we're going to look at two different specific points in time. And I particularly want to focus on volume and price movement during the May run-up first. And then we'll go back and look at January afterwards, because I just want to kind of hammer something in here as a point that's probably a little bit easier to see on that May-June run-up. So here's your volume profiles leading into that price movement. And what you see happening is you see volume being very, very stable in here during that period of time. Little bump here and there, nothing crazy, right? And price kind of moving the same, just kind of sucking along here. And then you get this, you get to the bang phase that I've talked about on a couple different occasions, where you get both price and volume suddenly jumping quite a bit. But price relatively remains the same, relative. While volume falls during that period of time, you can see volume starting to fall here in the trend, and you can see it in the simple moving average that's moving down as well. Then suddenly it gets back down to, as I put my line here, or my crosshair on this, you can see that the volume levels got down to about what they were trading at previous to this explosion in volume, before all of a sudden spiking back up again with price, and it suddenly starts just taking off. And I want you to see that, because that also happened in January as well. And I'm going to zoom in on this portion in time. In January, the same kind of thing happened, where you had volume just kind of trading along here, nothing unusual happening. And then all of a sudden, one day, volume suddenly spikes out of nowhere, right? Spikes up and then comes right back down to about where it was before. And this is a compression of volume just before price really starts to take off. Massive jump moves in volume. Now, every single one of these points in time here in the past had these periods of time where you have this, what I like to refer to as the bang phase before the blow, because who doesn't like the blow? But each one of these had one of those, right? There's always this little period of time where you get this spike in volume, and then it comes crashing back down to basically what it was doing before, and then followed by another big, huge volume pump. Well, where are we at right now? And as I scroll over here, this is where we're at right now. We saw lots and lots of volume in here. Much higher quantities of volume being traded than the past. And I zoom in on this here. You see volume trending along here just quite nicely. Just kind of get every once in a while some spikes that are going on here, but nothing crazy. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, bam, just in your face, volume spiking massively, right? Like out of nowhere. And so, but right after that happened, and price also, right? Price also went up to 1330 and then came back down. We saw the average amount of volume during that period of time. I need to kind of expand this out a little bit here. You can see the average amount of volume happening here. I kind of put a white line in here about where maybe the average might be. Some of the points are higher than, some of the points are lower than this average point. It might actually be even just a little bit too high. But you can see the compression of volume. Big compression of volume. Very, very similar to what we've seen in the past, to where volume is getting down to the point to where it's almost basically where it was prior to the explosion in volume that we saw in price movement from the past. And this compression of volume tends to lead to more explosive volume in the future. That's what it usually tends to lead to. And so I just wanted to put this in here because I wanted you to see that not only is this large quantities of volume that, I mean, this is, I can't even begin to describe to you how much volume this was. We had, what days, let's go back to a daily chart on this real fast. Let's go back to 1 day chart and look at the volume that we had back here. As I shrink this down, our largest day of volume was on May 14th when we had approximately 137 million in volume. The equivalent of what this would have been like would be multiplying this by 10. So this would be the equivalent of basically 1.37 trillion shares traded pre-reverse split. And I hope that makes some sense as to why this looks so much bigger than what it does in the past. Kind of crazy. It's kind of nutty. What's going to happen? Can they suppress volume enough to keep this from driving out of control? I don't think so, but we'll see. I wanted to share that with you guys because I think volume and price are probably two of the biggest, most important things you can ever look at on a stock. Out of any trading indicator that has ever existed, those two things are probably really important things to be looking at. Currently, AMC's price is at $4.86. We are down 4.05% for the day today. We got a lot of red up on the page here. Hardly anything is showing up green at this point. We'll take a look at here numbers in about just a little over 15 minutes from now. I'm going to head back over to the back of the Big Tramp now that I'm done with my little monologue this morning. And let me take you over to that. Let's see here. Stepping back into the back of the Big Tramp, we have Pirate and Quack Quack. Good morning to you both again.
Hey.
Pirate's, I see Pirate is not listening right now, but he's got his headphones off, so he might be in the middle of doing something. Good to see you again. Oh, there he is. There's Pirate. He's back. Frank says, kind of nutty waiting for the blow. Aren't we all? Everybody is. Kevin Wantz says, did Casey say trillion? Did he mean to say trillion or billion? I said, you're right. I meant to say billion. My bad. You're absolutely right. I meant to say billion. What did I say? 1.3 billion? You're right. You're absolutely right. My bad. The total amount of shares that traded that day were 137 million. So you're right. 1.37 billion is what it would have been in the equivalency to. My bad. Sorry about that. Papa Bob says, Casey, my spidey senses are going off. Mr. Keyboard says, keep up the good work, Casey. Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's a negative there, Frank.
On the pool boy?
Yeah. The closest I get to the pool boys is when I hand them when I pay the bill, sign the check.
Do you wink at them?
No,
Okay.
I don't. Mrs. Pirate brings me the checks and I sign them. Close as I get.
Everybody seems to be calling Break Nation Sports BNS now. I think it's kind of funny. Did you know that when you're typing in somebody's name, for example, you can just type in, as you're going in there, you can put an @ sign, and then if you start to spell out their name, I only had to put a B and an R in there to do it. You can actually just start typing, and it should autofill for you. And then you can just continue on from there, and it just and then it puts it in so that I think it should highlight his name for him when he sees it. Don't know, in case I mean, that's the same thing as typing BNS. It's only 3 characters, and then you can get the full thing in there.
I prefer Sportster. I just call him the Sportster. I got some information this morning from Grub, new guy, new participant, said his real name is Peter, and he preferred to be called by that. So I said fine, and Pumpkin Eater it is. So I'm gonna go with Pumpkin Eater for him going forward.
Hunter's in the room. He's saying hi. How's it going?
Good morning, Hunter.
CPR, it did work. It's certainly a great way to get somebody's attention better, because it shows up as highlighted for the person, I think. See, like Frank Lehman put @FooDog, and it's not highlighted for me, but my guess is that it's probably highlighted for Foo. Oh no.
XS Fox, but do you don't need headphones. Your PC should have a speaker and a microphone on it. So, you mean if you don't want to come in here and spread good cheer, I understand, but not having a headphones, I don't think that should be preclude your participation. But, what do I know?
Well, he could do it on his phone, but he's probably tired, and he probably just doesn't want to talk, which I understand. BNS says, I think it's funny to call you BNS. It just sounds, if you say it fast enough, it sounds bad. Venus.
Venus.
He said Venus. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm so childish. I am so childish.
And this is how it begins. Venus it shall be. I'm sorry, Sportster, but you just lost your Sportster. I know Sportster sounds kind of cool as compared to Break Nation Sports, but I'm not going to be able to call you Sportster any longer. It's going to have to be Venus now.
Venus.
He said butt. He needs to lean into it, change his handle too.
Le JJ. Good morning, Le JJ.
I didn't know what to think. I woke up in Cleveland and all this hot talk of volume banging in your face. I didn't know what to do.
What else could you do? It's just...
Well, I didn't log on to this so quick, and then Nana started talking all dirty and stuff, and I was like, geez, Melise, this is just too early. At least let a guy wake up.
Yeah, good morning. Welcome to Vietnam. Nothing like the smell of napalm in the morning.
Up.
Yeah.
Let a guy get warmed up, Rub my back.
What are you, a chick?
Yeah, I guess so.
You got to be ready to go.
Let's check the pilot.
You want to cuddle first?
Yeah. Hey, say some nice things about me. Boy, you look like you've been working out.
I already bought you dinner.
God,
What else do I have to do? Jeez.
so racy around here. What's going to happen when it squeezes?
Oh man, everybody's gonna be going nuts. It's just gonna be a madhouse. Like you know how it's starting to get towards the end of the day when I'm closing out the day and just everybody starts just yelling out stuff. Like I
Over
literally,
each other, screaming and holler, getting real animated. You know.
yeah, I know when this thing really starts cooking off. I'm just gonna sit back in my chair and I'm just gonna let everybody else just do all because there's just gonna be everybody's gonna be saying stuff and going.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be nutty.
You think you're going to be able to communicate? Forget about it.
Yeah. Yep.
You'd be lucky if you can get a DM through to somebody back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
As for me, I'm looking forward to it. That uncontrolled excitement where people can't control their speech. I mean, I live in that world. That's one of my character flaws. I'm heavily medicated for that exact condition, but other people, it's triggered by that excitement, and I look forward to seeing it happen.
And not to change the subject, because God knows we all want to talk about bang and blowing, but in Atlanta this weekend, there's something, and I apologize to the dorks for getting this wrong if I am, something called MomoCon. One of these things where people get together and
The
do
dorks.
stuff about. Yeah, the dorks. I'm sorry.
All right.
Enthusiasts of cartoons and comics. I
Mhm.
think it is. I didn't mean to say dorks. It's like saying the R word, and I apologize. But they showed like the floor of the convention center where they're all going to meet for DorkCon, and I swear to God, there was a replica of the Big Tramp.
No
And
kidding.
yeah, okay. Is the Big Tramp actually? Was it? Oh Christ! What was the cartoon with Scooby Doo?
Yeah, Scooby Doo.
Is it the Scooby Doo van?
No,
Is that actually the Big Tramp?
no, it is not. No, far from it. In fact, let me
Because it
pull up.
looked like the Scooby Doo van on television, and the stripes look really similar.
I'll pull it up. Hold on a second. Oh, son of a bitch! It is. Son of a. So
And I don't
okay,
know-
no, hold on a second. So let me get this straight here. The actual van that's used in the so first off, I'm just gonna take a screenshot of what I got going on here, but the actual van that's used in the cartoon is not. But somebody, and I'll bet you this is the same exact vehicle that you just saw, but somebody did take something that looks a lot that probably is the Big Tramp and made it look just like it. But
Yeah, it looked like a 1980 Dodge van that would be. They only showed like the front door forward when the news people were walking through. But as soon as I saw it, I'm like, "Ooh, the Big Tramp."
yeah. So just out of for your own
That's a pretty good mystery machine right there.
yeah, just for your own I guess curiosity or whatever you want to call it. The Big Tramp is actually a VW. In case you didn't know, vehicle. It is a
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it is a Volkswagen. Yeah. So here's another image that I just found as well. I think the side image is the same one that I just posted up here, and then somebody actually did like an American-made Dodge, or I don't know what this is exactly, but this is probably more of an American-made van here, and then it's got a bunch of the cartoon characters in the windows. But this is probably the one right here that you saw, and that may actually be could be very much a VW. Yeah.
Turtle, he's claiming that the Ford Econoline 400 was the original mystery machine, and I think he might be correct on that.
Yeah, I don't think it was a VW, but somebody sure made that VW look like it.
There, that's a Voyager. That's a Dodge Voyager on your left-hand side there.
Ah, I was right. It is Dodge. Nice. I guessed.
Yeah, I had one of those. Yeah.
MCon says the Big Tramp has foreign plates also. It does. But if you zoom in, and you may not be able to see this, but if you were to zoom in on that somehow, it actually says Casey Shaw on it. I know it's hard to see, but it really does say Casey Shaw on the plates.
Yeah, the one in Atlanta too. When I saw it, unfortunately, I can't see your pictures. I can only do one or the other. It wasn't white with the stripes. It was kind of a beige-ish color with the stripes.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to apologize. I won't be going to Dorkdom Saturday to get a close-up.
You're saying you're not going to, or you are? You're not going to?
I won't. No.
Okay.
I'm allergic to that much Comic Con.
Okay.
I think it's an age thing.
I went to an Arcadia Con, which was a YouTuber Minecraft type thing. I think, I don't know, Hunter could probably fill you in as to what it is more. But I did it for Hunter and Bradley. They had a couple different YouTubers that they liked watching. And we went to this Arcadia Con, and it's supposed to be for arcade games, I guess, or something like that. But anyways, they stood in these lines to meet their favorite YouTubers, and it was just the most craziness I've ever seen. I've never seen anything quite like it. I waited in some of the lines so the kids could go around and do like a lot of the other things, and it was just, I've never seen so much craziness to just meet a person. I just thought it was too much, but I did it, for them.
If Hayden was the age where he said I wanted to go, I would take him. But I think if I asked him to go to this one, he would look at me and go, "Yeah, right."
Not this one.
No, not this one.
Food dog.
Stella. She thinks she has a hard time picturing me in a minivan, and I should tell you, Stella, that as a young man, there was a hotel in Cincinnati that ordered some vans from Dodge. They ordered the Voyager extended version, which was a longer van that's custom made. They had 4 bench seats, 4, mind you, and then the 2 buckets up front, and it would seat easily 14 to 16 people. They ordered 3 or 4 for the restaurant or the hotel, and the dealership got 5 in, and my dad happened upon it. And because I had myself and 3 brothers, he bought it to schlep us around town in, and my dad rarely loaned us his vehicle to date in and what have you. But on the rare occasion where I got to borrow that van, I was quite popular. There were guys with Corvettes, Trans Ams, all of that. But if I could talk the old man out of that van for a Friday night, because of the fact that it was practically a bus, I mean, you can imagine with 4 bench seats and the 2 buckets, how many people you could slam in that. So yeah, I've had quite a few flight time hours in the old vans.
My dad bought a 1980 silver Dodge extended van, put the bubble top on it, had that big windows on the side, and you had to have that door, the sliding door. We had 4 captain's chairs and the bed in the back.
Oh, that's a shaggin' wagon there. Yeah, that's a love machine. Yeah, the thing that my dad had was all windows. It was like what you would buy for a hotel to schlep people back and forth to the airport. Yeah. But it had windows all the way around. It had a huge bench seat in the back.
Dude,
like I said, you can look them up.
Look, your idea that you had here is coming. It's happening with micro. Holy shit! Are you seeing this?
What's that?
Fort Worth, Texas, May 23rd, 2024. Trinity Broadcasting Network, Fathom, Impact Productions, and Micro Works announced the release of Something to Stand For with Micro premiering in theaters nationwide beginning June 27th. It says here, Micro, Something to Stand For, American favorite storyteller shares untold stories of American heroes in theaters June 20th.
Say somebody stole my idea. I'm not going to say. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be that guy.
That's crazy. We literally talked.
What's the chances that somebody else had this same concept that we did? Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's crazy. No, you had to be there. I'm not even going to.
What the hell? That's crazy.
I can't begin to speak on that.
Something to stand
Go back
for.
And find the tape.
Something
documented. There's a tape out there.
Something to Stand For promises to be a journey like no other as Rowe takes viewers on a captivating adventure that uncovers some of the lesser known stories in American history. From the American Revolution to World War II, the Civil Rights Movement, and beyond, viewers will be fascinated by the accounts of the brave men and women who gave us something to stand for. Quote, this project is a tribute to American spirit, excuse me, and the heroes who helped shape our country. Says Rowe, I'm excited to share these untold stories and highlight the extraordinary sacrifices made by these remarkable individuals. Holy crap, man, this is it. This is what we talked about.
I'm not going to say I'm so pissed. If you know, people. For those of you who are there, preach on, Casey. Just preach on, man. You
Holy
know
crap.
This belonged to us. That was my concept. That was our deal for Adam Aaron. Every aspect of
didn't
that.
we send out a tweet on it? I swear we sent out a tweet on it.
Somebody go find the tapes.
I swear we submitted a tweet to Adam Aaron on this. I swear we did. I know.
I will take it to my grave that was taken from us. There is no way that at this point in time that it's coincidental, that it's just a coincidence that all of that's coming to pass. Think about it, and not just in vague concept. Every single part of that.
Wow.
What are you going to do, man? You probably weren't there that day.
Well, let me see if I can find it. My
doing
tweet.
Your best to tear up a jet plane or something somewhere, but we had Casey and I spent
killing the shocks.
We built some content. Yeah, we turned the brakes off of a 747 or something. But we had spent a long time about it. I had this concept of how we could make content, because Adam Aaron could use some of the company money to have a production company to honor military veterans. And my concept was focused specifically on Medal of Honor winners, that there were so many Medal of Honor winners that you could do shorts, and you could use them as like a pre-movie at AMC theaters. It could be an homage to the finest our country's ever produced. And then the group pulled together like we do as a think tank, and I think maybe everyone participated in how we could do this thing. It was going to be a storytelling site type thing where it was a generator for content, that because there's 285 Medal of Honor winners, you had 285 stories that you could tell. And then we spent a great deal of time that day talking about how it could all be put together. It could be economical, and it was in an effort to make more money with the AMC theaters.
There it is.
And now Casey's I'm flabbergasted.
April, that was a month and a half ago. CEO Adam, AMC shareholders have an idea for you in a 15 to 20 minute before feature film showing a highlight video of the life and heroism, documenting one of the 3,563 Medal of Honor recipients only at AMC theaters as an in-house production. There it is.
Oh my.
We put that out April 5th.
They're listening.
April 5th, we put that out.
Yeah, we can take pride in that. That's our work right there. We may never see it. We're never going to see a penny from it. We're never going to see a credits. We're not going to be listed in the credits or given any pat on the back for generating that idea. But that was ours. Nobody's going to convince me otherwise.
You know what happened, Pirate? you banished somebody to the Netherlands, and he happened to be a film guy, and he's just doing it. Somebody that we disintegrated. He wanted to talk to you about it. He said, "I'll show you. I can't come back in the channel. I'm going to make a movie."
That's crazy. That's awesome. I love micro.
Well, I knew it was a good idea. In fact, you're the one that took it, Casey. You're like, Pirate, if you're too lazy to do something with this, I'm going to send a message out. And I was like, I know it's the truth. I was too lazy to even bang a message out, but I had the initial concept, and then we spent an hour talking about how we refined it and talked about it, and we took it through 2 or 3 iterations of how it could be structured, and it seemed like a slam dunk. I remember specifically saying I could sell this so easily if I could get an elevator pitch to somebody in Adam Aaron's orbit. I could make this dog hunt, and I'm proud of that. That's all right. I know.
Papa Mac says if the movie is out this year, Papa Mac says if the movie is out this year, it means the concept was started years ago, and it's more than likely true that it was a working concept beforehand. We only got our idea out April.
Is it already out? Is it already out, or I thought they just announced?
They're announcing it. Start on it. Yeah, they're announcing that they're starting. Well, no, it sounds like it's coming out later this year.
Oh, well, that's fair enough. Yeah, that's true, Papa Mac. If it's already in the can, if all this is done, then for whatever reason, maybe that's just the way the universe works, that we struck on the same idea at the same time. But I don't know. I'd like to think it was ours and ours alone.
Still cool though.
At least I can take solace in the fact that we were on the right track. Something that we had thought was a workable idea. Apparently, somebody else who has the ability to put such things into play, so that it gives us a little street cred, I guess.
It's still a good idea. I like it. I think it's really cool. I think more than ever. Really, I think history is forgotten in this country, and I think that if we can reinvigorate the idea of people going out and watching or listening and learning about the past, and knowing the past is the power of the future. Because if you can understand what happened in the past and understand why we got to where we are, and try to avoid some of the mistakes from the past, that's ultimate power right there. It's really about learning from the past, and I think it's great. I think it's an awesome idea. I'm pumped, man. I'm so excited. I want to see it. Hunter says, I'm so pumped I gotta get a Red Bull. Hunter says, knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. All right, hold on. I gotta go get a Red Bull. I'm so pumped I gotta get a Red Bull. Be right back.
Yeah. Isn't that the wrong thing to do when you're fired up to have a Red Bull?
Oh, I got big cans.
Nah, he has to do a line of Coke.
I was about to. That's the.
I got big cans today. I don't have a small little tiny can. I got a big one. One of the 12 fluid ounces. Stella, mind your own business. Don't tell me how to live my life.
Right.
Was that some Red Bull hate?
Yes. I haven't even started drinking yet. Let me get amped up first, and then let me respond.
I did just say as you walked away, I don't know if the thing you want is a Red Bull when you're already amped.
So ADD, the way it works, it's like opposite. It actually kind of calms you down. Like coffee for me, it actually calms me down, brings me down into an area where I can focus and doesn't have like a bunch of misfires going on all at once, because your brain's like just scatterbrained all over the place. It really kind of like focuses you in on one particular subject. So like a lot of these kind of things where they might amp somebody up normally, for me is a calmer, because it's just I don't know why. It's like I've got backwards wiring.
That's one of the things about biology and chemistry. Is not every chemical reacts the same way. That's why different drugs affects people differently. And I'm with you, Casey. I can drink a cup of coffee, and if I choose to go to sleep, I can go right back and go to bed.
I literally, to go to bed, if I want to have like a beautiful night of sleep, drink a cup of coffee before I go to bed.
Animated dreams, yeah. Animated good dreams.
And it'll just knock me right the heck out, because if I'm already tired, if I am tired and I drink a cup of coffee, it's just going to make me be able to think about just sleeping instead of having my brain firing off in a million different directions all at once. And it'll just calm me down and make me feel good.
I shared it with you guys, but I gave up when I gave up beer almost 3 years now. When I put the alcohol down for the last time, I just for the hell of it, I put down the Coca-Colas and the Dr. Peppers too, and I dropped like 12 pounds instantly. And it's just amazing. Just from all I drink now is ice water, coffee. I have one cup of coffee in the morning with you guys, you good folks, and then for the remainder of my days, it's ice water. I really enjoy ice water with a lot of abundance of ice in it. But it was amazing to me how something as simple as just deleting a particular item from my diet could just do. And I didn't change another thing. Believe me, I'm a sloth. I just sit. I love being in comfort. So take it for what it's worth, man. 12 pounds for giving up Coke and beer.
Well, I'm getting asked.
Gummies are low calorie, man. There's not a lot of calories in gummies.
I just got asked about the 545 target point in there, the golden line, and it's actually past time for numbers. So I'll get into the numbers here and talk about it, but I'll just briefly just state that the 545 number is the magic number for both the 1 hour and the 4 hour Ichimoku trend lines, and where they're suggesting where buying pressure should start coming from. So if we see price rise above 545, we should get additional buying pressure that's going to kick in, and cause price to continue to rip even further. So that's the golden number for the day today. It's a kind of a key target number that's going to give us a additional added pressure to try and move price. But it is time for these numbers. So let me take you over to the other page here so you guys can see what's going on with these numbers. So give me 1 second here to log into my account. I guess it's a good time to remind you guys, since I have to log into my account, two-factor remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it set up for your account, you may want to get that set up, as it could prevent somebody from being able to get into your account during a very crucial time. If your broker allows you to set up a secondary device to receive that access code that you get for two-factor authentication, you might want to set that up as well, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, the most important message that I have to give to you guys here is that anytime something changes with your statement, with your portfolio, you need to request from your broker a copy of your statement for your portfolio. Please do this. Keep a copy of your records for yourself someplace. Maybe even put it on a secondary device just in case. Email it to yourself so it's sitting in the cloud somewhere. I don't care how you do it, but just make sure you have multiple copies of it so you know what it is that you hold. Do not rely on your broker to keep or hold that responsibility of knowing what it is that your position is. It's your responsibility, not your broker's, yours. It's your holdings. It's your responsibility. Don't let them just take all the blame, because I guarantee you, if you don't know what it is that you're holding and they just tell you it's a new number, you're going to be pissed and you won't have anything to prove it. So let's take a look at what we got going on with these numbers here. Price prediction tally points. I'm in the back, man. I'm trailing this week here. I need to pick me up on price predictions, because I'm losing it. But we have Tech and Apex with 4 points for the week here. Twisty's got 3. I've got 2. Price predictions for the day today. The low man on the totem pole is Tech at 426 to 526. Twisty's got 463 to 563. Apex has 465 to 565, and I'm on the top end at 488 to 588. Those are the price predictions for the day today. It's not Menace financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes trying to figure out what we think price is going to close at day over day. Yesterday's volume was higher than my 35 to 55 million shares predicted at 62.3 million shares. The important thing about this is that the day before we had 67.2 million shares. We had higher short exempt volume yesterday, even though our volume was lower by 5 million. We had more short exempt volume. So short exempt volume coming in at 1.513. I think it was like 1.2 or 1.1. I think it might have been 1.1 million. Actually, I can just pull it up. Hold on. We went from 1.17 million to 1.513 million. So quite a big jump, considering the fact that our volume for the day was less. Doesn't make much sense. Utilization is down again to 60.28%. We'll talk about that here in a minute. Day-over-day price increase, we were up 8.82% for the day yesterday. That's one of 3 days being over 5%. We only need to be up today about a little less than 2%. 1.2% would be enough to get us over 10%, would give us 2 out of 3 days being over 5% per day on average. Max Pain, I know it says $4 on the chart right there. That is not what Max Pain is. I have this set up on a future date here, so let me put it back to the correct date. 450 is Max Pain for this week. Going forward, we already looked at it earlier this morning. If you want historical documents, go back to the beginning portion of this morning's live stream, and you'll find those. But max paying going out to 621 is $4 going on from here on out for AMC. So every 50 cents that we're higher than $4 going forward beyond this Friday is going to be ripping faces off of institutions that are betting on a $4 close. Let's take a look at what we got going on for exchange traded volume so far this morning. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX would be between 10 and 11%. We have approximately 59.89% going through off exchange, EDGX at 11.51. The combined total, 71.4% of volume going through those exchanges when normally be at 54. So 17.4% of our volume, more volume going through those exchanges this morning. We would be at a much higher price had it not been for this volume going into those exchanges. CHX volume for the day today is at 5,174. It's a pretty low number. Anything over 30,000 gets me excited. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 14,894 shares. Nothing unusually large going on there. Shares available to be borrowed. According to IBKR, there has been only returned shares this morning besides the initial 50,000 shares that were borrowed this morning. So that's it. Only 50,000 shares borrowed from IBKR. There was a period of time where fees increased from 3.98% to 4.46%, but now they're back down to 3.87%. Institutional ownership earlier this morning was being reported at 85.353 million. It is still the same value, no change. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for AMC for the day today is coming in at a $5 strike. That's where it was yesterday. We currently have 13.4 thousand contracts in volume. More than likely, that's calls that are being closed, I would imagine, since we're only 1 day away from those expiring, and they are now technically in the money. So long as those are closing out, it's going to kind of cause us to stall out and price it around that $5 strike. It may even push us down underneath 5, only because of the fact that closing of call positions is bearish, and it will help to push the price down. If those call positions do not continue to close, then we may see price start to resume an upwards trend. What we really want to be watching for is the puts that are closing out, potentially. We don't know for sure what the volume is. We don't know if it's closing of positions or new positions being created. But in total right now, the highest amount of volume in puts is at a $4.50 strike. Yesterday it was at 4, so it's definitely up 50 cents. And so far for the day, we've got about 4,000 contracts at 4.5. So the market's kind of suggesting a closing price by the end of the day today based off of current volume levels, a close somewhere between $4.50 and $5. Taking a look at going over to the other screen here. Again, if you want historical records of both AMC and GME's numbers for options, I do post those in the morning. You can go back historically and check that out if you want to. Let's see here. Let's go to, that's not the chart I wanted. This one. Give me 1 second. And here we go. Ortex reporting about 122,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. That's really not going to impact the estimated short share interest of the free float too much, which is at 12.48%. Cost of our mens at 3.14, average is 5.48, and max is 6.2. Shares on the loan for the day today is at 64.86 million shares. That's approximately 8.44 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex has estimated about 3.05 million of that was in closed short interest. Let's take a look at what some of these numbers are looking like here. There is a couple different conclusions to be made from what's happening with some of this data that I see. So we're seeing a big drop here in utilization. And what that usually, it can mean two different things. One, it can mean either there's more shares available to be borrowed, or it can also mean that some shares were returned, also making more shares available to be borrowed. It could mean a couple different things. So utilization this particular point is dropping from 64.08 day over day to 60.28. Well, on loan amount is confirming that shares were returned yesterday from about 8.4 1.44 million of them, from 73.3 on loan to 64.86. That, as a result, means that Ortex is going to estimate that the short share interest of the free float is dropping as a result, and so they've made an estimate that it dropped by basically 3.05 million shares, and as a percentage from 13.29% to 12.46%. What this means, what does this mean about the age, right? We want to know about the age of these loans. Were these newer positions or older positions that were being closed out? On loan average age per day dropped from 43.64 to 40.53. What that kind of tells me is that they're still closing out older positions as the average age per day is dropping, which tells me that somebody's trying to get out of the way of price running, because anytime you have short interest that's open, when price starts to run, that's really, really, really bad, because there is infinite losses on price moving upwards when you hold short interest. So somebody's trying to get out of the way of what appears to be a train that's coming. And that's what I'm seeing from these numbers. Security lending volume day over day is dropping from 23.85 million down to 17.53 million. Earlier this morning, the way I kind of did this as a representation is I said, okay, well, oftentimes when you see security lending volume spiking and on loan average age per day dropping, that's somebody trying to get out of the way of a price increase that's coming. And a way you can kind of look at that, let me see if I can zoom this out just a tad bit here, just to kind of make it a little easier on the eyes. One of the ways you can see that is perhaps maybe like right here in this time frame. Right here you can see average age per day on the loans went down here with a spike in security lending volume, and then shortly thereafter their bottom was found and the price started rising up. You can go back to a couple different periods of time where you see some big spikes in price and see the same things kind of happening. Let's see here. Here's another one right here. This actually had the on-loan average age per day had a couple different dips in here, but it was still averaging higher amounts. But the security lending volume did spike as price was starting to rise. You can see the bigger spike is probably right around here, or the spike correlating to this price movement upwards was probably right here. Let's see where else. We got this spot in here. Here's one right here where you got a big drop in on-loan average age per day with security lending volume spiking, finding a bottom in price, and then another spike back up. So it's a common theme. Here's one right here. A little bit of a drop in on-loan average age per day, big spike in security lending volume, and there's their spike in price right in there. Some people are probably going to want to go back to 2021. Here's your security lending volume spiking right here with on-loan average age per day dropping, and then shortly thereafter price ripping. And then January is back here. I mean, there was just a whole mess of security lending volume that spiked before the January run-up, and a massive drop on-loan average age per day from 53 days down to about 17 days. So lots and lots of return positions during that period of time, and it's spiking. The one thing that I just want to kind of point out to you is this doesn't mean that shorts are completely covering their positions, or some people are saying covering, but it's actually closing their positions. This is just them getting out of a way of a run that's coming. The on-loan amount, I'm quite confident will return to newer highs going on in the future as we go back in the past and we look and see that every single time after price has ran, the on-loan amount has always trended back up again. It always drops before those big runs, and then starts to return back to wherever price or wherever on-loan amount was previous. This whole mess right here had to do with Ape, for those of you who were here, and a little bit of it had to do with some dilution, which is why you didn't see a big price spike there. But this right here is from our current spiking price, and is much, much bigger than anything that we've seen in the past, as you can see from the volume at the bottom down here. Just to look at GameStop really quickly, so far for the day-to-day on GameStop, 1.55 million shares borrowed. Cost per min 4.33, average 4.96, and max 6.74. SSR trigger price for the day today on AMC, there's approximately is at $4.55 for GME. It's at 1901. For the day today on AMC, we have 228.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 79.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 129.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 13.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. GameStop, 220,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 40,000 contracts that are in the money. 106.2 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 34.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for on this list. GME is on here. Look at this buy-sell ratio. 71.57% buys to 28.43% sales. That is smoking hot. AMC also on the page. We're struggling right now with our buy-sell ratio. That does happen oftentimes in the beginning portions of a run in price. Hopefully we can get rid of this after about a day or two's worth of trading. Yesterday we had more selling than buying going on. Today we got currently 50.1% of our orders are buys to 49.9% selling. Ooh, look at that. We just had a spike on bond rates. And the 10-year driving back up over that 4.5%, or, well, I mean, it's driving up towards that 4.5% mark there that I've got down. That's a critical mass point. Let's see here. On the 2-year, actually, what is MMRI? Earlier it was 287.54. It's now 292.58. As that number gets closer to 300, we enter into extreme risk territory, which means that we just suddenly saw a lot of risks start showing back up in the market for the future here. 292.6. This probably means that something happened with treasuries, I would imagine. Spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. .456. Earlier this morning when we started out the day, it was .449. So not too much of a difference. Both the 2-year and 10-year are spiking. NASDAQ is up 0.6, Dow Jones is down 0.71, and the SP 500 is up 0.1. We have 3,809 decliners to 1,512 advancers. The market is on fire. Hot lava, don't touch the floor or it'll burn your feet. Nasty. Let's see what else we got going on here. Oh, sectors that are doing well for the day today, too. We have technologies, followed by a recessionary sector of energy. The worst performing sectors for the day today are utilities, also a commodity that is sector that should be recessionary, is doing the worst, followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are green. Lots of big news on NVIDIA from yesterday. A lot of people suggesting that NVIDIA is the next Enron. I cannot even begin to tell you like how many people I see that are suggesting that their books are getting cooked. So be on the lookout for that. I'm not gonna go talking about much more than that, I don't think. Financial institutions plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change are going to be given a shout out here. FRC is down 4.76. Bit of red going on here. Charles Schwab is down 3.12. And that's it. Gold is currently down 1.16 and trending down. Silver is down 1.51. It's changing a lot and trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 5.42 and going on here? This currently is trending up. It's definitely breaking a trend, a downtrend that it was in. There's a little something going on here, and I'm not sure if you guys are seeing this like I am. For anybody in the back of the big tramp, you're more than welcome to answer and beat everybody in the chat. But for anybody in the chat, what do you see? First person, 5 points. What do you see there? Anybody? I got a cup and handle, head and shoulder. Yes.
Yeah, the head and shoulder is a little on the weak side. The left hand shoulder doesn't perfectly match up with the right hand shoulder.
Yeah.
But I can make an argument for a head and shoulder there.
Yeah, head and shoulders for sure. Yeah, I see it too. And what do you see? It is.
Make an argument for a cup and handle after
Food Dog's got it. Food Dog got the points. Exploding Kitten.
Right.
Exploding Kitten right here.
If you take the head and shoulders and isolate that, and then take the remainder, the last portion of that, it's a kind of a cup and a handle. You got the fall all the way down with that soaking wick, and then it comes back up and peaks again, and then you have a little handle on the end. So yeah, you got 3 examples. There's this exploding kitten, head and shoulders right there, and then you have a cup and handle at the end. I'm taking a little liberties with the cup and handle. But
so the interesting thing about this this head and shoulders with the exploding kitten in here is that we saw the same thing play out on silver like just yesterday. I think it was. Let me pull it up on silver real quick here, because I had mentioned this the exploding kitten and head and shoulders on this. This is right here. It's right here. When was this? This was back on 5/17. Okay, it wasn't just yesterday. My sense of time is apparently gone. Back on 5/20, it had an exploding kitten right here with the head and shoulders, but it didn't. The head and shoulders, usually the trailing shoulder, should be lower than the left-hand side shoulder, the leading shoulder, and it didn't happen. And then we saw this trading that just went sideways for a while, right? And what I said to you guys was that usually an exploding kitten and a head and shoulders leads into price falling back down to where it was trading before, and then usually a little bit further down, so like 29.50. Well, it just had a bunch of consolidation that went on here, like somebody was buying into it, and now it's finally getting that breakout and heading back down here. So we're starting to see that play out. It just took way longer than normally on these patterns. This exploding kitten and head and shoulders in here didn't play out right on time, and that's starting to look like the exact same thing that's happening on Ethereum Classic right now, where the trailing shoulder, in this particular case, the trailing shoulder is a little bit lower than the leading shoulder. The kitten's back here, the price movement beforehand that's consolidating might be right around perhaps maybe 30.97. But price is starting to it was starting to fall in that direction, but then suddenly started recovering. So something's pushing this normal pattern for price movement down to that support level back down below the kitten head. The exploding kitten head is artificially being propped up right now. Like, this is not how the pattern's supposed to play out. So we might see a period of time here where crypto, at least for Ethereum Classic, does the same routine as what silver just got done doing, where you have this period of time of consolidation in here that just kind of goes sideways for a bit and then drops out of nowhere. It just takes off going down. So we'll watch this play out, because I am curious as to whether or not this is going to complete the pattern of falling back down into that 30.5 range down there. But I just wanted to point out 5 points to Foo for that one. Nice job, man. It is definitely an exploding kitten. You got it. Anytime you see the head and shoulders, look for that exploding kitten beforehand. If you do see that exploding kitten beforehand, look for price to try and get back down to that, wherever that supporting level was, just below the kitten head. Price should come back down and retest that, and if it breaks through there, it's going to go lower. The US dollar taking off. Let's see, what time did this happen at? Right around, let's say 9:47. We'll say 9:47. Let's go back to nine. Well, hello, Diesel.
Tell him D's. He says good morning.
What was I going to look at? Oh yeah, I know. 9:47. Let's see here. I have my chart on a 10-minute interval, so the 2-year and 10-year bond rate's 9:30. Let me put it back on a 1 minute and see if it's about the same exact time that that we see that. 9:44. So 3 minutes before the bond rates started rising, the bond rate started rising 3 minutes before we started seeing this big spike in the U.S. dollar. So something's going on here in the Treasury. I just saw an alarming report that said, and I'm sure a lot of this has to do with taxes, but apparently the Fed had like $7-something trillion in there on the books, and that was like in February, I think that was, and then 2 months later in April, they're showing like a couple billion on the books. Like they literally burned through like $7.5 trillion or $7.25 trillion in 2 months, which should be massively alarming. Anyways, moving on. Oil currently down 1.66, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.37 to 0.45 and are trending down. SPY is up 0.16. SPY, no joke. SPY is up 0.16. It is trending down. And on 10.67 million shares. So the SPY is trending down. The only reason it's up right now is because of what happened overnight. This gap up right here and the push to a new 52-week all-time high at 534.01 was a lead up for actual volume that's going to drop price. And I kind of mentioned this earlier this morning that I felt like this was going to be a response to a known drop in price on this. It was to help alleviate from the movement that was going to happen at market open. And sure enough, market open, and it drops from, let's see, market open was 532 down to 529. So it's still up right now. Like it's basically this move right here supported a non-move from what happened at market open on 10.7 million shares traded so far, which is obviously higher volume than usual at this current pace. After 68 minutes of trading, we're looking at SPY doing about 61.3 million shares traded by the end of the day. That's obviously going to drop some more. If the SPY closes green again today on something less than 60 million shares traded, which at this point is going to be the case, still, it's just craziness. It's absolute craziness. VIX is down 1.38. It gapped down at market open? No way. Holy crap. Okay, at market open it gapped down. And then has climbed ever since then back up again and is being crushed back down. So I mean the overall trend is still down right now. At 12.12, the futures on the VIX are suggesting it should be about 13.38, so a full point higher than where it's at right now. It's this VIX. It's just this is nuts. This is just absolute nuts. VTI is up 0.09 and trending down. VB is down 0.74 and consolidating after a trend down at market opens. A couple gap downs. Tesla is down 1.93 and trending down. Amazon is up 0.04. Recovery after almost identically copying the SPY. Cinemark is up 0.96 and trending up. Doge is down 5.09, trending down. Bitcoin is down 2.12, trending down. GME is down 4.73 and is trending down. HYMC is up 0.44. The overall trend over the last day or so has definitely been a downtrend. Right now, I'd say it's consolidating. NCMI is up 1.67, is trending up. Hood is down 0.15 and is consolidating after a downtrend, followed by a little bit of a recovery. And AMC is down 0.99, a little bit of a failure in the beginning portion of the market, followed by a recovery, and then just kind of trending back down again. So stabilizing. I just call it consolidation at this point. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $3.2 million more outflow than inflow, 16.04 million shares traded after 71 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace right now for about 88.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Looks like my prediction is going to be a little bit on the high side based off of the current volume, but do note that yesterday that looked like it was going to be the case when I suggested 35 to 55 million. We ended up closing in the last hour and a half of trading. Enough volume came through to close us up above the volume predictions that I had at 62 million. So, but currently it's right in the wheelhouse of my prediction on volume. That'll go down. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 54.01, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 62.78, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 63.9, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 53.76, which is just slightly above average. On the 1-hour time interval, for Ichimoto, what were the magic numbers for the day that we needed? 485. Why? 485 happened to be where base is. It's actually 484, but we need to keep price above the base. You can see that price on this very first attempt on the conversion line did touch down on base very temporarily. I'm sure that was to try and dissuade current new investors from coming in. Lagging line is above price line. That's good. Conversion's above base. That's good. We just need to get off this conversion line here and continue to head upwards, which is a strong possibility. Do note that what these clouds are telling you right here is that there's going to be a period of time where there's some downwards momentum, and I would say that's this right here, followed by a sharp increase in price coming, and then after that there's going to be another perhaps lull like this here in price movement. We'll have to see how it plays out, but I would imagine that this right here is going to cause it to turn into a red cloud in the future, and this cloud may end up looking like this one right here. It'll pinch off, and we may see some, I guess maybe some people might call these flag and pennants, but that's not really what they are. And not enough time here, I don't think. Yeah, too much time in between. I guess maybe if I take out the extended hours, maybe. It's close. It's close. I'm going to say I don't think it is, but stair-stepping. On a 4-hour time interval, lagging line is on price line. Conversion is technically above base right now. What we really need to see in order for this to turn into a big buy signal is we need to get this lagging line above price line. The next candle here's top of the candle is at $5.30. It was $5.45 earlier that we needed to get above, and throughout the day today, it's just going to get lower and lower and lower on that price that we need to have in order to stay or get a signal for a buy signal. Remember, on this indicator here, all we have to do is be outside of a cloud, have the conversion above the base and the lagging line above price line to become a buy signal. So we got a long distance above where we're at to where the cloud is to where there would be a stop signal. We're not sure which way the price is going to move from there. So there's a lot of opportunity from today, tomorrow, Tuesday next week, because we have a 3-day weekend, and Wednesday. All those days have very strong potential as long as price were to drive above the existing price line, become opportunities for investors to start buying in, short-term investors. It looks good. I'd rather cross through at a thinner portion of cloud than a thicker portion. but I don't have any control over that, obviously. So the magic number, somebody was asking about this earlier, why 545? Because we got to get the price above the lagging line above the price line in order for this to become a big buy signal, and that's going to be at 545 for the beginning portion of today. And that's where we stand. I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Bollinger Bands are going to pinch down. We're about 15 minutes away from the period of time where we usually have a lot of reduction in volume. How do you reduce volume? From an institutional standpoint of view, you trade price sideways. So we're going to see volatility pinch down. Probably price try to remain very close to wherever it's at as we're moving into that 15-minute period of time from now. And it may last that way for a larger portion of the day until the end portion. So watch for things to maybe become a little boring. You can see where most of the volume's been at. For the day, it's been at around $4.52. Yeah, maybe not. Most of our volume's been at 504. And with that, now I'm finally done. Thank you. Who is that? Let's see.
That was quite. We need some more numbers.
Funky Pizza. Good morning to you. How's the? I had a name last night that I came up with that I was going to call your daughter instead of by her actual name. I was going to say the and I forgot it. I forgot what the name was, but it had something to do with poop. Just because that's all they do. Like those first couple weeks, it's just poop and eat and poop and eat. Poop, eat, and cry. How's she doing? He can't even get his microphone on. He's trying. I can tell he's trying. Your mic. You know what? You may have baby barfed your microphone because I cannot hear you. It sounds like you might have children's oatmeal. No, you shouldn't be feeding your children's oatmeal already. That's too early for that. I'm gonna go with baby barf.
Hello?
Oh, there it is. Hey, there you are.
Hey. Can you hear me all right?
You can now, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, no, she's just eating, sleeping machine, man. She likes to sleep.
That's good. My goodness, lucky you.
Yeah. Yeah, loves to sleep. I mean, if she fusses or cries at all, it's usually, I'm just hungry, I got a dirty diaper. And if not, I'm sleeping and chilling out and looking at the ceiling fan.
Yeah.
She loves the ceiling fan.
Maybe when you get to teething, it'll get worse.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I feel like, not always, but I feel like kids that don't really cry too much in the younger, like after being born, maybe you end up getting it in the teething stage instead.
Mm-hmm.
But you might just get lucky and find that maybe you just got a quiet one, and that's maybe you'd just be blessed that way.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she's doing good. We have another appointment next week to just check up on things, and I mean, for the short amount of time that we had her, the doctor said she was gaining weight pretty nicely, so that was the one thing we were worried about, is because she was losing weight while we were in the hospital. She lost like a pound.
Mm-hmm.
And about 5 pounds, 13 ounces. But yeah, she gained some weight just in a few days, and doctors are like, well, that's a good sign. You guys are doing something right,
Yeah.
Because at first it was kind of a struggle because Rachel's been breastfeeding her, and she doesn't want to try. You know, she doesn't want to like suck. She just wants it to be real easy. Like
Mm-hmm.
at first it was like,
She'll figure it out, man. They figure it out.
yeah, no,
You tell her to stay at it. Mrs. Pirate tries to preach that as much as she can. There ain't no substitute for that titty milk. I'm telling you.
yeah. It's you know, she's got to pump like every 2 hours and stuff, but she does real good with the bottle. You know, she just doesn't want to suck on the nipple for too long.
Yeah, sometimes it takes them a while to figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah, she's at least got that what do they call that? That like black tarish kind of poop. She's passed pretty much all of that, and it's just kind of like, you know, green baby poop, you know. Not that stuff that, you know, sticks. It's like black tar, you know.
Quite frankly, I think I would have rather stayed with the black tar. Like if it could have just stayed that way the whole time. Yeah, I would have. You'll see. Wait till you get solid foods in her. You'll see. You'll look back on the black tar fondly and be like, why couldn't it just stay that way? You'll get there.
I know it was like it was like a few days ago. I was holding her and I'm like, man, you smell savory. And I was like sitting there a little longer and I'm like, man, you smell like fucking brown gravy. And then I was like, man, you really smell like fried chicken, girl. What the heck? I don't know what that was about. But her poop smelled like fried chicken and mashed potatoes and gravy. I'm like, I don't even know last time we ate that. That's weird.
That's funny.
Makes me crave KFC, man.
Does your wife eat KFC much or?
No. There was like a few months ago I had this like, you know, I was addicted to fried chicken for like a week or two, and I was like, man, that was like months ago.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, hey, Funky, that's just your body protecting you.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, right. Like, yeah, it smells like KFC, buddy. Yeah, sure. Everybody else, yeah, okay, sure it does.
Yeah, she's happy. Mom gets to stay at home for 3 months and bond with her, you know. So and oh yeah, I purchased some movie tickets for Saturday to go see Garfield.
No shit. You're not taking the baby with you though, right? I would imagine. No.
Miss Funky wants to. Yeah.
Really?
She said she'll be all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty bold, man. Mrs. Pirate didn't leave the house for 6 months.
Can I recommend?
I don't think she left a particular room for 90 days.
Can I at least recommend that you put cotton maybe in her ears, or I don't know. Let's ask one of the nurses in here or something. But put something in. You know, let's find out maybe from the professionals what you should put in there. But I wouldn't submit her to like, I don't know, man. I'm just you know, being a musician, and you are yourself, and I'm sure you probably feel the same way as I do. Losing your hearing is probably one of the like most fearful things I ever had for my children, because I didn't want them to experience life without being able to hear music. And yeah, so be careful with those ears, man. You get one set of eardrums, and that's it. That's all you got.
Yeah. That's something I brought to her attention. I'm like, you know, maybe you can get some earmuffs. And she's like, oh, I guess she had done some research and found that cotton balls would be good.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay. I think she's really wanting to go mostly because her 9-year-old son goes to his dad's next weekend. This is really like our last weekend to like hang out and stuff, and I had already planned on taking him to go see Garfield.
Yeah.
And I think he was really wanting his mom to go, and Mom was like, oh, I don't really want to get the baby out, but if we just go early during the day when there's not like maybe the big influx of people, you know. And I ordered tickets this morning, and there wasn't anybody else in there. So in the theater that it's in is like massive.
Oh, nice.
It's like a really nice one. I've got a seat like right by the near like the back. Like I got the seats more to the back, but there really isn't a bad spot in the whole room because it's just so nice. beautiful big screen. So, yeah, at least we'll be close to the exit if something happens or crashes or whatever. So, I think it'll be all right.
Cool.
I looked online and I guess at AMC, you can bring your children for free all the way up to 2, so she can see any free movies that she wants up until 2 years old.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I done a little look just to make sure, we could bring a newborn in there if we were to do that, and it seems to be fine.
I assume that means that you're going to hold them on your lap or something if they're, because, yeah.
What's that?
I'm making the assumption that under 2 years old that you're putting them on your lap.
Yeah. I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. Well, good. Happy viewing. I guess that's probably what I should say. Happy viewing.
Thanks. It'll be baby's first movie.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Preacher, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Oh, okay. Sorry, a lot of times it's messing up and the microphone doesn't get picked up, so I never know.
I hear your beautiful chirping birds in the background that you don't hear just everywhere.
I can't help myself. Hey, Funky Pizza, have you considered checking to see if there's a rock concert? Maybe after the movie, you could take that 3-day-old baby to a rock concert on the way home. If that's not available, maybe swing by the drag strip, watch a little bit of racing and stuff. She might enjoy that as well. Make a big evening out of it, man.
That's funny because the week before she was born, my wife and I, we went to a concert. I'm trying to think who it was. It's not somebody I was real familiar with, and it was a band that Rachel grew up listening to, and actually a friend of hers bought tickets to the show like a year previous. It was Death Cab for Cutie and Postal Service.
Man, I'm just trying to have a laugh at your expense, dude. You do you, man. You're a grown man, and we love you.
I love you guys too. Thank you. Yeah, she's well, I got all the music equipment and stuff, and I had a buddy that was wanting to come over to record some drums one day, and I was like talking to the wife about it, and she's like, no, I think it'll be cool. Like, she's going to be around instruments and music, and you might as well get her used to it at an early age, So just kind of like used to it, I guess. But yeah, hopefully she turns into a little musician. Have somebody jam with.
Just throwing this out there.
Good morning.
Good morning. I just want to throw this out real quick here. Matthew says, howdy everyone. Should I or should I not be enrolled in FSPL? I had to look that up because I actually didn't know what that was, but I think it might be a Robinhood thing. It's called Fully Paid Securities Lending. So it's just basically security lending of what it is that you hold. That is entirely up for you to decide. I can't give any kind of financial advice in regards to that. One of the things that I personally feel for myself is that I feel like there's enough ammunition out there on specifically for AMC for loaned positions or loaned shares. I don't want to give anybody the ability to be able to lend any more than there already is that's available. But that's just how I feel. Whether or not you want to try and make money off of your shares, just remember that there are negative downsides to lending your shares. When your shares are loaned out, for example, when your shares are loaned out, if there's a dividend, you don't get it. Whoever those shares are lent out to gets them. There are also other negative things that could happen to you. For example, like when it comes to voting for your votes for your shares, you don't get to vote your shares. So those are things that you need to think about. We do have a vote coming up in about a month, a little less than a month from now. So it's actually coming up really quick here. And we'll be talking about that vote that's coming up closer to the date. But just kind of keep those things in mind and look up online what are some of the benefits and what are some of the drawbacks to lending your securities.
And if I can add one more point to that,
sure.
If after what Robinhood did more than 3 years ago, you're still with Robinhood, then there's something wrong with you. But that's just from my side.
Hey,
Just
thanks for taking us on your live walk there, preacher. The songbird singing there. That's a nice little.
It brings
Very nice.
almost a
walking the dog.
like a.
Going for a nice.
I feel it's like Snow White. I feel like I should. Like I just need to start singing
like a
or
very
something.
Soothing, calming effect. Very pastoral. I appreciate it. Anything that can take me down a few RPM. Yeah. It's no wonder he's all calm, collected. He's all. Preacher's always cool as a cucumber, laid back man. He's really nonplussed most of the time. So I can see why. He's living in a Disney.
I guess another thing I want to add out there too is that, you know, for anybody who's considering like the broker that they're with or that they hold their positions with, this is a lot of good information here on the description of this channel, but specifically I want to point you to what do I want to point you to? There's a spot in here, rule number 3. I need to change the wording on rule number 3, but I'm going to go ahead and copy the link here for rule number 3 and post it in here. And this link will take you to a list of brokers and what they did in 2021 when everything happened in January 2021. And I can't promise you that the same thing's going to happen to these brokers again in the future, but I do like to look to the past as history to kind of help me to just make decisions about how I should treat the future. So how you choose to hold your position, it's up to you. But there's a good link there under that rule number 3 there that will help you to understand what happened with those brokers in the past. Chill Sloth says, are those real birds? Yes, they are. Believe it or not.
No, fake ones.
Oh, I'm certain of it. Yeah. Preacher.
Right, I'm losing you. I think the internet is pretty weak for the camera to be live.
Oh, is he your live streaming? Oh. UPS delivery guy, good morning.
Good morning, KC. I gotta see if I could add something to the share lending.
It's just remember, anything that you say is not financial advice. It's just simply an opinion. But go ahead.
Yeah, I just opened up a small Fidelity account, and I was reading the terms and conditions, and it looks like if you lend your shares out, that they're not insured. So if anything should ever happen, I'm going to try and highlight it tonight. Maybe I'll DM it to you. So, it's something that we can share awareness.
Let me think about this for a second.
It wasn't FDIC. It was something else.
Yeah, SIPC. Or I might be saying it backwards. I always get it backwards. Is it ICP or SI? I always get the letters mixed up. I think it's SI Insurance, SIPC. Hold on a second.
I'm just going to mute myself while I drive to the next stop.
I think it's SIPC. The Securities Investor Protection Corporation. That's what it stands for. That's interesting. On the terms and conditions, it says that you're no longer protected under SIPC with their securities loaned.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how I read it. I'll look it up tonight and send it to you.
I've never heard this before, and I'm not saying it's not true. So I'm just kind of curious about this. Wow, it's true. This is news to me. I did not know this. Loan shares are not covered by the SIPC. Insurance protects customers in the event that their brokerage firm goes bankrupt and loses cash or securities like stocks and bonds. However, the shares are when shares are borrowed, they are temporarily not protected from loss. Wow. Wouldn't that be something?
See, I thought we talked about this before, that they could basically sell their shares and you wouldn't have any coverage on it.
Moonlit Rift says, I said this the other day. You must have missed it. I probably did miss it. I can't see everything that you guys write. If I do miss things, I apologize, but sometimes it just goes by so fast and I can't read everything, unfortunately. I find that really odd, though. Like, why would... If you loaned out a position... I'm trying to think, like, the legality behind, like, why you wouldn't have insurance on a position that was being loaned by a corporation that was holding your position, or supposed to be holding your position. And my guess is that maybe it just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it's obviously, there must be some kind of truth to it, because I just looked it up and it does say that, but it just seems odd to me that a loan position, if your broker goes upside down, just to become something that is no longer something that they are responsible for. Very interesting. All right, well... Pirate, are you going after Hunter?
Who's Hunter?
HSF? Yeah, that's Hunter.
Is that Hunter?
He's got a tool.
Oh, well, fucking. Oh, fuck if I know. Well, he's not immune. The motherfucker told me don't be removing my messages, and I was like, well, apparently he's not new. So, come on, Hunter, we can fight. Yeah.
Apex says,
I don't know who the hell it is. One thing's for sure, I treat everybody equally. I guess that's good evidence that I don't show any partiality. He's not getting any special treatment out of me, are you, Hunter?
Hey, Casey, what has 4 letters, sometimes has 9, but never has 5?
I think I got trolled. I just got trolled by Hunter. Little fuck. That's it. It's on. Baited me in with the whole birds on
That's
reel.
not a
Put a little
question,
worm on the hook.
you know. Casey,
I don't know.
Like, what has 4 letters? The word what does have 4 letters.
Yeah.
I don't know what the second one was, but never has 5 letters. So it's just a statement, not a question.
Oh, okay. Got it. Sometimes has 9. Sometimes actually has 9.
Since Hunter knows the host, he's using some special privileges. Is that the deal?
No, it's on now. I didn't recognize his name. I don't keep up with who's who, and he trolled me. I got sucked into some flat Earth bullshit, and I took the bait, and then I went full nuclear, and then I didn't even realize it was. So that's okay. It's on now. Hunter's on. He just made it to the top of my list. Little shit.
He went from your poker hero to a little shit now, huh?
Right, exactly, man. Yeah, exactly. He was my poker god to little prick.
Man,
I'll get you.
I was just having a little bit of fun.
I get it. I got. You got it. You got me. No worries.
You know,
man.
the whole birds of the government. It's like silly,
like
funny.
I said, I have a lot of work to do in that regard. I take the bait with the flat earthers and all that. So you got me. I'm man enough to admit it. That's fine. Fair enough.
I'm not gonna stay on forever because again my headphones are broken. But I just wanted to butt in real quick.
10:10. I'm getting in the habit of being too late on these numbers. Let me see here.
Give you wide latitude.
Wherever Bob White is, he's probably pissed off. Somewhere out there. Somewhere out in the expanse. Good morning, Hunter, by the way. And UPS delivery guy, thank you for mentioning it. Moonlit Riffs, thank you for mentioning it. Anybody else who may have mentioned it and I didn't see it, thank you. Again, learn new things all the time. I don't lend my shares out. I just don't. It's never been something that I've done in the past because I'm usually in and out of positions too quickly to care about whether or not I was lending them. So it's never been something for me to really be too involved in or focused on. But another great reason why not to lend your position, in my opinion. Let me take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Ooh, excuse me. We have 58.54% going through off exchange, EDGX at 10.22. The combined total 68.76% or 8.76% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume 7,784 shares. Nothing unusual going on there. GME CHX volume already high today, 25,811. Anything over 30,000 for both AMC and GME is a lot. Available shares to borrow, according to IBKR, has not changed, and fees are currently at 3.87%. According to Ortex, an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 122,000 shares available to be borrowed. Sorry, not available, but had been borrowed. 3.3 million now. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 12.79%. Cost to borrow mins at 3.14, average is 4.49, and max is 6.2. Shares on loan for the day today is at 64.86 million shares. That's 8.44 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating that about 3.05 million of that was in closed short interest. The new reported amount of short interest reports, by the way, this Friday, tomorrow. So we'll see what kind of changes there's been. Taking a look at, let's see, what's next. Options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago on AMC. Actually, you know what? I'm going to update GME here real quick and just see what GME is doing as far as borrowed amount of shares for the day. They've got 1.23 million shares borrowed. Cost per min 4.33, average 4.89, and max 6.74. All right, now looking at options. The highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $5 strike with 13.4 thousand contracts. It's now 16.9 thousand contracts. Do note that the $5.50 strikes are starting to catch up in volume, which means we may see a new strike price showing up there on the top side. Puts. Highest amount of puts is at a $4.50 strike. There was 4,000 contracts an hour ago, now 7.9 thousand contracts. The market is suggesting a closing price as of right now between $4.50 and $5. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this page. GME is on here with a beautiful 72.58% buy to 27.42% sell ratio. Absolutely amazing. AMC was just at the very end of this list an hour ago and had a terrible buy-sell ratio. Not terrible, but it was like 49 to 51. We have fallen off the list here of 30 most heavily traded stocks. I will just scroll through the list here so you can see what's happening in the marketplace from retail. Yesterday, this is almost exactly what happened. We were kind of at the end of the list in the beginning portion of the morning, and then by the middle portion of the day, we were not on the list. And at the very end of the day, we found ourselves, actually it was this morning, after everything had been settled, AMC was back up on the list again. MMRI an hour ago was 292.6. It's now 292.75, so slight increase. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates is, hold on a second here. It was 0.456. Now currently 0.452. Dropped just a tad, but not really much of a change. We started out the day at 0.449. NASDAQ is up 0.64. Dow Jones is down 0.7. And the S&P 500 is up 0.12. We have 3,811 decliners to 1,641 advancers. The market is slightly more advancing than it was an hour ago, but still on fire. Hot lava. Don't touch the floor. It'll burn your feet. One sector is up for the day today. Technology. The worst performing sector is utilities, followed by real estate. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 3%. FRC is down 4.76. And Charles Schwab is down 3.6. Gold is down 1.48 and trending down. Silver is down 1.65, trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 6.64%. What's going on here? Looks like it's definitely trending back up again here. It broke the downtrend that it was in. Again, this is looking very, very similar to what happened to silver, like a week ago. Let's go back to silver. I want to do silver and Ethereum Classic trends on top of each other. I want to on another chart someplace here. I'm going to pull up TradingView here in a minute, and I'm going to post this up. But this looks so similar. The price movement to what happened with silver, like, gosh, how long ago was it? A week ago? Back here. Bollinger, right here. Like this time frame right here. Like I feel like we're going to see Ethereum Classic break up, and then maybe even create something close to a retest of an all-time high, followed by some movement back down and some consolidation, and then finally getting a breakout, going back down to perhaps the values that were back here. So Ethereum Classic maybe going back down to retest like 31.6 at some point here after some consolidation. It's very, very interesting what's happening.
Your boy's going to bed. You might want to take a break and tell him good night.
Good night, Hunter. I hope you have a peaceful rest. Happy.
I told him to sleep his ass. He better sleep with one eye open, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Good night. Good night, Hunter.
Good night, bud. The U.S. dollar currently is up 0.0 or down rather 0.01, but trending up. Oil is down 1.77. What are we at here? Consolidating after a little bit of a trend down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.39 to 0.44 and are trending down. SPY is up 0.11. I'm going to call it consolidating after a trend down at market open. 14.3 million shares traded. I just want to check on the pace on this real quick here. Okay, so that 60 some odd million share pace has now dropped down to 51.6 million shares traded by the end of the day. So it's still very, very low volume to be a green day on the SPY. It's kind of craziness. VIX currently down 1.71 and being crushed down even further. It's at 1208, and the futures are suggesting should be about 1348, almost a point and a half higher than where it's at. VTI is up 0.01 and trending down. VB is down 0.69, trending down. Tesla is down 1.99, trending down. Amazon is up 0.11 and trending back up. Cinemark is up 0.68, trending up. Doge is actually, it looks like Cinemark may be trying to break that uptrend into a downtrend, but it's not. It's just now maybe starting to occur. Doge is currently down 4.6 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.98, trending down. GME is down 4.73 and consolidating after a trend down. HYMC is down 0.3, trending down. NCMI is up 1.38, trending, consolidating after an uptrend. Hood is up, or down rather, 0.81, consolidating after a downtrend. AMC is down 1.39 and consolidating. Inflow after a bunch of up and down. That's the volatility I was talking about earlier this morning. I think we're going to see some crazy volatility today. Inflow versus outflow. We've got, let's see here. 18. 2.4, 2.5, $2.5 million more outflow than inflow. 19.14 million shares traded so far after 100 and I can't math. 110 minutes. 110 minutes into the day today. We're on a pace right now for 67.86 million shares traded by the end of the day. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 70 to 100 million, so we're already underneath my pre-market predictions. However, yesterday was kind of weird. We were underneath my predictions and then suddenly closed out the day in the last hour or hour and a half with enough volume to be above my predictions. So it was a big jump in the end portion of the day yesterday. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.48, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.14, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.55, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.54, which is average. Getting that consolidation in here, getting price to not trade very much, and trying to reduce volume is going to be the goal here of institutions to try and get investors not very thrilled about buying in at this point. That's going to be the main goal here, or the main target. Reduce volume. We'll look for this point here to hold as a level of support, which, if we were to just trade price through here and suggest that maybe we're going to break through, it would be at about a $5 price point. And would be somewhere right around the noon time Eastern. I think the key goal is going to be to break past 506 right now. Looks like there's a lot of resistance at 506 here multiple times today so far. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. AMC Entertainment stock is volatile Thursday. What's going on? Oh my gosh. Are they come on. All right, let's see what they say.
I'm new to the channel. I only have half my shares. I've lost 90%, 99%. Casey, I'm new to the channel. Back to the big fan.
Oh my gosh.
Good talk with y'all. Where'd all my shares go? Freaking Creighton.
It's like it's just, I mean, it's so common, right? Did somebody really come back here and say that? Was there really somebody that came back here and said that?
Not recently, but he's not far off. We generally have something along those lines, whether it's in chat or in the back here. But
yeah,
it's accurate.
Yeah. All right.
I'm just rehashing every line that I hear.
Yeah, it's insane. The talking points are, I mean, they're just they rehash themselves over and over and over, and it just gets. You know what? It's a great place to go if you want to just, and I'm not trying to say anything negative about the person at all, by any means. But AMC Bigums does not filter his chat whatsoever. And if you want to see what the shill talking points are, you go watch AMC Bigums live stream and just read the chat.
Full of it.
Yeah,
get a full double helping. Get a big double helping of that.
Start writing them down, right? Like look for things that talk negatively about AMC and start writing them down. See which ones hit the most often, right? Like that's how you're going to know what their talking points are.
Adam, Aaron, touch my naughty place.
Yeah,
all of that.
It's just, I mean,
he doesn't even answer them. Which is funnier. He doesn't even look.
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't even. Yeah, he doesn't look at all. And I don't ever. I'm not trying to say anything negative about.
Yeah, that's
AMC
his grind, man. He's
that's
like,
just,
he's
that's
like
who he
engagement is engagement. It works. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, but I think it's that's if you wanted to go someplace to see what's the narrative, there it is. You got it.
Good morning, Yucca.
Is Yucca back here?
Somebody the applause, so somebody's got to hit him with the
He
soundboard.
just rolled out of the
It's
rack.
walk on song.
What
They
up?
applaud.
What
Great.
up?
Good morning, Yucca. Good to see you.
Good morning. What's up?
How you doing? Yeah, Sky is up.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep. Yep.
What do
Oh,
we
I
got?
changed my my screen name. Should I change it to the JJ, the jet pilot, or leave it as La JJ?
JJ.
Because I lean into this shit.
No, it's the JJ. The JJ. Speaking of leaning into it, guess what they don't do in the Air Force?
Yeah. Those of us in the Air Force, we don't lean into anything. We don't back up to it. We don't relax and just take it, take it easy. None of those things. We leave that to you Navy guys.
Pushback? What is that? I don't know. I'm in the Air Force.
Yeah.
Is it true? I feel like it's true. I mean, you have a lot of runway to work with in the Air Force, so you probably don't really do a whole lot of. I don't know. Do they? Do they do pushbacks? I don't know.
There, I changed my screen name again.
Wait. Where did you change it? You're talking about Discord or?
Yeah, Discord.
Oh, okay. I really think it should be the JJ, the jet pilot, because it's like when you put the JJ, it's like almost like exactly. Yeah.
Spoon feeding it.
It's too obvious.
You want to make them. You want to make them work for it a little bit. Let them ferret out the inference.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If you make it
I was
too
doing that
obvious,
for-
then it's a
I was
low
doing
brow.
that for Foo Dog. Foo Dog would get a kick out of that.
Yeah, that's where we draw the line. If you call yourself the JJ, and the inference being vagina, that's lowbrow sophomore comedy. But if you step it up just enough and call it the JJ, then it's all philosophical and highbrow at that point.
Yeah.
That's where the mark changes. It immediately becomes over to very esoteric or what have you.
All right, I made it one word too. There we go.
Who deleted I'm gonna do it again. Dry cuffs. Who deleted who? No, it's dry cuff.
Dry cough. For you, it's dry cough, like a symptom of COVID. It's been that way from day one. I'm like, for the love of God, Casey, it's jerk off. Do you clearly not see the wordplay there?
Who
Jerk
deleted
off.
his comment? He
He's
says,
like, nope, that's dry cough. That's dry cough. That's Tom D. Tom D's on he's keeping him on a short lease today.
yeah, he was being sarcastic, but dry cuff says, but Adam Aaron let the shorts off the hook. He's laughing. Laughing emoji accepted.
Yeah, he was playing into the old hate stuff. But Tom D's like, I don't give a damn. I couldn't figure it out. So he's like, Tom D's of that mind to kill them all and let God sort them out. Yeah, he's one of those army guys that just kills everything that moves and lets God figure out who the good guys and bad guys are.
So, all right, what is Benzinga saying about our volatile Thursday here? They're saying that part of the reason is AMC is bringing its movie camp program back this summer. Guests will be able to enjoy 8 family-friendly Illumination titles for just $3+ tax. The AMC summer movie camp program will be available at more than 250 AMC U.S. locations, run through mid-August. This is all for all those kids that are getting out of school. A new title will be featured each week and offered on Mondays and Wednesdays, with the first title set for viewing on June 24th. They've got a bunch of the different movies in here showing as Minions, The Rise of Gru, Dr. Seuss, The Lorax, Sing 2, The Secret Life of Pets, Migration, Despicable Me 2, and Despicable Me 3. The news comes a day after AMC's Ape stock conversion was upheld by Delaware's highest court. Chief Justice Collins J. Seats Jr. signed a court order on Wednesday affirming a prior ruling to allow AMC to move forward with its stock conversion to AMC preferred equity units, which they already did. AMC shares are up more than 50% over the last month, alongside several other meme stocks and high short interest names, which I'm not going to name, that supposedly was caused by Roaring Kitty coming back, which was not the case. AMC will hold its annual shareholder meeting on June 5th. The company is not due for reporting earnings again until some time in early August. Somebody mentioned that GME is going to do... I saw earlier this morning very briefly that somebody said, is it true, I think, and as in other words, that they weren't sure. Something about GME doing the same same date as earnings report as AMC, and then add an AMC location to be live stream. I don't know if there's any truth to that. I'd have to look into it. I haven't heard anything about it. It's the first I'm hearing.
So what's the what are you talking about?
Welcome to the back of the big tram, Yucca. Good morning. What did you have for breakfast this morning?
I'm gonna have.
Well, you haven't. Yeah, it's true. It's 10:30. You usually wouldn't be logging in here for a few more minutes, so you're early.
Yeah, I'm already driving to the shop.
Mm-hmm.
He's having a little.
Where's Blinker Boy at this morning? He's normally in here before Yucca. Usually Blinker Boy shows up.
Casey, did you see that one guy about the swaps?
Earlier this morning or someplace else? I assume you must be seeing someplace else.
No. It's probably the same video.
Okay, I did not.
I put it on the. I guess I wasn't the only one that had found that video. He's talking about the swaps, how shorts keep rolling their shorts into the swaps, and then they keep moving them out.
Mm-hmm.
So it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and you've seen that, and that's why they didn't have the run up last time, because they did the same thing. They put it into swaps, their shorts, and then I guess they put it somewhere. I don't know where. The housing or something, warehouse or something like that. Do you get it? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. So I can't find any of this information anyplace. Other people are I feel like other people are saying that they're finding it, and but I really don't know the first thing about knowing how to search for it or where to find this kind of information. So I'm not sure how they're coming across their information or how they're getting it. Whether or not I believe that's happening, I do believe it's happening, that there have been swaps that are created for positions so that somebody else can hold the collateral needed to hold open a short position. But how those kind of products are created, it's beyond me, man. It's like way above anything I would know how to.
I was trying to look. Yeah, I was trying to look into that. Like after I read or I heard the video and I went online, like what are swaps? How are they created? Like what's so?
I've provided lots of information before in the past on information where you can read up on that, on how those products are created. But to me, it's all foreign. It's not the world that I've ever lived in before or understand. So I don't get it.
So I guess
the only thing I can share with you, Yucca, is at certain parties you go to at some of the hotels, you meet up with a group of like-minded people, and everybody puts their hotel key in a room, and then the wives all go up and draw a key out of the basket, and they go to whatever room key they get. That's as close as I can come on the swap information for you.
He's throwing in double entendre. Yeah. Yep.
But so they're expiring June 3rd.
Somebody said 20. I think it was Texas Aggie. I think might have been talking about earlier this morning, saying, but it was 2026 he put in there. They were expiring in June. But they were pushing them forward to like 2026 or something like that. I guess I don't know.
Well, what I've heard is that they're expiring June 3rd, but are they going to roll them another 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they were saying, because that's what they did last time.
So I think what a lot of people are hoping for is that we're going to end up having the CAT system in place by then, and that it'll be very difficult for that to be the case. For that to not be discoverable through that system.
Yeah. I'm excited either way.
But one way or the other, I don't. Trying to think how to say this.
Just say it.
Yeah, you gotta be careful about how you say things, though.
You correct yourself. If it
Well,
comes out a certain way, then because you got to hear.
there is already something that I said yesterday that I wanted to go back on already. You know, and it's
kind of lives forever. Yeah,
Yeah.
Once you throw it out there, there's no take backs. It's hard to unring the bell. Once you ring the bell, it's done.
I guess what I guess what I would say is that even though there may be swap positions that are being created, I don't want anybody to think that means that this can just go on forever, because I don't believe that to be true.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, and so I would hate for that perception to be created, that some people will become discouraged from the idea that the idea that these swaps are going to hide what's been going on for an infinity period of time, because
it can erode their resolve, and it gives them a reason to think that, well, it'll never change, so I'm out.
Yeah. So
Are they doing that?
what I would suggest is that you focus on more about what's happened over the last 3 years. Have you ever heard of Melvin Capital? You know what I'm saying? Like, focus on the idea that just because they've created a swap position doesn't necessarily mean that it's not costing them dearly.
Oh, that's what I heard too. It's costing them it's crazy.
Yeah. So
if it's that big, that means it's costing them a lot.
I would just, that's what I would probably have to say about it, and that's about it.
But isn't this the same shit that went down with 2008? Like with the housing market, the swaps?
So kind of, sort of, yeah. It's a different type of product that they're creating, but yes, it is very, very similar. It's not exactly the same thing. It's different.
Those were credit default swaps. Yeah, those were like insurance policies, weren't they?
I'm not sure exactly how to explain the difference between the swaps, but I do believe that these are a little bit different. But it's along the same lines of it's getting somebody else responsible for a position that you've created that's a bad position. And that's how you could look at it, as saying how the similarities the same. Different products, though.
Yeah, they're products that are designed to offload risk. You have something where if you have a particular family fund or something that has a lot of exposure, they want to get that off of their books. So oftentimes they'll create a product that has, it's like a basket full of apples, and it might have you might get 6 good apples, but then you might get 3 that are rotten and full of maggots at the bottom. But they offered at a deep discount, and it's a way for them to. You buy a bag of their stuff, and you might get a few good things in there, and then you might get some rotten apples at the bottom.
So I'm sure there's got to be somebody on the other side saying these swaps are not going to be good. The swaps that somebody's holding, right? I mean,
yeah, and that's where I draw the line at stopping talking about it, because the people on the other end of that are scary.
Be scared.
Cool. Complete silence. I know, quack quack. That's probably the most appropriate sound played right there. Yep. But yeah, I'd like to try and dive into whether or not GME's can we do a deep search here real quick and find out when GME is doing their shareholder meeting. Let me see here. I'm gonna try and look that up real quick here, because I want to see if there's any validity to any truth to the validity of that being a possible scenario. Let's see, GME's. Let's see here. Q4 2023. I don't see it. Let's try the newsroom.
Tom D's already brought it. He says June 13th, 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time.
Where are you getting that from, though? Like, where is that? I want to hear it
off what Tom D just typed in.
Yeah, I want to hear it as I don't want to hear it as an estimate time from some other third party. I want to hear it straight from GME's mouth that's when they're results. No, May 17th. That happened. I don't see anything from GameStop yet here.
GameStop didn't provide a source, but he's saying the same thing that Tom's saying, June 13th, 2024. AMC Hawkeye claims it's a press release.
Let's check something else out here. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing any news on this. Where are you guys getting that information from, though? Like, can you provide a link?
First timer says the SEC website.
Because I want to see it out of GameStop's mouth. I'm still looking here.
I'm just pleased that we're spending a little time north of $5. So pleases me to see that.
Yeah, I want to see a link before I'm going to jump on the idea that there's any kind of date listed. I want to see a link that goes straight back to GameStop with the actual date listed. I don't want to just start spreading information that's third party reported. First timer, I'll give you access to be able to post it in here real quick. Anybody else in here who's not a moderator cannot post links. It doesn't work unless you have moderator status. Go try it again now.
There it is. Just popped up. sec.gov/archives/Edgar.
Okay, I see it there in the proxy materials. June 13th, 2024. 10 a.m. Meeting details. The annual stockholder meeting of GameStop Corporation will be held June 13th, 2024 at 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time virtually at meetnow.global MT244SG. It'll be interesting to see here. Let me type this in here real quick and see where that takes me. Let's see if that's AMC's meeting, virtual meeting. Okay, so it appears that this meetnow.global does. Okay, that's not
Apex says, I stand corrected. Apex says it's Central Standard Time.
Yeah, it says Central Daylight Time is what it says.
I don't know that I get confused on a lot of those Pacific time, and he just said that
That should be my time.
CST. Maybe they're one and the same. Damned if I know.
All right. Well, I don't see anything. It doesn't look like that Meet Now Global is related to AMC in any kind of way.
Yeah. Central Sex Time. That's what that stands for.
There you go. There's the yucca we know and love. You're lucky there's one English muffin left, and all that's left it for you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything in relationship to this relating to AMC in any kind of way. So it sounds like that might have been just a rumor that was created. But according to the proxy material that was released by GME, that does seem to be the case about the date and the time, June 13th at 10 a.m. Cool. Looks good. So we are still finding a little bit of support on this trending line right here, and hopefully we can get a little bit of more support off this as we are trending down towards it. If not, if it does break through that, we'll probably be retesting at a very minimum that 496 number. Most of our volume for the day-to-day has come through right at a $4.98 price. So maybe the point at where we see perhaps maybe some support there where price may not fall through, but there's some weaker amounts of volume. Let me just go back out here just a little bit in time and see what that volume profile looks like. Over a 3-day span, there might be a little bit of volume to fill up in that 485 to 490 range, but it doesn't necessarily have to happen. I'm really surprised. I mean, they're meeting to be held in the middle of the day. Usually, when that happens, I feel like not always, but I feel like oftentimes when those meetings happen in the middle of the day, it's usually something that's pre-recorded. I don't know if that's going to be the case or not, but oh, I wanted to mention this. Last time that we had the quarterly meeting for AMC, we had gone through and asked a bunch of different questions that we wanted AMC to answer, which I can read off to you here in just a second. But I did not. There were some things that were going on at the time, and I don't remember exactly what happened. But I was never able to submit those to him. So I want to be able to submit those to AMC here before our next quarterly meeting, and so I want to get those out by the end of this week. And if there's any additional questions you guys want to ask, I would love to put them in here. I'll just refresh your guys' memory on what we have in here so far. Where do you see AMC becoming more of a distributor in the coming years, movies, music, or sports? Would it be possible to see a breakdown of popcorn sales via second source store sales as a line item in future earning reports? Are 3D movies being phased out, and are the 4D experiences profitable? What kind of expectations do you have for AMC and sports events? Will AMC candy be being sold in stores? I feel like a lot of our questions actually got answered in the last quarterly meeting, but if you guys think there's any of these we should remove because they did get answered already. But will AMC candy be being sold in stores, which I think we got that answered that they will. Can you say how many investors there are currently in AMC? Let me get rid of that AMC candy in stores because we already know that's the case. Do you plan on purchasing any more shares of HYMC? And does AMC plan on utilizing lobby floor space for potential merchandise apparel sales beyond just the e-commerce AMC The Store? Those are some of the questions that we had from last time.
What's the other one that you didn't get the other one, huh?
What other one?
I had said, are they planning on putting glory holes anywhere in the theater?
No, I'm not asking that.
It's a good idea.
No, it's not. It's not really a good idea.
Would you do it for a Scooby snack?
Yeah.
Good morning, Censored Content.
Good morning.
Matthew says, will AMC start using AI and the likeness of actors to source its own films? I think a better question than that, Matthew, would be more along the lines of, is AMC is AMC wanting to get into the business of maybe making their own movies? I think that's a better question to ask, because when you start leading into talking about the likeness, I mean, we don't even know if AMC is going to be even producing their own movies. So the idea, I think that's the first basic question we should get to before we even ask about anything else beyond that.
What is my question? Damn it.
I'm going to write it as, is AMC, considering the possibility of producing their own line of movies? Probably not own line. I don't know what to call it. Their own, producing their own movies. We'll just say that.
You see, we got the chat interested. They I don't understand.
AMC Hawkeye says AMC plus UFC boxing potential partnerships. That's kind of like in the, I feel like that kind of meets the expectations on the question of what kind of expectations do you have for AMC and sports events. If any kind of boxing or anything like that were to be listed in that, that would be a sporting event that could be listed in an answer for that kind of a question. So I feel like we already have a question for that. Esports / gambling. Let me see here.
We're getting real close to that ascending wedge, JC.
Yep.
Any minute now, we're going to find out whether where that support's going to hold or if it's going to break to the bottom side.
It doesn't matter. We own the controlling interest in the company.
All right, so let me try and think about how I would put together an esports and gambling question. So,
would you like some assistance?
Sure, go.
Jesus.
Maybe. Is somebody gonna throw a dish at me if I say no? Go ahead. Go. What you got?
Hardy, hard. No, I was just going to say you can always start out with the most basic. Is what are the chances that AMC will begin to produce blah blah blah, or is there any chance that? And I don't understand how that AI works, but it's my understanding that the more specific you are, the better answer you get. Or am I wrong in that?
Yeah, I think it's important to be both vague but also specific at the same time. It's kind of weird how because you want to give them an opportunity to be able to talk about other possibilities outside the realm of what it is that you're trying to focus on, but not
That's logical.
Yeah,
I could see if you give too much specifics in an area, you can almost craft a question to guarantee a particular answer.
Right.
I see where you're going with that.
So, and I'm trying to figure out how do I say I don't want to have a bunch of questions in there that say are you going to do this? Are you going to do this? Are you going to do this? Are you going to do that? Like it gets a little bit of redundancy when you start asking the same kind of question over and over and over. Well, you could just say how about, do you have any plans for expanding into, and then just give a very broad word that describes, fill in the blank. Right. So that's a much better way of asking. So the whole question that I just had is AMC considering the possibility of producing their own movies? We can just wrap all that up into what other type of productions is AMC looking into. You can, and that really just kind of leaves it very open for them to kind of talk about potential things that they're considering.
You could put revenue streams.
I'm doing that. Is AMC considering what? Let me try that differently. What is?
What about the slot machine?
What is AMC considering for other revenue streams? It's both vague, but also specific about what it is that we want to know. What else
First thing
are you looking for?
All stuff. You're gonna get the candy because candy was all over the internet. You're gonna get the new line of wine and beer. But I don't think you're going to get the stuff in the direction of what you're looking for.
Yeah. So the big problem here, right, in a shareholder meeting is that, and you need to realize this, is that if they don't tell you what it is that they're going to be doing, asking the question isn't going to help. They literally cannot say anything beyond what it is that they're already. So if they want to tell you that they're getting ready to do popcorn, they will tell you when they're ready to do popcorn, but they're not a minute sooner than they're ready to. So if you wanted to say, for example, you wanted to ask in a quarter before they released that they were going to do popcorn, you could go in there and say, are you guys thinking about doing a revenue, trying to create a new product for popcorn so that you can increase revenue? They're going to say well, we don't have anything to comment on that, right? And it's just, you're just going to go nowhere with a question like that. So you need to ask questions that are more along the lines of things that they can talk about, but are not giving away what they have for plans in the future. So I hate to say this, but when you ask a question like, what is AMC considering for other revenue streams in the future? If they didn't already talk about it in the meeting, you're not going to get an answer to it. They're really just going to look at it and be like, well, we have other things that we're planning, but we can't really discuss those. But you should be excited that there's many items on our agenda. And that's the kind of answer you're going to get. So it's nice. It'd be great if they could just sit there and because you asked a question that they could answer it, but they can't. They can't talk about it until it's time for them to release it in a press release. MCon says, so is AMC going to sell their own beer, wine? They already kind of talked about that before, and they are in the process of looking into that.
Yeah, Adam Aaron reached out and was asking for suggestions for names. They had Simeon and all things. They were looking for an ape name. He was trying to. It seemed to me like he was trying to throw a bone our way, or a little nod, a little tip of the hat, if you will, toward the ape community. There was a lot of talk about that at one time, about naming the line, the alcohol line. I think perhaps it was wine at the time that was being talked about, but naming it after some sort of a orangutan, ape, or capuchin, whatever. Haven't heard anything about it recently. Capuchin.
Oh.
Robert says, how can AMC protect themselves against Hollywood's lack of movies using their screens? Is that a thing?
That's an old argument that goes all the way back to the streaming is going to kill. Streaming movies is going to kill the theaters. Jeez, Robert Moore. Isn't Robert Moore Tendies? That's Tendies, ain't it?
I don't know, but
yeah, that's Tendies. He changed his name.
So the problem with that question is that, I mean, that's making the assumption that there is a problem with future lack of movies being created for the movie theaters, and as of right now, a lot, companies like Disney, companies like Netflix, all these companies are starting to realize that that the movie screens are really, at least the production companies are realizing that that's where they made more profit from, was from the movie theaters than from actual streaming. So the idea that there's a problem with the lack of movies coming to the theaters, I think, is probably a non-issue at this point. So I maybe would kind of change the question a little bit to along the lines of, maybe we could say something along the lines of maybe like, how can AMC better? No, that's not good either. Maybe something. I don't want to say this, but how do you say it? Does AMC have a potential possibility on streaming services in the future to capture profit from future streaming possibilities in the movie industry? I don't know. Maybe. Again, it's going to be, it'll align right back to that whole, like, they can't really, I mean, you're asking them to kind of reach out and suggest what it is that they're going to do. I don't know. It's a tough one.
You can put, how are they going to position themselves against it?
If we'll put this, if there was a reoccurrence of movie streaming becoming popular again, how would AMC position itself to gain market, help me out, to gain market
exposure?
Yeah, market itself to gain market exposure. Does that work? Maybe that works.
No.
No? Okay.
No. First of all, the streaming services have lost this war already.
Right, but what if it came back?
Various streaming services now are bundling themselves together and selling themselves as packages. It's just like old
cable,
school
like cable was in the very beginning.
And you've got the Oscars. The Oscars have now come out and said that if you want to win an Oscar, you have to put your movie in the theater. Because Netflix, you can't win an Oscar for a streaming movie.
Yeah, so the movie industry, the movie industry is really kind of pushing for, like, it's got to be a movie.
Hollywood's defending itself.
Understood. I get it. No, I get it. I see what you're saying.
So they've lost that war already. I want to see things blow up on the big screen.
Does anybody in
Those
chat or
aren't-
anybody here
aren't that
know what little monkeys cost? What does it cost to buy a little monkey if you wanted a chimpanzee or a little capuchin? Or does anybody? I'm serious. I've always wanted to buy one. And,
But you already have a little monkey. You don't
I mean,
spank it.
there are people out there. They buy parrots. People buy parrots, and they buy any number of things. I'm just wondering. I'm wondering what one of those lion-faced tamarins would cost, or maybe a pair. I might like. Yukon saying 10 G's. Thanks, Yukon. What about like a parrot then? I know there's some parrots that can get
quite rare.
What about a squirrel?
Pirate.
Well, I could
Wouldn't it
teach it.
be-
I could train it to smoke. I could enlist your help for that since your content. I could get tips on how to teach him how to smoke cigarettes and all that. But I'm just wondering if it was like a $500, if it's a $500 purchase, or if it's $50,000. What's a little monkey cost?
I got the answer for you, Pirate. Ready?
Yeah, man.
One AMC share.
One. There you go. All right.
Matthew says, can AMC keep up with the Sphere level tech? I think that's kind of a weird question because there's only one in the entire U.S. that I'm aware of. Is there more than one? Like, why would you be trying to keep up with one very specific and extremely expensive piece of tech? That just seems that doesn't seem like a very good
will
question.
probably be shut down in about 5 years.
Yeah, their operating expenses might be more than what it is that they're actually even making. So there's more around the world. That's fine. But AMC, even though while it is around the world, that tech is so far off from even becoming a reality as a possibility for future movement that I don't even see what it's kind of it's a non-issue. Like that's like asking a question of like that's like asking Disneyland, what are you going to do to keep up with amusement park rides no, that's not a good example. It's like asking amusement park rides at your local fair, what they're going to do to compete with Disneyland rides. That's what it's like asking. And the answer is they're not. They're just going to keep on plugging away because they make money doing what it is that they do, and Disneyland makes the money it does on its big rides that nobody else has, and things are just going to stay that way.
Yeah, I think movie theaters will be the option for people who can't afford a plane ticket to Las Vegas.
Right. I mean, it's essentially the whole idea behind Taylor Swift putting her concert in the movie theaters was that
accessibility.
Yeah, it's accessibility because everybody can go see a movie for 20 something odd dollars, whatever, I can't remember what the price was, per ticket. Whereas they can't go see her live in a concert someplace because they can't even get tickets. Yeah.
So it was a function of accessibility, and both in terms of geography and financially.
So I don't think AMC is in the business of trying to compete with Las Vegas type tech that's blowing up in increments of like ones around the world. That's not the business we're in.
That's not going to present any kind of clear and present danger for us.
Yeah, we're not in that business.
I don't know what they should do.
What's that?
They should not give up on the Ape idea. They should take those 50 million preferred shares that they have sitting there, and they should issue a Class B stock. Do it like IPO style. That way they get to set the price. You send out a proxy to current shareholders, giving them the option to buy a share at whatever price, depending on how many shares you have. Like, say you've got 10 shares, you'd be able to buy one. Now, you make the share worth, say, without breaking any covenants on paying out dividends, you can say if dividends in the future are payable out, it's going to pay 8 times the dividends, and it'll have 4 votes for voting rights. And then you take the current price of the stock right now, say it's $5. You
That's a
multiply
pretty
that
cool
by
idea.
6.
That's actually not a bad idea for a
And
Canadian.
you send this out, and you say, guess what? If you own 10 shares, you can buy 1. If you own 100 shares, you can buy 10. And that's
Yeah, it's like
you
a
know,
warrant.
$300.
It's like a
for 10.
warrant. It's like a warrant concept or a preferred stock where only a select
And
few
that way,
can
that
get it.
gives you control of the price that you're offering these things for.
Do me a favor,
And,
censor content, and send that to me as in a DM separately. And what I'll do is
Why? You can't remember all this?
no, no, dude. Come on, man. You know what my memory's like. I can't remember a movie title from that I saw last week. So what are the chances that I'm going to remember all that? And I haven't been typing it out. But
I don't think it would break any debt covenants, because if you just make it so that it for any
Right. Yeah, because
payable
the
dividends,
debt covenants are designed. The language in the debt covenant is designed to prevent them from spending cash.
You're going to only offer, say, 20 million shares total
It's an
in
IOU.
the proxy to current buyers, and then an additional 30 or an additional 10 million would go like to the general public as an offering before they trade on the market. You'll have like 30 million of them. So if they've only got 4 votes each, that's only 120 million votes. And it's going to be pretty much spread out through our current shareholder base. So it's not going to, of course, it's going to concentrate a little bit into whoever owns the big chunk. But then again, if they've got all their shares loaned out, they wouldn't be able to buy any.
Again, send this to me in a DM. That way I can, because I want to.
You say you never.
I don't like going back and re-listening to the stream. Just send it to me in a DM, and I can just send this out. And when I'm sending this out, or you could just send it out to John himself, and you know, either way. I mean, it sounds like a good idea, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe AMC, maybe they know something that they can't do because of that. I don't have any opposition to sending it to him. I'm just saying, like, write something out for me so I can send it to him.
I just think it's a good idea because they get to set the price.
Well, then write it out and send it to me so I can send it to him. If you think I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm saying write it out, send it to me, and help me to help get the idea to him.
That seems like a lot of work.
Yeah, well, you want me to do work. I'm asking you to do a little work.
I did the thinking.
Just send me a little bit of information, and I'll get it out there.
Join us and live in peace, or pursue your present course and face obliteration.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
All right. Sounds good. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying, it's a no. Is it a no?
No, I already thought it. I thought through the whole thing, and various options.
Okay. Well, send something to me, and if you want to, and I can pass it on. Yeah, I think it's past time. It is. It's time for some numbers. Even though there was one other thing that I wanted to touch on here that I saw in here. I wanted. Yeah, no, I know. It's past time.
You know what? It doesn't matter. We own the controlling interest in the company.
All right.
Yeah.
It was.
You know what?
It was kind of a shilly kind of comment, anyways. So I'll just move on.
What about poker?
Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk about that tomorrow. But I'm actually going to make that the title for tomorrow. So now you know in advance. But we'll talk about poker tomorrow.
Speech to text.
I mean, we can talk about the time. I'm thinking about doing it because we had 2 different times. Unfortunately, I have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure you guys was 50-50 split on 10 a.m. in the morning Eastern Standard Time and 9 p.m. I think Eastern Standard Time. I think those were the 2 big winners. And I think I'm going to go with the 9 p.m. I'm going to be the deciding vote on the 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for you guys. But that's only because it makes it a little bit easier on me. Melissa's got to stay up all night anyways, because it's her night before work.
Oh, yeah.
So it'd probably be a good time for me to do. That'll be, I think it was 9 p.m., so it'd be like 8 my time. All right, I'm taking you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Let me move a couple screens around. Man, I have to pee like a mofo right now. It's that Red Bull. All right. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect off exchange to be about 62%. Between that and EDGX, we got about 57.46% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.12. Combined total 67.58%, or about 5.58% higher than it should be. CHX volume for the day today is at 9,684. Still not over the 30K that gets me all hot and bothered. GME CHX volume for the day today is, however, over 30,000 shares. Got me all hot and bothered with 30,145 shares going through that exchange. Taking a look at IBKR, looks like 50,000 shares have been borrowed in the last hour and then returned very quickly. In fact, within a 30-minute time span, putting us at a total of 100,000 shares borrowed for the day, and fees currently at 3.87%. Ortex an hour ago was suggesting there was 3.3 million shares borrowed for the day. It's now 4.19. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 12.88%. The cost to borrow mins at 3.14. Average is 4.61 and max is 6.2. Shares on loan for the day today is at 64.86 million shares. That's approximately 8.44 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 3.05 million of that was in return short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $5 strike with 16.9 thousand contracts in volume. That call volume is now at 20.5 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. That's up from $4.50 an hour ago. At $4.50 an hour ago, there was 7.9 thousand contracts in volume. There's now 10.8 thousand contracts at 5, which means the market is now suggesting a closing price not between $4.50 and 5, but between $4.75 and $5.25 by the end of the day today. Do note that the call options at 5.5 are increasing a little bit here and could potentially start beating out call volume from 5, which means we may see that change once again. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on here with a beautiful 72.81% buy to 27.19% sell ratio, looking absolutely amazing. It is not the end of the day yet. I usually like to kind of base it off of the end of the day numbers, but AMC did not make the most heavily traded list here based off of orders. And very likely that could be due to the fact that price is kind of stalling out a little bit and causing people to kind of slow down what they're buying. MMRI was 292.75 an hour ago. It's now 292.66. Not a whole lot of change. As you can see on the page there was an overnight. I don't even know if I want to call it overnight because it was really kind of that market open. But there was a shift in the 2-year and 10-year bond rates up. The 2-year bonds are showing at 4.94 and the 10-year at 4.489. The difference is 0.451. It was 0.452 an hour ago, so it's just barely moved. Starting out the day at 0.449. Not much activity. NASDAQ is up 0.73. Dow Jones is down 0.71, and the S&P 500 is up 0.18. We have 3,861 decliners to 1,693 advancers. The market is slightly more advancing than it was an hour ago, but still on hot lava fire. Don't touch the floor. It'll burn your feet. Looking nasty. Only sector up for the day today, which kind of makes sense why the NASDAQ might be doing as well as it is technology. The worst performing sector happens to be a tie between utilities and real estate. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. FRC is down 4.76. SI is up 7.63. Charles Schwab is down 3.55. And that is it. Gold is down 1.42 and starting to consolidate with maybe a slight uptrend after being in a downtrend earlier this morning. Silver down 1.3% and starting to trend back up after finding a reversal at 30.16. Ethereum Classic is up 5.72 but starting to trend down now after finding an uptrend earlier. The US dollar is down 0.02 and trending up. Oil is down 2.21 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.35 to 0.37 and starting to slightly trend up after a downtrend. And SPY is up 0.18 and trending upwards. What kind of volume is it on? After 170 minutes worth of trading, SPY is on a pace to hit 41.24 million shares traded by the end of the day today on an upwards momentum move, which is very, very low volume considering that that's the case. Super low. VIX is currently down 3.01, retesting 1184, the significant red line that I've got on the page here, and still trending down. The futures are suggesting it should be somewhere around 1338, and so it is almost 2 full points below where it should be according to the futures. VTI is up 0.1 and is slightly trending up. VB is down 0.69, slightly trending up. Tesla is down 1.5, trending up. Amazon is up 0.27 and trending up. Cinemark is up 1.01, trending up. Doge is down 4.59 and trending slightly up. Hold on a second here. It looks like it's breaking the trend. I mean, it does look like it could be a flag and pennant. It'd have to be on a different time scale to see for sure. It's possible. It may have a continuation down here. VTI is up 0.1. Oh, I already covered these. Where am I at here? VTI. Where was I at? Doge? Yeah, Doge. Bitcoin down 2.21 and consolidating after a downtrend. GME is down 4.33 and consolidating after a downtrend. HYMC is up 3.85, trending up. And CMI is up 2.36, trending up. Hood is up 0.48, trending up. And AMC is down 0.81 and trending up. Actually, more currently, it's a little bit of consolidation. And it looks like we're going to try and trade sideways through this level of support that we had that was rising up here. We did get a pinch in volatility here earlier, and since that pinch, it did widen up a little bit, but is starting to. If price doesn't start moving in one direction or the other, it may start pinching down some more. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately $2.6 million more outflow than inflow. 23.52 million shares traded so far. After 172 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 53.33 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In the pre-market this morning, I upped my prediction to quite a bit more than what we had from yesterday, to 70 to 100 million shares. So we are well underneath that pace. But do note, yesterday we were underneath my pace for a long time and ended up finishing the day over my prediction in volume. So it was it was a very weird day yesterday, with that, especially during that last hour of trading. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.83, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.21, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.23, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.75, which is just slightly below average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Maybe seeing price starting to drop here. We'll see if we can find some support around 496. I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. I think that's all I got for you guys. I'm gonna head to break here because I gotta go to the bathroom. Glenn says, what I have been seeing is large batches of buys are executed in dark pools in the last 30 minutes of trading. Let's see if AMC shoots up at the end of the day again. Out of curiosity, Glenn, since you're here, what was the buy-sell ratio in volume yesterday?
Ricky Ray, most of us here view options as just a way for retail to get milked out of premiums. So we kind of discourage people coming in here and touting acting as more or less a salesman for options. It's, to be honest with you, Mr. Ricky Ray, 99 out of 100 people lack the prerequisite skills to even come close to being successful in the options chain. But beyond that, it's just generally viewed among us that options has been nothing more than a way to rape less than knowledgeable investors from money, and it's the people we're fighting against that are doing this. So congratulations on doing well with your options and all that, but we try to refrain from cheerleading for the options chain here. But welcome aboard, friend.
Yeah, if I had $1 for every person who's lost money over the last 3 years in options, I would have 3 or 4 times the amount of shares that I have right now in shares if I reinvested it into.
It's long been my theory. My thesis was, everybody says, well, how do they pay the cost to borrow? I'm like, they're raping people on the options chain every week. So, but what grieves me more than that, and we've plowed this field 100 times, is that all of that money is just evaporated. Well, no, it didn't evaporate. It went into our enemies, our opposite side of this, our enemies' pockets, and it all could have been shares. Think of all of the shares that could have been bought and held. So there it is.
Michael, I don't comment on other YouTubers and what it is that they're saying or not saying. If there's an idea that you want me to comment on, I'd be more willing to comment on an idea than it is a person or whatever. But I'm not sure what is he even asking? I'm not even sure.
He made a comment earlier about how somebody has already been arrested as a result of the CAT system being implemented, and apparently, he's claiming somebody went to prison and that he took a plea deal and that Ken is stressed. And I'll bring you up to date on that. That's why you were doing the numbers.
Okay.
So, and somebody might have asked him if he had a source on that. So now he's claiming he got it from the Toothless Wonder.
Okay. All right.
Well, I mean, what do you do when you keep giving your teeth and then the fairy never delivers? What else do you have?
All right.
No.
I'm gonna exit my status from the live stream, and yeah.
Let's discuss this.
Yeah.
Do you sit when you pee?
Sometimes. Don't you?
If you want to be quiet.
Do you?
I feel like anybody who ever anybody who ever said that they didn't sit when they peed would probably be lying. I feel like that would be the case.
Now, how do you wipe? Front to back or back to front?
Well, I'm not a girl, so I don't do that kind of thing, so I wouldn't know.
Well, you were really quick on that.
Yeah. Well, I'm not.
I never said you were a girl.
Okay, well, that's a girl issue, not a guy issue.
So you don't... Oh, yeah, I remember. You say you don't even wash your hands.
That's not true. I never said that. That is definitely not true.
You said that...
If you don't use your hands, you don't have to wash your hands.
Oh. I think Nana says she stands up when she pees. Oh, no, I'm right, correct. I'm reading it incorrectly.
Why are you gay?
Well, have a good time.
All right, I'll see you guys in a bit.
For the time being, we're holding that $5, and that puts a smile on my face. See how long it lasts. But in this moment, it's good. Hello, Marmagu. Welcome to the stream, the channel, the clubhouse. Good to have you with us.
Hey, pilot.
Yes, sir.
Hell, I like you. You can come over to my house and fuck my sister.
Oh man, that's my new friend Max of the Rock. It's good to see you back, Max. I sent Casey a message this morning. I said I kind of bumped into a guy in the back of the big tramp from overseas. I said he has the most pleasing Scottish accent, and I said you really got to get this guy to come on if he's not.
Yeah, I'm
bashful of a microphone. I said because he's fun to talk to. I was bragging you all up, man. Bragging you all up.
Oh, I'll shoot myself in flames now. Yeah, no, I was just having a little micro break and catching up with the chat here, and yeah, the peeing one got me thinking of a movie. I don't know if you've seen it over on this side of the pond. It's called The Full Monty. But in it,
I haven't seen it, but it made headlines. It made headlines over there. Wasn't it about some guys, a bunch of mates coming together to do a calendar, like a naked calendar?
No, no, that was a film called The Calendar Girls, which was a bunch of middle-aged women that did that.
Oh, I've got them mixed up then. But I heard of The Full Monty.
Yeah, it's a funny film, but the full Monty is a phrase where if you go the full Monty, you basically strip down to absolutely your birthday suit, right? And show your wares. Yeah. So what it was based in like an industrial town in England. Robbie Carlyle is one of the guys that's in it, Scottish actor. Anyway, the synopsis of it is they get all made redundant and they're trying to find a way to make money. And to raise cash, they saw like in a bingo hall or that, there was like a hen night, a girls' night out, ladies only, and there was a bunch of strippers in there. So they said they would do the same themselves. But there's one scene in the movie.
I remember now.
Yeah. Do you remember the scene in the movie when the guys go to
I remember it.
Yeah. So the guys go in to try and scope out what this is all about to see if they can make money themselves doing a similar act. And they're hiding in the ladies' washroom, and one of the girlfriends comes in, and she pees standing up, and pees right into the men's urinal.
Oh man, that's the best. That's the best. Yeah, that was a good show. That they should re-release that. Those were funny. Good stuff.
Yeah, as a cracker. They're just Nana Ape. I see you're on the chat talking about it. So yeah, that's exactly what happened. So there's a movie about it. So I thought I'd share that with you guys before I get back to work.
Nana, that's my new friend Nana, Max, Max from the Rock. His handles are Max of the Rock, and obviously he's from overseas. He's across the pond from us here. And we were chatting this morning. We found ourselves in the back of the big tramp, and we're able to talk. And I felt an instant kinship with him, and I too enjoyed listening to him speak. It's almost like having Sean Connery in the room. But anyhow, I begged him to stay this morning. I begged him to stay this morning, Nana, but he said he can't, he's not like some of us. He has real responsibilities. He can only come and go. I'm glad to see you pop in, Max. I was hoping you would. I'm not joking. I was so intrigued after our wonderful conversation this morning. I sent Casey an immediate message. I said, hey, there's a dude in the back of the big tramp named Max, as if we don't have a shortage of Maxes around here. I said, got to get this guy on. He's pretty cool. So I'm glad you made it. I'm glad you made it back, man. Thanks for putting out the effort.
No, I mean, I work from home even pre-COVID, so but I do a global support role for the company, so I'm kind of busy in different time zones, so I just check in when I can. But yeah, I've been in this place since the start and patiently waiting. But you mentioned Sean Connery. Yes, Miss Moneypenny.
There it is. Absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. Yeah, man. It's like one of the little. It's like I was telling you this morning, man. It's one of those little gifts that we give. We come together here every day, 200 or 300 of us at a time, and we hear from people. Everyone knows preachers from Poland and Romania. We got guys in here from Germany, and so it's just adds a certain flavor to it. And to be quite honest with you, it's what a lot of us live for here. We appreciate the hard data and the facts, but more often than not, it's a good camaraderie and getting to see all these wonderful people from around the globe. So it does my heart well to see you here. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that. I just seen Valtis Sky posted up that he's in Glasgow. Well, I'm originally from southwest of Glasgow, in a wee place called Salco. It's Valtis Sky. You might know it because back in the 60s, that's where everybody from Glasgow used to go for 2 weeks vacation. In the summer, it was called the Glasgow Fair because we get sandy beaches, nice weather, and most importantly, lots of pubs. So we did well there.
Right on. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I see we're hovering about the $5 mark again today, waiting for a little pop. I see.
Yeah, I was just mentioning that before you stopped in. It was I'm pleased to see that we're at least holding that, building a little bit of support there. I don't want to celebrate too soon, but I'd like to see us reclaim 5 and spend some time there and move on from there. So.
This is definitely like the siege of Troy. It's a war of attrition here. That
absolutely
3 years is about long enough for a siege, but we're going to win this one eventually. That's a given.
You better believe it. This morning, after you had gone on to work and I finished my coffee, I was walking through the kitchen and I found a leftover fortune cookie from last night or the night before we had Chinese carryout. But I opened the fortune cookie up to eat it with my coffee, and the little message inside said, "You will win the battle you're in with help of friends." And I thought that was very cool. Yeah, very cool.
I see Twisty Swifty wants me to say bullshit.
Check this out.
Hey, what do you got there? What's JJ the Jet Planes put something in live? Oh, he's got his sourdough bread mix.
No.
No, you're having lunch. Those are ribs. You got ribs and you got yourself potato salad. Oh man, brisket. Lucky man.
Casey, I went lean, by the way.
I think KC went to relieve himself and perhaps make himself a sandwich or something. I think he'll be back here any minute. It's 12:10. Yeah, he'll be back here in about 40 minutes, but you're stuck with the rest of us now, JJ.
I was going to play a game of where I am, but I think you would have guessed it. I'll try it when I leave this place.
I saw your live camera pop up. Camera pop up, and it showed a picture of a real ornate fountain. Looked like you were in a town square. No, it stumped me, but and I was going to ask you, and then something else popped up. Where was that at?
It's in your home state.
So it's got. Oh, you're in Cleveland. Yeah, I remember you saying something earlier. Cleveland. I know Cincinnati has a magnificent fountain at what's called. It's In fact, it's named Fountain Square, and it's called the Genius of Water. And it's a woman standing atop of a big, tall, like Greco-Roman type pyre, and then she has her hands outstretched, and water is pouring out of her palms. It's really quite beautiful. So I knew it wasn't Cincinnati's, and I don't think they have Dayton and Columbus. To my knowledge, I might be wrong, but to my knowledge, they don't have anything brag worthy as far as fountains go. I didn't realize that they had something that elegant in Cleveland. That's pretty nice.
It's got a really nice sound too. All the water.
I was fortunate enough to visit one time to Cleveland, and I remember them talking. There was a place there called the Flats. I guess that was where you went down. I don't know if it was an old industrial area that got repurposed into nightclubs and stuff. But I went there I was there on business, and then they said, well, tonight we got to go down to the Flats. So I didn't get to see a whole lot of it.
I may be there right now. Hey, is this the Flats? No. Oh, I'm 5 minutes from the Flats.
There you go. Well, at least you weren't. No, I weren't talking out of my bum. Roseanne Garb says, "Pirate, I am your friend," and you are mine, Roseanne. I'd like to think that we've all of us here, that after the amount of hours we've spent together, that we can indeed consider ourselves true friends. And as far as I'm concerned, you shall remain for the rest of my days, Roseanne. Pumpkin Eater says, "Pirate, have you ever get to see the Battleship Cove in Missouri, or Maine? That must be Maine." No, buddy, I've never been to Battleship Cove. The closest I've been is the USS Alabama, and all of her glory is birthed in an open air museum in here, this part of Florida. It's actually over closer to the state line. Mobile Bay. Mrs. Pirate just corrected me. It's in Mobile Bay, but and you can go and take a guided tour of the battleship. I think they have a SR-71 on static display. They have a submarine you can go on. But unfortunately, my friend, I've never had the opportunity to see anything on the Upper West Coast. I've never been to New York or any of those places. Carlton Jones put in a message that says, "The wife and I have stood on every surviving battleship in the U.S. It was a pleasure to see the battleship Texas being moved." Man, those are good bragging rights, Carlton Jones. I salute you for that. You've taken the time.
Hey, what's the battleship that's in Norfolk? Since he's probably been on it, what's the name of the one in Norfolk, Virginia?
I'll if I see him type in an answer, I'll be happy to relay that to you.
Literally a half block from the hotel we stay at, and I can't remember the name.
Yeah, when people come to visit us and if they stay for any length of time and they look for some guidance on where to go and how to busy themselves, one of my probably top three, I tell them, is to make the drive from Pensacola over to Mobile Bay to see the USS Alabama. Even if you're not a lover of history or a lover of military things or machines, just the sheer size of that battleship, and you don't have to be an engineer or, like I said, a lover of mechanical things to appreciate it when you see it. And then, of course, there is so much history that goes along with it, and they're pretty much a thing of the past because of guys like you and air supremacy and Jimmy Doolittle and all the other guys out there who proved that it was more important to control the skies than it was the actual ocean beneath it. But bygone era. But I love them. I love all things that float. I mean, I've never had the opportunity to see the USS Constitution, wooden boat, but of some fame and notoriety. Maybe someday I'll get a chance to see some of those. Who knows? Tom D's helping you out there, Captain Hayden. He says the USS he said the battleship Wisconsin is in Norfolk. Like, so there you go, Virginia.
It's Wisconsin. That's right.
Okay.
That thing is huge.
USS Wisconsin. Ricky Ray's talking about those shells. Yeah, those are big guns, man. Those things can lob a shell that weighs as much as a Volkswagen, for miles, and it's really impressive. MCon's commenting that we're still holding the 5. Yeah, I'm pleased with that, MCon. It's I'll take my wins where I can find them here, and remaining above 5 for the length of time is good for us. In my efforts to continually boast and brag about my 2 sons and the brief time that they spent in the high school junior ROTC, Captain Hayden, that was one of the things they got to do as a little ROTC unit was they got to all go spend the night. They had a little program where the ROTC leaders would load them all up on a bus and they'd go to Mobile and they got to sleep on the ship overnight. And it was a really big thing for those guys.
Were they punishing them? Because I always tried to leave the boat.
Yeah, exactly. Excuse me.
The only reason I've got a year and 9 months of sea time is because I got to leave it every now and then.
They always came home all jacked up and excited. You got all those young boys and they let them got their sleeping bags and stuff, and they get to live the life of a sailor on a war vessel, and then to spend the night and all their flashlights and all that. And of course, like any young kids, they look to run wild, so they had to hide and seek, or for lack of I guess an impromptu paintball. Well, I guess they didn't have paintball guns, but you know what I'm saying. They're running around that ship like young boys, just running buck wild all night long with flashlights. And when they came home, they were really excited about the little adventure. That was many years ago. They sure enjoyed it. If you travel on the interstate, if you travel on the interstate on I-10, which runs from the east coast of Florida, I believe east coast, I know it runs across the bigger part of Florida, I believe from Jacksonville on the east coast all the way westward. You can take that all the way west, I believe, to Texas. I might be wrong on that one, but at any rate, it easily goes to Mobile. And if you're traveling on that highway, you can see the USS Alabama from I-10. It's just that massive, and it looks big from the highway miles away. So I can only imagine how people feel the closer they get to it and realize how truly awesome it is. Yeah, it's not a real big place. Of all the years I've been here, I've never been aboard it. My boys have been many times with Mr. Pirate. I think they have a 6 or 8 aircraft on static display out front, and I believe they have a submarine. But the piece de resistance, if you will, is USS Alabama.
Is he drinking water or throwing pots and pans?
We call it refilling the pisser. He's got to take him out, let him go to the bathroom. He comes in, and first thing he does is hit that hit that water supply. You got to refill the pisser. For those of you who are audio participants only, we're holding our own at 501. We have been able to maintain that $5 handle, and for the time being, 502 as we speak, and GameStop is at $20.25. So there's your update on that. What you doing, AMC? What are you up to there? Let's see, just an ever so modest increase in volume, and we're catching a few pennies a minute. That could be the start of something nice. I don't want to get too far out over my skis. I tend to be a little more excitable than I should be, and every little move gets me off. But thank you, M. Khan. That's very kind of you to say. Oh, 505, 506. So what's happening here? Just glancing back over some of the messages, reviewing some of the things I missed sometimes, and my brain runs so fast I miss things along the way. And I couldn't help but notice that Carlton Jones, the guy that said he'd been on all the surviving battleships, he referred to what I'd just come to realize. It was the boat that y'all were talking about in Virginia is known as the Whiskey, I guess the USS Wisconsin. But I think that is an outstanding nickname. First time I've heard of that. Like I said, I'm not a real big naval historian or anything, but if that, I can only assume that he's correct. That the nickname for that battleship is called the Whiskey, and that speaks to me.
Yeah, the one thing the Navy stopped having on ships.
Well, I remembered a few of the obvious ones, like the USS Missouri was called Big Mo. I remember that one, but I think that's just attributed. It's just probably because of my movies, seen it in movies.
Carrier, the Roosevelt, it's called Rough Rider.
Okay, I haven't heard that one before either.
When they started renaming the carriers, I always wish they would brought back the Bonhomme Richard. That had the coolest nickname.
Yeah, I used to call it the bonhomie because I didn't know how to pronounce it, and I never spoke any of that Francais. But isn't that the one that's B-O-N-E, bonhomie or something?
Bonhomme, the good man.
Oh, okay. Bonhomme, is that what it means in French? Is good,
Yeah.
good man? Okay.
It was always called the Bonnie Dick.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that one. I used to call it the Bonhomie Richard. Damn. Picking up all my language skills today. Pretty soon I'll be able to call myself bilingual. J typed in Battle of 501. Added in for good measure some boxing gloves. Carl, I'm not going to say you're wrong there. It's kind of looking that way, isn't it? That consistent push and tug of war over 3 pennies, one way or the other. More often than not, only 2 cents. I'd have to say I probably agree with you, Carl.
Did you guys get some rain last night?
Negative, Cap.
There's some big storms out by Nolans that were heading your way, and I was surprised you guys didn't get any.
No, we had beautiful days for the last 3 or 4 here, which we've been due for a while. Though we had a wet spring. It's been all things being equal, it's been awful here this spring.
Can't remember where I went yesterday. Went north, and then came south. That big wave of weather we had to get around. Then I went back up to Cleveland today. It was moving fast too. It surprised me when I see those thunderstorms moving that fast. Can you hear the music in the background?
No, occasionally it'll pick up some crosstalk, but like right now I hear the background of somebody talking like sounds like you're in a restaurant still.
Yeah, isn't that weird? I can hear the music and the people are just behind me, but the music's louder. So weird. I know where I went. I went to Buffalo yesterday. Buffalo and back.
You spend any time at all flying in and out of Cincinnati, CBX, CBG?
I used to all the time. And the restaurant, the hotel we were at was that the Crown, which I think they've torn it down now.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize you know this, of course, being a pilot, but the greater Cincinnati airport is in Kentucky. It's not even in Cincinnati or Ohio. There was no room for it, so they bought up a bunch of farmland across the Ohio River, built the airport. Of course, once they built that airport, then the entire northern Kentucky grew up around it. But there is on the Ohio side, there is a Lunken Airport, a small, I don't know what they call it, fixed base operator, municipal airport or something.
I used to go into Cincinnati a lot.
Yep, that's it.
Used to always go to the that Scotch bar that had the best fish and chips in town. Had like 100 scotches on the wall. Their fish and chips were incredible.
Pumpkin Eater says, dude, I'm getting clamber with rain. Where are you at? Grove. Give us what's your geologic, or you don't have to give us your address, obviously, but what part of the world are you in that's getting hammered with rain? I pulled your message down there. We're glad to have you with us, but take a moment and review maybe the KC Shaw's channel and its streaming rules. They politely ask that everyone refrain from coming in and cheerleading for other stocks. Just one of a few of the, just a very few rules that they have that ask people here, along with not disclosing how many shares of AMC you own and a few other just basic things. So if you're wondering why your chat's gone there, hopefully that'll give you some insight into that. Papa Max said, my house was 1 mile in direct line with one of the CVG runways. CVG, by the way, stands for Covington. That's the name of the little tiny town that existed on the Ohio River there in Kentucky. So Cincinnati, in aeronautical terms, as far as I guess the FAA and all that, the designation for Greater Cincinnati Airport happens to be CVG. But anyway, he said, I was 1 mile in direct line with the CVG runway. When I lived in Florence, it seemed you could reach up and touch the landing gear at times. Yeah, it's funny how that works. As the aircraft become, if you can get close enough to the end of that runway so you can see those planes on final approach, you get a much better idea of how big they are. Unfortunately, you see them flying around the sky and there's not much to give it scale. So unless you spend a lot of time flying or get on the ground and walk up to one. Oh man, Pumpkin Eater said MA is Massachusetts. Thank you, buddy. I don't know why I said Maine. Yeah, I stand corrected there. MA is for Massachusetts. Oh, okay. MCON's in the Mass as well. We have a sunken ship. We were talking about ship names before. If you leave the bay here in Pensacola and you pull out what's called the Pensacola Pass, immediately, just as soon as you get off the beach, I mean, actually, you're still in shallow water. There's a sunken ship there called the USS Massachusetts. I think it goes all the way back to maybe the Civil War era, but it's steel. And at low tide, it's only an inch or two out of the water. In fact, in the wintertime, they say some of it is above the waterline, but it's a hazard to navigation. And I had a friend of mine run over it with a 60-foot charter vessel and ripped a 6 or 7 foot hole in the bottom of his guts and the bottom of her hull. But it's marked with a buoy. But people still manage to hit it for some reason or another. Never made it to Massachusetts. I had the opportunity to go to Fort Bragg. We did some exercises with the Army Rangers, I think, and we, for whatever reason, a bunch of us Air Force guys ended up, the gunships ended up at, we called it Fayetteville because some of those guys had married Vietnamese girls and brought them home. Fayetteville. That was probably as far north as I got to go, and I never had the opportunity to even leave the base, if my memory serves. Or maybe I just got to go see a local drinking hole downtown, but I didn't really get to drive around much. Never had the opportunity to see much of the East Coast. Mrs. Pirate's a little better traveled in her youth and she had the opportunity to see New York City, and she was had the good fortune to go to Charlottesville on business one time or other. I'm pretty limited to what I've seen on the East Coast. No, I don't think I'm muted, Papa Mac. Would you like me to mute myself, buddy? Our radio sounds. I hear you, Gordon. I love music. I love music as much as the next guy. I mean, I live for it. But unfortunately, I'm unfamiliar with the rules and how you can play things on here. Nothing would give me more pleasure than to be a pretend disc jockey. But if I learned nothing in the past few years, lurking around KC site, is that there's no faster way to get a stream banned or shut down than to play some music that's been copyright protected. He walks a fine line with it every day. It's amazing that we don't get shut down, if you really want to know the truth of the matter. I'd be happy to oblige you, Spaghetti Master, sing for you, but I'm not much of an a cappella guy. My talents are not that refined. At a minimum, I need to have the most basic of music. So can't help you there. But from time to time, if some cool lyrics pop in my mind, I'll be happy to recite them for you. So maybe I can, as opposed to just typing them in. It's one of the ways I've passed the time, while away the hours, if you will, for the past couple of years, especially when my relationship with the stream in KC was in its infancy. I would just at random times type in what I thought were cooler lyrics. It was kind of just one of the things I did. And I still enjoy it from time to time. Yeah, Papa Mac said he was reading up on using, for those of you who don't know, Papa Mac has the backup channel. So in the event that we go down here, we all have someplace else to go for redundancy. And Papa Mac says, I was reading up on using music on live streams in Discord. It's pretty tight. We're living on the edge here, I'd say. Yep, that's what I would agree. And KC has a gut feeling for it. He seems to have developed a sixth sense, if you will, on what he can kind of get away with, and even he steps in it every once in a while. I can think specifically, probably over the last 3 years or so, at least 2 times I know we were shut down for taking liberties with music. And sometimes it's not even KC, it's some of us, rather censor content, and it puts in a song or something, or myself, perhaps anyone else who's done something similar, resulted in us getting turned off. But that's unfortunate.
I am. Oh, forgot to play the horn first.
He's back.
I'm back. Sound like I came back and talking about like music something. I don't know.
Yeah, they asked if my mic was on mute. I said no, just from time to time. Believe it or not, I just don't have anything to say.
Oh, okay.
So, but and they said something about pirate music, and I said that nothing would please me more than to pretend to be a disc jockey. It's one of the things that I kind of one of my regrets. Like, I wonder if I could have been a good disc jockey, and unfortunately, I was just sharing with some of them that how it's perilous, or we're on thin ice with playing music on here, and how there's no faster way to get a stream shut down. Yada yada yada.
Yeah.
You kind of caught the tail end of that conversation there.
The one thing is that the only person who can see content warning strike issues are myself and from my end. So
right.
YouTube gives you a warning, and if you are doing something that you should not be doing, and you continue to do that without heeding to the warning, that's
drop the hammer.
They will shut your shit down faster than you can.
Right.
Before you can, do anything.
So if KC's off having a nap, and we decide to play Jimmy Buffett songs on the loop for an hour, we're not seeing when they give the shot across the bow that says, "Hey, you better knock that off." We don't get to see that warning.
Yeah.
And then we'll end up in a real bad spot here.
Yeah, that would not be a good idea.
I offered to recite lyrics for him, but apparently that was frowned upon.
What's that? Somebody else was saying something there real quick.
Have you picked a time yet for poker?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go because yesterday when we were voting on it, if I'm not mistaken, we were choosing between 10 a.m. Eastern and 9 p.m. Eastern. Is that correct? Do you guys agree with that?
I believe so.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go with the 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow or on Saturday. So, but tomorrow I'm going to put it up in the as a title for the day, so it'll be there for everybody to see. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to go with that 9 p.m. It's a little bit easier on me to do the late night. Well, I guess it's late night for some. For others, it's maybe not so late night. But the 9 p.m. will probably be working best for me. So it'll be 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 8 p.m. my time. And
yeah, especially on a holiday weekend, there are a lot of people that are doing stuff during the days with family and getting things done, opening up pools and whatnot.
Yeah, and everybody can sleep in the next morning. It again 2 days. It'll be at least a Saturday, so if anybody who wants to sleep in the next day, that'll give them an opportunity to sleep in if they have to stay up late. So, yeah.
Awesome. Barring anything coming up, I should see you guys in there.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Have a great day.
You too, man. Take care. It's good seeing you, Mason Blue too.
You as well.
All right. What do you guys say? Numbers? Shall we do some numbers here? Let's see here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, please make sure you guys are getting your screenshots of your portfolio. Have a statement sent to you by your broker so that you have proof of ownership of what it is that you have in case your broker somehow manages to misplace that information. Can't stress enough how important it is. All right, let's take a look and see what we got going on here for the day today. An hour ago, we had... Well, actually, who cares what we had an hour ago? What we have right now, that's the more important thing. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about, what are we at? Noon? A little afternoon? 63% going through off-exchange and EGX combined. Currently, we are at 66.59% between the two. So we're about 3.59% higher than what I would expect to see. CHX volume for AMC is at 11,290 shares. GME CHX volumes coming in at 34,601. So definitely a high number on GME. Borrow fees for AMC looks like, and available shares to borrow, another 50,000 have been borrowed out. Fees are currently at 3.54%. Let's see here. So 0.15 or 150,000 shares reported by IBK are borrowed for the day today. On the other hand, Ortex said that there was 4.19 million shares borrowed as of an hour ago, and it's now saying 3.9, so a little bit of a drop there. That's going to cause the estimated short-term interest of the free float to drop a little bit to 12.85%. The cost per arm is at 3.14. Average is 4.62, and max is 6.2. Shares on loan for the day today is at 64.86 million shares. That's 8.44 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 3.05 million of that is in closed short interest. Taking a look at options, the highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $5 strike with 20.5 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 25.3 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume for the day is coming in at a $5 strike as well. There was 10.8 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 11.6. The market is suggesting a closing price somewhere within 475 to 525 as a range. It's both the call and puts are both targeting $5. Taking you guys over to the other page here, we'll take a look and see how orders are looking on according to Fidelity's customers. AMC versus GME. GME's got a look at this beautiful number here: 71.86% buy to 28.14% sell ratio. Looking really, really strong. AMC fell off the top 30 list here earlier this morning. We were on it briefly. We'd had just slightly less buying than we had selling going on at the time. MMRI was 292.66 as of an hour ago. It is now 292.28. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.451 and is now 0.456. NASDAQ is up 0.39. Dow Jones is down 1.04. S&P 500 is down 0.12. We have 4,175 decliners to 1,469 advancers. The market is very obviously less advancing or more declining now than it was an hour ago. Hot lava fire, don't touch the floor. It's looking nasty out there in that market. It'll burn your feet off. We have 0 sectors green as of right now. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Woo. Try to mute this, but I wasn't going to make it in time. I had to turn. Where do we stand? Sectors. There's 2 sectors in particular, actually 3 sectors that are kind of doing poorly, but the worst sector is real estate, followed by financials. Of the Mag 7, 1 is up. The one that had the earnings report yesterday. NVIDIA. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% or more are going to get a shout out. FRC is up 19.05. SI is up 15.46. NYCB is down 2.86. Stank of California is down 3%. Looks like everything's starting to come down now. Charles Schwab is down 3.89%. Gold down 1.54% and trending down. Silver's down 1.7 and is trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 5.93 and consolidating. The US dollar is up 0.07, trending up. Oil is down 2.65, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.35 to 0.36 and consolidating. SPY is down 0.12 and trending down. Let's see what kind of volume. I imagine that if it's going to be trending down, volume is going to start trending up. Let's see here what kind of pace they're on. After 234 minutes worth of trading, SPY is on pace for 36 million shares traded for the day today. That doesn't sound right. Let me redo the math on that real quick. Yeah, that's right. It's got to be right. Yeah, 36.11. Definitely an increase in volume right about here. Not so much. Well, the price was moving up there. Seems like every time price starts taking a little bit of a dump, it starts volume starts pumping. Not every time. A little bit of a pump there. It's not looking too strong. VIX is down 1.38, double bottom off of 1184, and starting to trend up now. And it is not quite breaking that trend yet from earlier this morning, the downtrend, but it is definitely on a trend up currently. The futures, it's currently at 12.12. The futures are suggesting it should be about 13.63, so buck 1.5 higher than it is currently. VTI is down 0.24 and currently trending down. VB is down 0.98, trending down. Tesla is down 1.74. Consolidating. Amazon is down 0.51, trending down. Cinemark is up 0.23, trending down. Doge is down 3.95 and slightly trending up. Bitcoin is down 2.08 and consolidating after a downtrend. GME is down 3.93, consolidating. HYMC is up 1.19 and is currently, I'm going to go with consolidating. NCMI is up 1.67 and is consolidating. HOOD is up 0.84, trending up. AMC is down 3.62 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's approximately $2.6 million more outflow than inflow. 28.34 million shares traded so far. After 236 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for about 46.84 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I told you somewhere between 70 to 100 million. We'll see if we get some of that late afternoon volume that kicks in here that bumps that number up a little bit. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 51.59, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure. The divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring in RSI at 52.12, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. The divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring, RSI at 47.32, which is just slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 41.01, which is below average. And with that, I yield to the back of the big tramp. Ricky Ray says, I wonder if China's getting close to invading Taiwan. From the reports that I've been seeing, it sounds like they're on a quote-unquote exercise as they surround it both by land and... Sorry, not by land, what am I saying? Both by sea and by air.
Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to.
That's such a good song. William Price says, today's action looks a lot like yesterday's. Hopefully we get the same end-of-day volume action. Agreed. Yeah. Let me check and see if there's any... I don't know if you guys saw that earlier or not today, but there was some news on AMC in regards to... Well, I guess I shouldn't say it's AMC specifically. I mean, it was more about news about the Dirty Jobs guy. I always forget his name. What's his name?
Mike Rowe.
Yeah, Mike Rowe. Mike Rowe doing a movie series about the past and heroes from the past. And it's kind of a cool thing that he's putting together. I'm gonna have to look up and see if I can find that article again.
30 Sanchez.
We just talking about him a couple weeks ago.
No.
Yeah, and
Not 30 Sanchez.
It's pretty crazy how we were just talking about it back in April, and now here it is. Yep, it's pretty cool.
I'm telling you, they're listening to us.
I know. Yep. I kind of tend to agree with Papa Mac though. I feel like if they were talking about releasing the movie this year, then they probably were already in the works. But yeah,
I'd have to have some dates before I could claim that. I jumped the gun on that and went all, hey, that.
But it is still cool though.
The truth is, yeah, if he, because if nothing else, we simultaneously were hitting upon something that smart people with big money were doing, and that's kind of cool. That's brag worthy.
Let me.
I'd have to. If you saw some hard dates, you could maybe make a claim. But
let me put this up. Let me see if I can put this up in the chat here. I don't know if it's going to be too long or not. No, it doesn't look like it's too long. So that's the link to the article. The article says Fort Worth, Texas, May 23rd. Trinity Broadcasting Network, Fathom, Impact Productions, and Mike Rowe Works. Announcement of the release of Something to Stand For with Mike Rowe premiering in theaters nationwide beginning June 27th. And it says in the shoot, I don't know what to call this, like the graphic for the advertisement here. It says Mike Rowe, Something to Stand For, America's favorite storyteller, shares untold stories of American heroes in theaters June 27th. It says watch the trailer and purchase tickets on May 24th. Tomorrow for Something to Stand For here. We don't have a link yet we have a link, but I don't know if it's going to be available until tomorrow. But it says here, Something to Stand For promises to be a journey like no other as Rowe takes viewers on a captivating adventure that uncovers some of the lesser-known stories in American history. For the American Revolution to World War II, the Civil Rights Movement, and beyond, viewers will be fascinated by the accounts of these brave men and women who gave us something to stand for. Quote, this project is a tribute to the American spirit and the heroes who helped shape our country, says Rowe. I am excited to share these untold stories and highlight the extraordinary sacrifices made by these remarkable individuals. Pretty cool stuff. I'm hoping that really takes off in the movie theaters and that a lot of people really enjoy that. History is probably one of the lesser appreciated subject matters that should be appreciated more. So, and Mike Rowe is probably one of my favorites who could deliver on that. A good storytelling.
No better person for it. He's one of the most respected people. He doesn't have a lot of, at least none have been exposed yet. Any kind of evil skeletons in his closet, and he's got a lot of celebrity status, and he's just loved by the blue collar working class people for the obvious reasons.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm just gonna. I want to see that. I really want to see it. I'm a big fan. Working in clean rooms most of my life, after watching Dirty Jobs all the time with Mike Rowe, I always wanted to see him change it up for 1 week out of the year. Instead of doing dirty jobs, doing clean jobs. And I thought, man, it would be really fun to have him come and show what it's like to work in some clean,
operating room or one of your clean rooms.
Yeah, it would be really, really cool to see the other side of people who are working the clean jobs, which nowhere near as terrible as some of these dirty jobs were, but it is fascinating though to see. A lot of people do like to see what happens in clean environments.
Yeah, it would have. I don't think it would have fit with his format because his thing was. I think it was more about the stereotype that a lot of your ditch digger type jobs are are undignified, if you will. Mm-hmm. And I think his goal was to show that there's a lot of honor and dignity in doing a lot of these jobs that would be viewed by uneducated people. I shouldn't say uneducated. It would be viewed by people as something that's just pure labor. And I think that he was incredibly successful at that. Saying that, if you take it at face value, it looks like they're just digging a ditch. But the truth of the matter is there's skills involved in the learning process and all that. So, But yeah, maybe he could have done a spinoff and just said, sterile jobs or super clean jobs.
You're my favorite American storyteller, Pirate.
Oh, man. Well, flattery will get you everywhere.
You'll need to go get a room.
Censored content, he won't help me. I practically begged him to come over on the backup channel so he could do all of his work his magic with all of the old Billy sound bites and all that. But he essentially told me to pound salt in my ass. He was going to go take a nap, and that's just what he did. And that's the censored content that we know.
I went to sleep.
I'm like, come on, censored content. You got to come over.
That's my backup.
He's like, I got a backup plan, you son of a bitch. I'm going to take a nap, and off he went. I'm like, all righty then.
There's a difference of opinion. Let everybody have a say. Let's do it like grown-up people.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Just Casey, let the record reflect it's 12:35 my time, which you are in the same time zone. But as of yet, no estimate on the repair for Big Red. Old Red is my truck, by the way, and so that's we're zero phone calls, zero fax, nothing. So we haven't even got the estimate yet.
That's kind of odd, don't you think? Do you think they're having a hard time finding parts?
Well, it's going to be interesting because we have a family mechanic here. You heard me talk many times about the value of a family mechanic and long-standing relationships. But he's always has a backlog because he's good. You have to wait your turn, and sometimes it can be as much as 2 weeks. And the committee here decided that was unacceptable under the current circumstances, that it needed to be addressed immediately.
Did you say how old your
decided to go?
Did you say how old your dually was?
22 years. It's a
2000. Oh, you're screwed. All right.
2003.
See, I already went through this. I already went through this with the Toyota Tacoma. It was in 1996, and I wanted to have some stuff done on it, and some of the parts are just getting really hard to find now.
I'm lucky. These are wear item parts: brake pads, brake calipers, and discs. That stuff there is always available.
Okay.
Always. So that's not going to be an issue. It's just an issue that they're busy as well. And even Firestone with 6 bays.
So what do you always do when you change the discs?
Well, in the old days, we wouldn't change the disc. We would send them out and have them turned, which means a fancy word for saying smooth.
When you take off the disc, what is something that every good auto mechanic should always do? This is something I learned in auto shop. You always, if you're there, you might as well be doing it.
Oh, you're talking about changing bearings out.
Repack the hub. Repack the hub. Change out the bearings. It's standard. Yeah. If they get that disc off,
a little different because it's a 4-wheel drive, and so it's got locking hubs.
I know, that's what I'm talking about. That's the exact problem I ran to. I have locking hubs on mine, and so when he went to go in there, he got in there and he started finding problem after problem, and he's like, your parts just don't exist anymore. It's more than just So I'm telling you, I think that's what you're going to find. I don't know. We'll find out.
We'll just disagree because you can get parts for 1970s Ford and Chevrolet stuff if you have any of the good old fashioned basic vehicles. I don't know how it stands for some of the other vehicles, but most of that stuff is either available as a factory OEM, an OEM part, or at a minimum, you get the remanufactured stuff. But I've never had any issues, and I've done everything from front ball joints. I started eating tires because that diesel engine's heavy on the front, so it throws even with good suspension, it puts a little stress on that front end, and it started eating those tires because my ball joints got a little bit worn. But
that is the one thing you do have going for you. You got yours as American versus mine being foreign.
It's a big difference. And also Ford, and not just a Ford, but the truck line. So it stands to reason those things will be around for a while.
The only thing that's tripping me out though a little bit, or what I would be concerned about is the fact that it's a dually, and you're not going to have as many of those around as you do just regular trucks. But you're talking about the front end, not the back end, so that's different.
The only thing different between a dually and an F350, they're both 1-ton frames, which comes with a factory suspension lift and some other things, but all it has is an extra set of wheels on the back and a little bit bigger brakes and stuff. But other than that, the frame and the rest of the truck is no different than a fleet side
we're talking about front end anyways, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Stella says, what year is your Toyota? It's a 1996 Toyota Tacoma.
Casey and I are of the same tribe. It never dies.
It dies when you can't move it anymore.
Thing's dead. It just needs to be broken. It just needs to be fixed again.
Yeah.
Never. Yeah.
I always said when I bought the thing, I was going to run it into the ground. I'm like, I'm never selling this thing.
I did too. I can remember it. I looked at my wife when we bought that, and she was pregnant with Jesse, and she said, is this the truck you want? Because it was a lot of money. It was $33,000. And I said, I'll drive it until I die. And she's like, well, I'm not saying that, but are you sure you're happy with it? I said, yeah, it'll last me. It'll last me for more than what I need to do. And here we are, going on 23 years later. And I'm still making money with that thing.
Yeah,
See, the only problem.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the only problem with that is that thing will never die.
Nope. No, my grandkids will probably. I'll be dead and gone, and my sons will go through that truck. And then if they're anything like the the grandkids will fool with it.
I'd always said I didn't even have kids yet because I bought it in 1999. Bought it in 1999, and I said to myself, like, not only am I going to run it to the ground, but I want to make sure I keep it long enough to be able to pass down to kids that I didn't even have. Bradley wasn't even born until 2002, so he came 3 years later.
Yeah. I want my value. I want my value out of something. I work too hard for my damn money.
Yeah.
I don't want to flash in the pan. I'm not saying it's got to be an investment. I'm not saying it's got to grow over time, but I want maximum value what I pay for.
You know what's kind of crazy is that it's the original clutch, and it's gone through Bradley learning how to drive it on a clutch, and Melissa learning how to drive it on a clutch on that clutch, and it's still the original clutch, and it's never been. I know I should be knocking on all kinds of wood right now, but like literally, it's the thing is just. I mean, you just beat the crap out of it, and it just loves it and takes it more, and be like, oh yeah, what else you got? It just keeps on going. I love the thing. I'd brag and say Hunter. That's why what?
You know, I said that's why I still have mine around. Mine's a 1980 Toyota pickup.
There you. Holy crap! That's the oldest one on the block now. 1980. Gee whiz.
Yeah, that's the one on the picture on my.
Oh yeah. That's right. That's crazy, man.
I mean, it doesn't stop.
Mm-mm.
KC, I'll send you 2 pictures real quick. If you don't mind sharing them with the class, I'll send it to your DMs.
Okay. They're still not coming through yet, but when I see them. Synthetic price failure is at $4, and let me just actually make sure real quick here we didn't break. Okay. Yeah, synthetic price failure. I've already got the line set up on the page. Oh, I thought I had the line set up on the page. What happened to it? Well, that's dumb. Huh. Disappeared. Let me reset up another line. I have no idea what happened to it. Synthetic price failure happens at 4:21.
I think I said it properly. I don't know if I did it right or not.
Yeah, it just came through, but let me set this line real quick here first.
No worries. I struggle, man.
4:21. Keep that red. All right, let me pull up the picture. We have tagged the Bollinger Bands on the way down here, which usually means that at some point price should try to retest the simple moving average, which is around 492. It just kind of depends. We also printed a TD9 here on the way down, so we should see some kind of support kind of kicking in here soon. 480, in case you're wondering what that blue line was, is that was the point at which we reset the last synthetic price failure going up. So it looks like we may be finding a little bit of support right around that point. And let me pull up this picture Pirate wanted me to pull up. And
that was the day we left. First trip leaving the farm to move to Florida. It's 10 years ago, but that's old red. And that's an example of how I used to work that truck. That's a 50-foot trailer with a Jeep and a bass boat inside it and half a house full of furniture. I dragged that son of a bitch about 80 miles an hour down 65. Yep.
Very
Put
nice.
that old truck through the paces for 20 years.
Hey Casey, have you ever seen that TV show called Top Gear?
Yes, and the Toyota that they put through the rungs. I've heard about it. I want to see it. I want to see it so bad because did they light it on fire first, right?
They stuck it. They drowned it.
They drowned it first.
Ocean, they blew. No, they did a bunch. I don't know which one they did first, but there's a bunch of scenes that every episode they're just trying to kill it, and they get in it, start it, and it drives off. You know, they put it on top of a building. I think the last one was they put it on top of a 10-story building. And they demolitioned the building, and they unburied it, and it still started and kept going.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and then they one episode which was really interesting is they drove it into the ocean when the I guess the sea level's low during the tide, chained it to the floor and let the tide come in and basically submerged it, and on the next tide removed it, fired it up, and it drove off.
What?
Yeah,
That's insane.
You gotta watch it. There's probably a YouTube like shows all the main clips, but it's pretty interesting. You should watch it. It makes you feel really good about your truck.
Yeah. I want to see that episode. I've heard about it tons of times, and I've never had a chance to watch it before. I do want to see that one.
I believe it's the same year that you have. It's a European model, but it's the same. I believe it's the same year.
I have actually the full series, so I don't know how we can do it, but I can look up what episodes those were and look up the parts where those were, the cars used. We can try to do it after the stream if you want.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah. I just hope I'll still be awake by then. Feel a little bit weak these days.
Yeah. Did you say weak?
Yeah. I don't
sick?
know if I mentioned it, but I'm pushing for a 4-week fasting, so 7 days no food.
Oh my goodness. Isn't that like the maximum you're supposed to go? Isn't it like 777 or something? Or what are the numbers? I forget what the numbers are.
No, you can probably go for like a month or more. I still need to be functional.
Feels like there's some like repeating numbers, like you're not supposed to go without water for so many days or something like that. Maybe it was 7 days. I don't know what it was. I feel like it was. I don't know. There's some number out there that you're supposed to not go beyond water than eating, and then there was.
I think it's like 3 days without water, 30 days without food.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's. I just knew that the numbers were kind of like repeating in some order or something like that. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's a long time. 7 days is no. 7 days.
So good.
When you say fasting, does that mean you can eat during certain hours but not during others, or?
No, it's not intermittent. It's water fasting. I have water,
Oh, wow.
I have electrolytes and magnesium and salt. And that's it.
My goodness. Okay. Well, that sounds like a blast.
But yeah, I'm feeling quite weak these days, so that's why I hope I'm gonna still be awake by the time the stream is done.
I wanna be supportive, but I also like. That's so painful. I can only imagine. So keep going, preacher.
You need to test yourself from time to time. You know?
You can do it. I don't think I could do that. I do intermittent fasting, but never. I don't think I could do 7 days no eating. Liquids only? Nah. There are things I'm willing to sacrifice and suffer through, but just I don't know. Eating's kind of one of those things where it's like I'm not willing to go there.
I love eating. I love good food, probably more than the other guy because I'm Latin, from Latin blood, Latin. You know, like Romania is a Latin country. We love food. Everything in our country revolves around food. But this is just something about testing myself and just pushing, also losing some weight. I have where to lose it from, so.
And what Americans think fasting's when you only eat fast food.
That's not true. Here, wait a minute.
1 week fast food. I'm on a 1 week fast food fast.
Wait.
Tacos every night.
How dare you?
How dare you? That's not true. We actually stopped. We were eating out too much here at our house, and so we stopped doing. We started committing ourselves to like 1 day a week for eating out, which is Wednesdays. Every once in a while we fold, but and end up doing a different day. But Wednesdays are our eat out days now.
That's what she said. By the way, Casey, your Dallas team is playing the Oilers
tonight. Yes, I told Melissa, I was like, I'm watching. I don't normally watch hockey. I am all into this now. I'm all in. I'm gonna watch I'm gonna try to watch every single game going forward until the finals are over.
Yeah, I hope they just choke and die down there.
So, are you a Rangers fan?
Oh, I'm an Oilers fan.
Okay.
From where the Oilers are. I'm the enemy.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, good luck to you.
Yeah, that's very Canadian right there. I'm your enemy. Well, good luck to you then.
I've been watching some YouTube videos, and man, it sounds like there's just been some like crazy stuff happening, and so I want to get in and watch this because it looks like there's some drama going on in hockey for sure.
I choke and die down there. I really do.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
The name of your team doesn't even make any sense. The Dallas Stars.
You do realize we're the Lone Star. You do realize we're the Lone Star State.
Yeah, so shouldn't it be the Dallas Star?
No, because you have to. Everything's well. Shouldn't it be an Edmonton Oiler?
More than one Lone Star. It's not a Lone
Star. The Dallas Loners.
They're all stars. Every single one of them are stars. So it's the Dallas Stars. It's plural. It's a team. It's not a single person.
It made sense when it was the Minnesota North Stars.
Well, I'm into it now. I had no idea what I was missing, and so now I'm going to watch.
Yeah, you've got a good team down there. I'd say their chances of making it to the Cup are about 0.
I know you say that with all complete sarcasm.
What's up with the aggressive Canadian behavior today? My word.
His team's going. What? Go ahead.
Hockey.
His team's playing my team today. Hey, may the better team win, man. Right?
Oh, I'm sure. Yes. Talk to you tomorrow.
Look at Apex coming in here like a kidder. He is.
I'm new to the channel. Yeah.
I'm new to the channel.
You know why Canadians?
Yeah. Why did AA lower the price? See how I threw that in there?
Yeah, I know. That was pretty funny.
It's not why is the price split by, but why did AA lower it?
Canadians have sex doggy style so they can both watch the hockey game.
I just saw that joke
right.
just the other day.
And plus, you got somewhere to put your beer.
Both of you. That's so funny. That's gonna be like the new thing to say. Like, hey, I'm a new watcher of the stream. Ooh, musical.
I've been out of the channel for a few weeks now, or a few months now. God, I lost 90% of my stock price. What do I do? What's the new price gonna be? Do I sell?
Musical companion, did you send me? I don't see a link from you anywhere. Hold on, let me check and see here. I didn't get a.
I'm in front of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Where did you?
I have to admit, I expected more.
I don't have any links, musical companion, from any. I don't think I have any links from anybody here in my DMs. On X, I tagged you. Oh, man, I am so bad about looking at where people tag me at. I probably miss so much stuff. Let me check and see here. I gotta go because I have to go to a different tab for mentions, and so that just always throws me off because I don't think about clicking on it. Let me look back here. I have not seen it yet. So what I'll do is I'll look for it in the mentions. Oh, there it is. Nope. That was Dr. Zeno. I don't see it. I don't see anything as mentioned. Do me a favor, and instead of mentioning me, go to something that I've posted anywhere in the past, doesn't really matter, and just put in a hey, follow me, and then I'll follow you back, and that way I can you can just send it to me in like a DM or something. Yeah, don't worry, it's not an issue of pushing. I really don't see anything here. I mean, I can show you my page. Let me show you. I'm really not savvy on how this works here on Twitter, but here's my notifications. And as I scroll through my notifications, I don't see anything here listed that looks like a link to me. I already checked this one. This is from this account right here. That's not Roaring Kitty, but everybody thought it was. And some of the dates here are already back to May 19th, so I don't see. I've already passed everything that would have happened recently. These are the last ones in the last 20 hours here, and I don't. I don't see anything. So just comment on anything of mine and just say, hey, follow me. And when I get that notification that pops up, I'll follow you back. It'll be easier that way. All right, numbers.
What are we downloading?
Information.
What kind?
Profitable.
Only up. All right, let's do this. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. So remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see what we have going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange in EDGX. Let's see what we have. 55.98% going through off exchange, EDGX 10.04. The combined on that is 66.02%. That's 2.02% higher than I would expect to be by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day today on AMC is at 11,390 shares, not the 30,000 that strikes as a lot to me in my mind. GME's number is 35,494, very much a lot. So it's definitely over that 30,000 number. Borrowing amount of shares, looks like another 50,000 shares were borrowed in the last hour, and then a bunch of shares were returned. About 250,000 were returned. IBKR showing about 200,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are currently at 3.39%. According to Ortex an hour ago, there was 3.9 million shares borrowed for the day today. It's 3.92 million shares now. That's really not enough to change the estimated short-term interest of the free float at 12.85%. The cost to borrow min is at 3.14. Average is 4.62 and max is 6.2. The shares on loan for the day today is at 64.86 million shares. That's 8.44 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex has estimated that about 3.05 million of that is in closed short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is coming in at a strike price, well, at least an hour ago, is at 5 with 25.3 thousand contracts. That has now turned into 29.6 thousand contracts in volume. Highest amount of put volume is coming in at a $5 strike. It was 11.6 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 12.2. The market is suggesting a closing price between $475 and $525 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on the list with a beautiful 72.35% buy to 27.65% sell ratio. And AMC fell off the list after earlier this morning. We are not in the top most 30 heavily traded stocks. MMRI was 292.28 as of an hour ago. It's now 292.32. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.456 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 0.45, which is just about where we started out today at 0.449. Orders by Fidelity customers. What am I saying? I don't know why I just said that. I was trying to do two different things at once.
Orders by Fidelity customers is where you left off.
Yeah, I already covered it.
I was trying to get you back on track, dude.
Yeah, I was like, what's going on with there was somebody making background hits on the microphone. I was like, what's going on here? NASDAQ is down 0.26, Dow Jones is down 1.43, and SP 500 is down 0.62. If you're going to ask questions about why is AMC down for the day, always take a look at the market in general and find out what's going on with the average market. As it stands right now, there's 4,516 decliners with 1,160 advancers. The market is absolutely taking a tanking right now. It is getting very close to me calling this being burned up by the sun. Not quite there yet, so it's still hot lava. Don't touch the floor or you'll burn your feet kind of dirty situation, but looking pretty nasty as of right now. Sectors that are doing well for the day-to-day, there is not a single one that is not getting hit or hammered in some kind of way. The worst sector for the day-to-day is coming in at real estate at 1.73% down, followed by financials down 1.6%. Big hits taken here. The only stock the only stock out of the Mag 7 that's green today is Nvidia, who had their earnings report yesterday and had some big numbers. Everything else is down almost 1% or more. That's in red. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% or more are going to get a shout out. Coinbase is down 4.32. FRC is up 19.05. Silvergate is up 15.46. NYCB is down 3.31. Stank of California is down 4.25. Zion Stank is down 3.11. Western Alliance down 2.97. Wells Fargo down 2.45. Charles Schwab down 4.25. And that's it. Gold down 1.9 and trending down. Silver down 2.06, trending down. Ethereum Classic up 4.53 and consolidating. The US dollar is up 0.13 and trending up. Oil is down 2.88, consolidating after a trend down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.28 to 0.31 and starting to trend up. SPY is down 0.71 and taking a pretty big dump here. 26.35 million shares traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace this is. 1 o'clock, 275 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for 37.39 million shares traded on the SPY. So the volume, you can see the volume is picking up as price is starting to fall. So there is some real selling going on as it's going off, but not really picking up volume too much. I would expect it to be a little bit higher. VIX currently up 4.15 and leaping up. It's at 12.8 now. It's starting to catch back up with the futures, where the futures were suggesting that it should be somewhere around 1398 at this point, which is still a full point higher than where it's at right now. And you can see there are gaps on the way up here. It's not just driving upwards, it's gapping upwards. So we're seeing some big numbers showing up here on the VIX. VTI is currently down 0.88, trending down. VB is down 1.67, trending down. Tesla is down 3.5, trending down. Amazon is down 1.22, trending down. Cinemark is down 0.62, trending down. Doge is down 5.62 and trending down. after having been in a slight uptrend. Bitcoin down 3.15, taking a tumble after consolidation period. GME is down 8.76 and trending down. HYMC is breaking even, and I'm going to call it consolidating. NCMI is up 1.48 and consolidating after a downtrend. Hood is up down 1.17, trending down, and AMC is down 6.82 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day. There's approximately $4.3 million more outflow than inflow. 33.99 million shares traded so far. Let's just call it 34. 34 million shares divided by 277. We're on pace for 47.87 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 70 to 100 million shares. We'll see if we don't get some kind of swing back the other direction in the next hour or so. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure on our side of 48.06, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side, 41.77. Which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side of 34.8, which is below average. Give me just 1 second here while I fix something. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI. With an RSI of 27.06, signaling oversold. I can't even begin to kind of mention to you guys that I always tell you guys, if you don't know what's going on and you wonder what's going on or why things are happening the way that they're happening, go back to the beginning portion of the live stream and listen to what it is that I have to say in the mornings, because that's when I sit here and I tell you everything that it is that you need to know about what's going to happen in the future and the price. I'm literally spilling the beans for you, telling what's going to happen, what to expect. And I told you there was a very short period of time where there's going to be a green cloud forming, followed by a red cloud, which meant that there was going to be a ton of volatility today. We've got very big swings that are coming our direction in price movement, where this is going to try and drive down through these clouds and back up through these clouds and back down through these. We've got some high volatility periods ahead of us. You need to listen to the morning, the very early morning. If you come in and you wonder what the heck is going on with AMC and Casey's acting like nothing's going on, go back to the beginning portion of the live stream when I break down the entire day for you to tell you what's going to happen, what to expect. Because if you come in the later portion of the day and I'm acting like this is normal and you start asking questions, don't ask there. Go back and listen. That should be the very first place you go, is listen to what I said in the morning. High periods of time of volatility. Here it is. We got it. All right. I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Lawrence says, I do not get how AMC can only be 12 to 13% shorted and how billions was traded when most of the flow is not selling. It's really simple. One of the things that you need to remember is it's self-reported information. That's probably your biggest clue. The second thing that you need to remember is what is reported is delayed. All the information that we're seeing on the short interest is delayed by 15 trades. We're lagging. Sometimes it can be higher than 15 days, but it's about a 15-day lagging period behind where our previous reported amount is. It's sometimes between 15 and 30 days. So because there's a lagging reported period of time, and because we've also just had some dilution that occurred, it's going to make that number look super, super low compared to where it's actually at. So if I were to pull up on the screen for you some numbers here from Ortex, it should make complete sense as to why this is happening. Let me refresh this. I can't stand having the cloud up on the page there. So here's our exchange reported short interest that's delayed, and the most recent amount's going to be reported here Tomorrow it's going to give us the next 15 trading days. And I would expect to see that there's going to be maybe a little bit of a drop in exchange reported short interest. This is the estimated amount that Ortex has estimated along this period of time here. So Ortex is saying that in the next 15 trading days, so we should be looking at like May 15th or May 14th, somewhere right around there. May 14th, they're probably going to report a number that's going to say something close to what's showing in this estimated amount at 58.08 million shares. However, whether or not this is going to be more or less than, it doesn't really matter, right? As long as it's inside that green cloud there, they're saying like that's the range where we feel like, we're kind of giving you an estimate. It could be anywhere in there. They do get that wrong on occasions, but not very often. What you need to remember is because this is a delayed reporting amount of information and they're seeing shares that are being returned, they always guesstimate 1/3 of all the returned shares or borrowed shares happens to be short interest, right? So their current amount that they're estimating the short interest to be at is dropping very similarly to where their estimates are. But that isn't exactly what it is. The reported amount, as you can see, varies quite often. And so when we get our next reported number here and it's higher than where they're currently estimating at, we're going to see this number jump way back up again because their estimates are going to have to change based off of whatever the new amount of short interest is. So what you really have to remember is that this is a lagging indicator. And so when you get 12 or 13%, and that 12 or 13% is based off of current amount of shares that are being reported, which I will pull up here in just a second, you're going to see that the number dropped as drastically as it did because the outstanding shares outstanding here, has increased significantly since the last reported amount of short interest. We've gone from 276 million shares outstanding to now 368 million. So 100 million new shares are outstanding with the same exact number reported from the past and estimates being made currently. So this is what you need to really remember is that you can't look at the current outstanding amount of short share interest, the free float, as a solid estimate unless you have nothing changing with shares outstanding and nothing changing with the amount of short interest that's going on during large fluctuations in price movement. Those things are going to be causing short interest to do all kinds of crazy stuff. So the number that you're getting right now, that 12 or 13%, what are we at? 12.85%. That's just based off of short interest, off of a huge amount of outstanding shares now, and no good solid reported amount of what's happened to short interest over the next 15 trading days that we have to be reported here. Hopefully that helps a little bit. But everybody's.
It doesn't matter. We own the controlling interest in the company.
Everybody's going to complain, oh, Ortex just sucks, but it's what else do you have to draw on? You have nothing else to draw off of. It's the only information that we have. You want to complain about anything, complain that the SEC doesn't ask for information sooner than 15 trading days. And the reason they won't give it to you any sooner than that is because they say that it takes away an advantage from hedge funds from being able to, do their type of business and people seeing what it is that they're doing.
I would never nitpick the host, but I thought we were yielding to the big trend.
Go ahead. Jump in.
No, I didn't have anything to say.
Okay. Hey, you're welcome to jump in anytime, man.
I've got something to show Pirate here in about 10 minutes. I'm on a walk right now, and I found something I think you'll like.
Okay.
Actually, you'll like it too. It's a little aviation thing. I'm down by the airport, by the shore here in Cleveland.
Do they have a backyard patio departure place like Austin does?
They're a little bit more sophisticated, sir, please. Corporate island.
It's not the South.
Creme de,
Got it.
Creme de. Hold on, let me. That's it.
Do I dare show this, or should I just kind of just keep this to myself?
I thought you found. I thought you found the cat.
No. It's the little airport right by the by the lake. There's the stadium.
For the CAT system.
I think they have an NFL team. I think.
I'm still not
But
sure.
there's a
Am I supposed to be showing this or no?
No. You
Okay.
can in a minute. There's a display by this airport. Actually, this hangar I'm about to come up to, it's got all these restricted signs. Do not enter. It looked almost military. But I'm looking
Use
straight
of
into the hangar.
deadly force is authorized by the commander of this base.
Yeah, it's got nothing. Just mean signs like this is your standard airport sign. But they have meaner looking signs. Which is funny because I can look right to the hangar and see the airplane. It's not like it's anything special. Now this other airplane I'm going to show you, kind of special. Pirate might get teary-eyed about this one. Which will just show that I can acknowledge another force's air
Greatness when you see it.
Yeah, I tell you what. You know what? I'll go with you.
I'll take
It's
that.
Definitely.
I'll take that.
For its time, a model of greatness. For its time. There's a small flaw in this display, though, that I saw as soon as I walked up to it, knowing that it actually wasn't the correct model. But to any layman, they would look at it.
You know, you're live, of course, so it may be beneficial if you give a description of what you're seeing, because not everybody can see it, or if anyone can see it.
It's going to take me another 3 minutes.
Oh my God.
Well, hell, that's forever. In the radio world, that's virtually tomorrow.
Yeah, gee whiz. I'm going to be older then.
We could have went to lunch, did numbers, and I could have done 3 comedy bits already.
Well, it's a tease. It's a tease.
I'll allow it. I'll give you a little leeway here.
All right. In fact, you know what? I'll jog. I'm not supposed to jog, but
No,
I'll jog.
then don't do it. Please don't jog if you're not supposed to jog, so please.
You know, the new knee and all.
I don't want you, yeah, please don't hurt your new knee. There's no need for that. No need for that.
Nice.
Yep. Brandon, good morning, good afternoon. Stockwiz, good afternoon.
Good to see you, Brandon.
It's just started.
Good to see you there, Blinker boy.
It's without the blinkers.
MCon says, is he looking at Puff the Magic Dragons?
That's a reference to, I think it was C-47s. There were cargo planes that during Vietnam they converted with machine guns out the side, and it was kind of the first iteration, the test concept of a airborne weapons platform that could be used for close air support for like ground troops and things. It was nicknamed Puff the Magic Dragon, and a lot of people like to think that that's the forerunner to the modern day C-130 gunship. If that's helpful.
It is not a Puff, nor is it Pirate's beloved Spectre.
Well,
that would be too big a display for this area. Too big.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the pinnacle of greatness. So,
as they said in Full Metal Jacket, tu boku.
I just changed the description in the channel here for rule number 3, I think it was, of the channel, and it's in regards to lending of your shares. That rule stated only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after-hour trading, cash account, no margin account. Do not loan shares unless you don't like your SIPC. I know that's kind of like a weird thing to say. Unless you don't, it's so like a double. Do not loan your shares unless you don't like your SIPC. So I learned something new this morning, Turtle, which I did not know. And believe it or not, I seems like I know everything. I really don't. But I did not know that if your shares are loaned out, SIPC, the type of insurance that you have on your securities that you hold through your broker, are no longer insured when they're loaned. Meaning, if something happens to your broker and your position that normally would have been insured, would no longer be insured for up to 500. By the way, it's insured up to 500,000. That insurance goes away when you are lending your shares. And for whatever reason, I have no idea why that's the case.
Exposes you to a great deal of unnecessary risk. For those of you who don't understand what he's trying to say.
Yes. So it'd be like having your money in a bank and not having any FDIC insurance on it, which is up to 250,000. So if you don't like insurance on the shares that you hold, lending your shares would probably be, you could probably lend your shares. It's a great reason for you not to lend them, I would think.
Someday, we won't go to the airport. We'll go to a place like this.
Okay. Now I can.
That's where the real people.
You're gonna get yourself into one of these situations where some cop's gonna come out there and be like, "You're filming filming from an area that's
getting jacked up." He's going to get jacked up. He'll find himself face down on the ground in a prone position.
You're totally going to get. Yeah, this is. I watch these videos, man. I watch these videos all the time, and these guys come out. The cops get called on you, and they come out there because you're filming areas that are, restricted from the view of people, even though it's a fence that you're looking through.
I don't think you're scared.
And then they're gonna ask you why you're there. They're gonna ask you for your ID. Are you gonna say you don't get my ID because I'm a sovereign citizen? Is that what are you gonna say that?
That's right. Yep. Yes.
He's an auditor, man. He's an auditor. He's conducting an audit.
I'm gonna say I'm a sovereign citizen. I'm traveling.
I pay taxes.
Roseanne says Fidelity won't let me buy AMC. Roseanne, do you have settled cash or is this a recent deposit? Give us some details on that, if you don't mind.
Come on. Give it to us, Roxanne. Give it to us.
Yeah, Roseanne, you don't have to put on that dress tonight. Roseanne, you don't have to put on the red light. No, Roseanne, we don't have Roseanne. We got a Roseanne and Core. Work with me here, dumbass.
Oh, got it. I'm gonna see if I can get on one of these airplanes.
I think I need to go. It's break time.
Here it comes. The pocket, the golden pocket, 461.
Yeah, I'm within 1 minute.
You want to wear an orange jacket tonight? Is that what you're saying? You want to get jacked?
They don't want me to miss my flight this afternoon. They have to get me out.
You're gonna play the pilot card.
Calls would be made.
Yeah. Play the pilot card. Hey, you can't arrest me. I'm a pilot.
Okay, you know who I am.
Pull the evil Knievel. You know who I am?
Yeah. Obviously, you don't know who I am.
You know who my father is? All right, here we go.
Yeah, that's even better.
Daddy.
That's my favorite. Do you know who my dad is?
Why didn't your mother tell you?
All right, here's the big reveal. Let's see what this guy's got. This thing better be this. Yeah.
You gonna?
Oh,
film it?
nice. That's nice. Yeah.
You see that?
Yep,
Thunderbird.
Thunderbird.
They got a static display of an Air Force bird. Very nice.
Now there's a.
Now, which model is that? Is that an A4? Is that a Phantom?
Well, that's a Phantom, but look at the flaw.
That's a Phantom.
I'll point it out.
A 4.
See the flaw? That's an RF4 because it's got the camera.
No, you're.
Instead of the.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is it up in the front
For
right
those
hand
of you
side?
who don't know, military crews like the Blue Angels and the Air Force, they change aircraft each era. Like if you go back and research, you'll find that the Blue Angels, for instance, have used many different types of aircraft throughout the year.
That's the camera pod right there in the nose.
Yeah.
For the RF4.
Yep.
Now, thank God, this is actually sort of a real airplane.
Dominant in the skies over Asia.
See, it actually had something.
Lord. See,
the few times that the Air Force actually used a proper braking tool, the tail hook. See, that's pretty cool, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. This was actually the date to the real man airplane. Oh, look at that. Oh, no camera pod.
Yeah, because this whole time, man, you need to play the other half of that. Come on, what is your deal? Like all day long, you play that shit, and then you forget.
I left that Discord.
Exactly, Casey. Tell him, what about timing? Do we have to have this talk about timeliness again?
Like,
look at that airport.
The comedic timing is horrible.
Yeah, I left the other Discord, and that's where the funnies
look
are.
At that.
Sorry.
There's the real beauty.
What was
look
it?
At that.
What was it called? What was it called, Yucca?
It's Arca. It's Arca.
Arca?
Yeah.
There we
No,
go.
no. But what's the name of the thing?
F4?
The sound.
It's the one that's moan.
The sound clip.
Does it say moan? It says moan?
Yeah.
That's the name of
You
it.
see that tail hook?
That's it.
That tail hook landed on a carrier. That one did.
Or Mona.
Look at that.
Here, man. Damn it. Let me go back in.
No, it's okay. I got it.
A little scuffed up, ain't it?
Look at that airplane.
I don't see anything. How is that possible?
Yeah, those are fine examples of American engineering.
You've got
That's not the right one.
before and the after.
Oh, wait, I found it. Here we go.
Shut up, you dumb bitch.
That's not the right one. That is not the right one.
Shut up, you dumb bitch.
That was not the right
I
one.
like the one that says, I'll go all spider monkey on you.
Holy crap, that was not the right one.
I can't listen to any more of this. What's the matter with you people? How can you sit here and talk and talk and talk like this?
My goodness.
That's beautiful. No, that's a perfect one. See, that's how it's done, Yucca.
So if you ever get to Cleveland, there you go.
Yeah, that was a nice little tour there. Thank you for taking us along there on your little static aircraft display park.
That was pretty cool, man.
Nice to be outside.
Yeah, that's awesome. Reminds me of my old pictures on the wall I used to have as a kid.
Even managed to be halfway respectful to the Air Force. So I guess I'll have to pretend to be nice to him for the rest of the day.
See?
Do what?
One of the few times in U.S. aviation that Air Force and Navy flew the same airplanes. Like the exact same ones.
Pretty strange.
Because the F-35s are different. The Navy one has a bigger wing.
All right, I got to go to break, guys.
Where are you going?
Off you go.
Break. Let me put the message up on the screen here, and I will exit myself.
Okay, here. Let me see.
Roseanne, since you're here, what do you put into babies' ears if you wanted to protect them from, like a loud movie? Do you just go out and buy? I feel like earmuffs, and we're talking like a newborn here, like a 2-week-old baby. Do you do cotton swabs? Do you do earmuffs? Okay, well, that was poorly timed. That was very poorly timed.
That was supposed to be back when
yeah, was
JJ was having his
way
moment.
late.
All right, went back in. I went back in. I'm sorry. Just testing.
Wow.
Just out of curiosity, since you are here, what would you recommend that somebody do for that? We had Funky Pizza Kitchen in here earlier, talking about how they're going to be going to see a movie. They're going to go see Garfield, but they've got their 2-week-old baby, Irene. Did I say the name right? I feel like I'm saying the name right. I think I got it right.
Rose said that she's got settled cash in 2 separate accounts, and they won't let her buy either one. That's
really?
That's really interesting.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And I trust. I would trust everything that Roseanne says. I have no reason not to believe her. She's been here a long time. Always a straight shooter. She says she does indeed have settled cash, and they.
Okay, so she said baby will not be happy with earphones, and that's kind of what I was going with as well, because I figured that the pressure might be a little bit too much on a newborn baby's head from even just earmuffs. So that's why I said cotton.
She got the trade to go through.
Okay, she was able to buy it. Good. I said cotton balls this morning that needed to be. I didn't say anything about being bigger than the ear hole, but obviously I think that would be the safe thing to do. But thank you for that, because we can relay that information and say that a nurse did suggest maybe cotton balls that are larger than the opening of the ear.
No. We're going to send him a message that says we went to professional medical advice, and they said the 3-day-old baby has no business being in a theater. Are you out of your mind? That's what we're going to say.
She didn't say that.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
That's not what she said.
With that story.
There's a lot of people out there, and I don't want to say who, but there are a lot of people out there that say that you should try to get your baby comfortable with a lot of different social, like getting out and doing stuff, because it makes it like kind of a normal thing, so you can live a normal life. It's good for the health of the parents to be out.
But 3 days, man, really 3 days?
It's not been 3 days. They've been
seems a little rushed.
They've been out of the hospital for over a week now.
Oh, has she? I might have got my times mixed up. I just thought it was the day before yesterday she was born.
No.
I'm not in the medical field, but what positive thing could happen taking a kid to a movie? What positive thing?
Oh, it's not a.
Well, the mother could get some time out. The mother could get some time out, and she could have the comfort of having her baby with her.
Yeah.
I understand that. I get the whole idea that the mother's not anything. Mothers normally don't want to be separated from their babies for the first 2 years.
I got that.
I get, but I'm just curious as to how immediately immersing them in all these really loud environments and all that. It just seems a little rushed to me. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a drunken pirate. I don't know anything about babies.
In Atlanta, we hire babysitters. That's the only positive thing that can happen.
So Roseanne says it's good for immunization, build up good immune system.
Oh God.
Crying. She also said crying will piss off people.
Off the entire theater. Yeah.
I mean, I think most anybody would probably, I feel like a parent who was in the movie theater would probably take their baby out if that started happening. I would think they would. And they're going to see Garfield, so it's not like going to be the end of the world if the baby starts crying and they have to walk out and miss part of Garfield. It's not going to. No spoilers. It's like it's not a big deal.
I would go to a matinee, 2:00. Well, wait a minute. All the kids are out of school now, so the theaters are probably going to be pretty full.
Hey, look, for $20, man, they can drop the little turd maker off at my house. I'll babysit it for 2 hours for $20.
There we go.
All right, I'm out. I'm going to break.
Cash on.
See you guys in a bit.
All right, keep it tight.
Later, Tater.
Time to stop here. I have to admit, I expected something different.
Did you?
I did.
That's like me with today's price action. I expected something different today, and we're back under 5 again. I just don't like it. I don't like it.
And I think, isn't this the Basketball Hall of Fame? Next door? Is that basketball?
Are you talking to me?
Anybody? See the picture?
Anybody? I don't think there's anybody named that.
Oh, we're in the big tramp.
Oh.
I think Roseanne said, "What if she's breastfeeding?" Yeah, Rose. I was just sure. I didn't mean to sound judgmental or beat up on Pizza. Funky Pizza knows I love her to death. I was just sharing thoughts that I just remember when Mrs. Pirate brought our babies home. She was just like a bear in a den. It seemed, and maybe every woman's different. She seemed like she wanted to hunker down in her nest and have her everything around her, and just a real calm environment. And it took some time before she started to venture out and about. Much like I said, I like to compare things to the natural world, much like you'd see a mother lion or any other animal in the world that has newborns. It seems like for a brief period of time, they remain pretty much isolated. But hey, like I said, what do I know? I'm just a drunken pirate. Picking up a hot mic, Captain Hayden.
Oh, sorry.
Apex $4.55 is a SSR trip stop. So see if that happens.
I'm looking at 461 to be a bounce. That's where the golden pocket is.
I tagged you, but I don't know if I did it properly or not, JJ. I put a picture in the general Discord of my old truck, old red, hooked up to my drag, moving my excavator around. It's some cool man stuff. Captain Hayden, if you get a chance, check it out.
Where do I go? General?
The Discord, just the Discord general. Casey put up a picture of the gooseneck trailer. I had a 50-foot gooseneck trailer that I carry, an enclosed race car trailer, and then I also have a low boy drag heavy equipment trailer that I carry my excavator on, and I managed to find a picture of that in there. Yep. I'm fond of things that provide a sort of value, and especially if they can pay for themselves in the long run. Ultimately, the cost of ownership goes back to zero. It's almost become a game for me in life to see if I can make that happen. I'm not in the excavating business, and we just have an excavator for pretty much personal use, some of our real estate stuff. But that old 20-year-old, you hear me talk about that 20-year-old pickup truck. That's the same truck I've used all the years through the cattle farming and real estate. Now, even in my personal use for boats and all that foolishness. So I can't say enough good things about Henry Ford. They've been fair to me. We used them in our fleet. We didn't have a giant fleet, we had a small company, but we stuck solely with Ford products. And I was treated, I can't say enough good things, man. I got a fair shake out of them every single time.
Yeah, I just saw, the Delta uses Ford also.
Yep.
We buy a lot of Ford.
Yeah, my buddy used to work at Cincinnati. He turned wrenches on for General Electric, but for about 3 years he got on with Delta in their maintenance. And I broke one of my marker lights on top. You run across the top of your cab, a pickup truck. Some of them have the 6 yellow lights on top, and tree limb had busted one of those off. He happened to notice while he was out at my place turkey hunting. About 2 days later, he comes out and throws a box on the porch, and I noticed it was a Delta box. But I'm not saying he stole it from Delta. I'm just saying he worked for Delta, and Delta had Ford trucks, and I got myself a brand new Ford yellow cab light lens, courtesy, I think, of Delta. So some more pirate shit.
He probably just ordered it through Delta, and it just came that way.
Let's go with that. Let's just go with that and say he paid for it, but they shipped it to Delta through Delta suppliers and used a Delta part number, and he did. Yeah, we'll go with that. I like that.
Yeah, it might have been a vehicle that we no longer had. Therefore, it was a surplus part, and sometimes they sell stuff at a discount because we can't use it anymore.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. I got to get ready to go to work. Talk to y'all later.
Stay safe, my friend. We'll keep an eye out for you.
Take care.
$460, $459. Well, that just sucks a green weenie.
Yeah, I was about to ask. Does anybody know why we're being pushed so hard right now? Is the whole market crashing?
Same old, man.
But it's not the entire market, just us or in game.
Well, the Dow's
Last
down,
numbers,
and some of your major indices are pulling back, so it can be.
I think Casey was saying that every what's it called? Every category, not category, but basically every area is down. Everything's red.
Market-wide
I'm not
pullback. Yeah.
I just got an alert. I can't see my screen because I'm driving, but I just got an alert. Oh.
Yeah, everything's down. The S&P 500, the Dow, the Nasdaq, all your major indices are in the red, pulling back. So, entire market shifting simultaneously. Their 2-year, 5-year, and 10-year notes, treasuries are on rebound again. So they're moving in opposite directions. Look like money's flowing out of the market and into treasuries, at least some of it.
They need to be flowing into our pockets. That's what needs to happen.
Alan Dunham put a nice little chat in there. He said, it's fun times. He said, one day we're going to miss times like these. And
oh yeah,
Alan, I couldn't agree with you more. There will become a time where this will be just yet another story for me. And but I've learned over my 58 years, I've learned it's true. All things come to an end. It's the middle that counts, and I'm enjoying it while I'm here. Bitcoin's down to 67,000 and falling. It gave up that 70 mark. CNBC News is claiming this is the first time in 6 weeks that the Dow is down. So it's all over the mainstream media and the financial shows talking about it. Yeah, I agree with you, Sportster. The crash is coming, but they're gonna kick the can down the road. No matter how high the cost, they're gonna kick that down the road so that it happens after the election, so they can run around with their hair on fire and say it's not our fault. See, their fault. This is because of them. See what happened? No, I'm certain of it. I'm paying the heavy price for staying up with my family last night, past 11 o'clock to watch that movie. My eyelids are getting heavy. I'm going to barely make it to the closing bell, but I see a nap in my future. I can promise you that. $4:57. All righty then. Steve M. Pirate here, my friend. I'm not sure, but you might want to hit live or refresh. You put a comment in that said wax earplugs, and I can only imagine that's in reference to helping the baby, the new pizza, Funky Pizza's new baby, make it through a movie without having its ears overwhelmed with the noise. But that was a solid 15 minutes ago. You might be behind, my friend, which is fine. There's no rules here, but I just wanted you to be aware of it. You know, it happens to me all the time. If I don't reach up and hit refresh or move the little icon periodically, it's in no time at all. I'm 8, 10, 12 minutes behind. Not in Discord, obviously, but on my chat. What target would you be referencing, Juan? Juan Velez said, we hit target? It's a little vague, partner. I need a little more help there. What target are you referring to? Maybe someone here can answer you. Oh, you mean for the SSR? No, not yet. I don't think so. I think it missed it by a penny. It hit 456. Yeah, Apex is coming to the same conclusion I have. I took a quick glance at it, and it hovered above it by a penny, but no. Oh yeah. Sorry for having to get a little clarification from you there. I'm one gummy deep, so my mind is not as sharp as it otherwise would be. So I appreciate your patience. Oh, you're welcome. Sportster, I think she gets a hybrid. They're gummies, so obviously they can do whatever they like, but I think I might be wrong on this, but I'm just assuming it's kind of a half and half thing. Thank you, Drago. It's very kind of you to say. I enjoy all of you a great deal as well. I assure you, my friend, the feeling is mutual. I take a great deal of pleasure in spending the day with you folks. Yeah, I was sharing that earlier, Imcon. I dearly love ice water. I drink it, and I've become as fond of that as I used to be of beer. I'm never farther than an arm's length away from a nice big tumbler full of water, and it's always overwhelmed with ice. I have some issues about heat and some time that I spent in hot places, and I have an aversion. To say I have an aversion for lukewarm or warm water and liquids is putting it mildly. There's very few things that I indulge myself in that are hard and fast, but one of them is I very rarely, if never, will I drink a lukewarm water. So, but thanks for the inquiry. It's nice to know that you got me in your thoughts. Appreciate that.
Scooch over, fuckers. No room back here. Holy Christ. Yucca, quit touching me there.
Hey, Apex. Good to see you, buddy.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. I was kidding. You can touch me there.
Well, you bent over.
I'm sitting around out here trying to make some money, man. All the students are gone. Nobody's out ordering food. I'm just sitting in the same spot for like an hour, just listening to you guys ramble on, waiting for them to trip this SSR so we can rip.
Is that the same spot we hit yesterday? What was yesterday? Oh, it was 445. Oh, but that's
Just to let you boys know, I bought that tasty dip. I bought 10 shares.
Ooh. Yeah, I bought some right now too. It's like we're all connected. I think that's
I was grabbing Jimmy's dip.
Oh, nice.
Amy, I'm already averaged out on me. Amy, I'm green now, finally.
And I don't understand why they keep doing this. They know that we're gonna buy. It's dangerous. What are they doing?
They think we're dumb money. Did you forget? I got a couple wrinkles on my brain over the few years.
That's the challenge it presents for them, Yaka. I mean, it's a prime example of how stuck they are. They are quite literally damned if they do and damned if they don't. That's the beauty of this thing. I know it's hard to believe because it's taken so long, but they are literally cornered.
Yeah. Like GME is 1877, 76. That's really cheap. That's like
Photo acid. I can't. I'm not gonna. I think you're.
He wants to laugh like Peter Griffin.
Hey, Sensor, we need to add Peter Griffin to the back of to those sounds, the soundboard.
I think he has one that says, "Who the hell cares?"
It doesn't matter. We own the controlling interest in the company.
I don't think it's in the soundboard that we can manipulate. I think it's on his only.
No, I'm pretty sure it's in this one. I've used it when people ramble on about stupid shit.
My God, who the hell cares?
Yep.
Yeah, I stand mistaken. But we need more. More.
Why are you gay?
There's a lot more on the soundboard than there was the last time I was in here, it seems.
How dare you?
Where's my money, bitch?
Highway Frog, don't forget the crayons, brother. We need a lot of them crayons, too. Okay, here comes your 461 bounce. We bouncing? Bounce with me, bounce with me. It's printed another TD9.
Yep.
Come on. Fucking TD9 after TD9 after TD9 after TD9. Holy fuck.
TT9? What? Where's TTs?
Titties. 9 titties.
9
Somebody
TDs.
has.
Oh, I thought you said he had a UTI.
9 titties. It's supposed to be 10 titties. Somebody is short by 1.
Or someone brought an extra nipple.
Oh, there you go.
I knew a guy had 3 nipples.
Oh wow. What's going
This is
on
weird
with
as
these
heck.
threes? Threes. I knew a guy that told me he had 3 testicles. I didn't confirm that, but I believed him.
Sorry about that. I think my internet went down for 2 or 3 minutes there, but it seems like it's better now.
Because I turned it back on, Pirate. You're good to go now. We had to shut you up for a second.
That.
Yeah,
Oh,
no
appreciate
problem.
it, man. by all means.
There's a blinker for you, and I knew you were missing it earlier. Maybe BNS. See that last 15 minutes, see if they decide to do what they've been doing. It seems like that's what they've been doing, is beating us down all day, let it rip into the fucking close at a level price, and then run it all the way, all night, all pre-market, repeat, rinse and repeat.
Keep in the,
That or they sit on all those buy orders. They
Yeah.
don't fill them. They don't fill them because they don't want it to. They don't want it to result in a increase in price, and then right before the last 3 minutes a day, they have to reconcile the books, so they're forced to.
Yeah, with the 3-day weekend coming up,
that kick in the can game can be dangerous. Just that's what I said too. I'm not real sure how much of that goes on, because it'd be incredibly dangerous to take a buy order and fill it for somebody, Fidelity, and then sit on that, because then you're taking that risk at that very moment. So I'm kind of on the fence on whether I believe a lot of that goes on or not.
Well, like somebody had said earlier, they're just playing a psyop with us. They think they are anyway. Yeah, I'm entirely too emotionalist this anymore. It doesn't bother me one bit. I mean, yeah, the run-up was exciting, but until we start seeing 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros on there, it doesn't matter one bit to me. Give me NVIDIA's numbers. We'll start there.
Yeah.
I do know one thing. They don't want these numbers this low like this on a payday for most retail investors. Oh, yeah. Thanks for the clarification, Fire. Yeah, it's Apex talking, guys. How y'all fucking doing?
Oh, no worries, man. It's just you're
right.
here all the time. You're here every day, all day. But and you come back here, but not enough to where I don't think people recognize your voice immediately. And I wanted to make sure they understood it was you.
I'm often on from like the time Casey starts until about 10 o'clock Eastern, and then I usually get some work done at work, and then I get a chance to pop in here in the afternoon. I do. Yeah.
I have noticed that.
I get into my Twitter fuckery for most part of the day at work or YouTube by watching shorts and whatever.
I don't tend to pry Apex, but if you don't mind, what's your chosen field? What do you do?
I'm a dumb janitor over at Penn State.
Oh, okay, you're baiting this guy. I got it, man. Good deal.
Yeah.
You might have told me that. You might have told me that once before.
Yeah, I've been doing it for like 10 years, man. It's about the cushiest job I've had my entire life.
Good.
It's union, so you know how that is. I work about an hour and a half out of an 8-hour shift. Trade stocks and cryptos all day long. Post memes. Fight this battle as a keyboard warrior.
You're like, work. What's work?
Yeah, I honestly don't know what work is. Anybody who says they work hard in my field of work with the thousands of employees we have is full of shit.
At least you're honest about it. I can respect that.
Oh yeah, I put my hard work in, man. There's been if I go to the stadium to work during the football season, now that's work, man. Like catering to 110,000 people on a Saturday. That's it's a lot different than the students being gone for the summer. Highway Frog. I'm waiting for 4 zeros and then ask when squeeze. Right. That's right, Andrew. Only 20 more years till I retire, though. But, I mean, 20 more years of gravy work. Fuck it, I'll take it. If brick and mortar college is around for another 20 more years. I think this whole COVID thing opened the eyes to online learning, but it's that experience that these students will get in college that's the difference.
The current environment where so many of these college kids are revealing themselves to be, I'll just be blunt, to be uneducated, coming out of there with $60,000, $80,000, $100,000 in debt, and they don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. I'm not talking about somebody who couldn't get the grasp of quantum physics or theoretical math. I'm talking about people who come out of there who can't string a sentence together or do basic math. I mean, I think somebody has pulled back the curtain on this, and I'm with you. We're probably going to see some big changes in higher education.
Well, you can look at it too. I'm seeing it in the food industry as well. Like the brick and mortar is disappearing, where you go in and sit down. A lot of these places, if they're not shutting their doors completely, they're just pickup and delivery. Getting smaller buildings with smaller rent.
They discovered that when during COVID they could keep their drive-through windows open. They shut down their dining rooms, and I think it gave them a real good comparison for analysis. And a lot of them around here realized that they were better off just to run through a drive-through. I have a few burger joints around here in this part of Florida that are just drive-throughs. They look like little more than a security shack or like a guard shack you'd see at an entry to a gated facility. You pull up to the window and you get burgers, fries, and a Coke, and it's just it ain't much bigger than a telephone booth these guys are operating out of. And I think some of these major operators like McDonald's and Wendy's realize that there's a big cost to keeping that dining room open, and you may be onto something there. We'll never know.
Oh yeah, and I've just noticed it in the 10 years that I've been in this field of work, just seeing and just paying attention to it. Honestly, like once I got into the financial aspect of things, and just with 2020 happening the way it was, watching enrollment, dip after we came back, seeing the decline in student bodies, you know what I mean? Like it's definitely evident, and this is top tier schools. And I imagine the smaller ones are going to take even bigger hits when that happens. But it's happening across the board with everything, literally everything, from housing to fucking housing to shopping to education to you name it. If they can do it online, they're going to do it online. If they can take out as many middlemen as they can, they're going to do that. And then you look at the fuel industry. It wasn't 20 years ago. There were six major oil companies. Now we're down to 3. You know what I mean? They just absorb one another until they have these super companies and
consolidation of power.
Break Nation, I'll be around. Just to answer your after squeeze question. I ain't going nowhere.
I only play the horn because I just want you guys to know I'm back. I'm not playing it to try and interrupt. Just throwing that out there.
Okay.
No, we really appreciate the horn because there's things that we talk about back here that have no business being broadcast out for the general public. I have a hard enough time staying. Yeah.
But the whole but the whole thing is being broadcast. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we're live.
Well,
that's how when we're live. Oh yeah, I forgot. I had that back. Yeah.
Yeah, when you come in with the horn, it lets us know that you're coming in horny. So.
I already heard you talking about your board. I'll show you my setup for the weekend here.
There it is, man. Got his heavy hauler set up, man. Got his camper. He's got one of those campers that slides in the back of the truck. Got his trailer hooked up with his fun stuff on it. You are of my tribe, man. I like it.